Alrighty. It is time. God fucking damn it, I forgot to put the chat there. Ah. And detect the game, please. You were just detecting it. Why did the game change? I'm not playing Rage. There you go. Alright, beautiful. Perfect stream start. Game detection broke, and I forgot to put the chat there. This is what happens when I play an old game and I don't stream for like a week. But hey, so this is Avadon. This is CRPG. I've streamed Jeff Vogel games before, primarily the Avernum remakes. My favorite CRPG series ever was made by this guy, and he made it. It's called Geneforge. He's remaking that now in like the past couple of years. There's a new one releasing like this year or next year. But this specifically, this series released alongside the remakes of Avadon, of Avernum. And I've played a little bit of this game when it was newer, but I never beat it. So it's a perfect chance to beat it and potentially the whole series if I like it. The game's usually pretty simple. First thing you gotta do is pick a character. There's 4 different characters. They're all essentially different classes. You cannot change it. It's all gender locked. So Blade Master, this is gonna be your like physical fighter. It's kind of like a tank in a way. Big melee damage, but he has a bow. Shadow Walker, this is more like your rogue. It's kind of like ninja aesthetic sort of, but it's a rogue. You can pick locks, disarm traps. You don't do as much, I think, melee damage by default as a Blade Master, but you have more access to AoEs. And if you can team up with another melee fighter or just somebody next to an enemy, then you can get a backstab bonus as well, which can kind of catch you up to the Blade Master in damage. But your resists are better to everything. Except you're not curses. Shamans, I just know a lot about Jeff Vogel games. Shamans is like a healer combined with a summoner. I actually really wanted to play this because I like summoners, but I don't want to play a girl because I like to self-insert my characters. So, not playing that. But we'll get like one of each of these as an NPC anyway. And then a sorceress. This is just your standard mage. She does mage things, elemental attacks, and things like that. And she can also charm enemies as well. She can even pick locks with magic, which I find funny. She can be like a mage version of the Shadow Walker. I'm gonna pick the Shadow Walker though, because it's like the second best thing for me. Name Resoula. And that's what we're gonna be. And we're going to pick normal. So it starts out quite easy, becomes a challenge as you get close to the end. Yeah, I'm sure this is what the game's tested for, so we're picking normal. You are a warrior of the Midlands Pact. The Pact is an alliance of 5 nations banded together for safety. The Farlands, enemies of the Pact, surround it on all sides. These are nations of barbarians, raiders, titans, fated, jealous empires, all waiting for a sign of weakness. It has a very Roman aesthetic in a way, like not in the outfits, but barbarians at the gates kind of thing. Pact has one purpose: to crush the Farlands and keep them weak and divided, otherwise they will invade your homeland, take what they want, and massacre whoever stands in their way. You spent your life training and preparing to defend the Pact, and now you have done well. Your skill and potential has earned you the greatest of honors. You've been sent to serve at a new fortress, Avadon. Avadon. This is Avadon right here, and this is supposed to be you walking up to it, I guess. The Black Fortress, and that's the name of the game, so we could roll credits. Warriors of Avadon watch over the 5 nations of the Pact. When anyone acts to harm the peace and tranquility of the Pact, Avadon has the authority to destroy them. Its authority and its independence are almost without limit, and Avadon's powers not only over the outsiders over the Farlands. Anyone who tries to weaken the Pact from within is subject to punishment. Brigands, spies, politicians, all have reason to fear the eye of Avadon, and the attention of its master, Keeper Redbeard. And this is Redbeard. He's like the big, super powerful head honcho. Avadon had watched over the Pact for 3 centuries. Its warriors wield the finest weapons, its wizards can learn its most powerful spells, and the Keeper of the Black Fortress, Redbeard, directs them all. Few outsiders know anything about Redbeard. There are plenty of rumors. Some say he has 3 wives, each a deadly warrior. You've heard that assassins try to kill him every week, They all fail and in turn receive the most gruesome punishments imaginable. Some believe that Redbeard can see into your dreams. I believe it. I mean, just look at him. He's got a red beard. Outsiders, if they are lucky, never get close enough to Avadon to learn the truth. But today you will meet Redbeard yourself. You're standing outside the gates of the Black Fortress. You stand on the bridge over the deep... Yeah, that's you. Deep misty chasm. The iron gates of Avadon are before you. It's going to be so hard for me to not accidentally say Avern. Beyond is your new life, full of adventure, danger, power, wealth, and service to the Pact. The Black Fortress looms over you, perched on an enormous granite peak. The gates open a crack, granting you entrance. You step through and your service to Avadon begins. This is going to be a very text-heavy game. It's an old-school CRPG. It's not actually, well, I guess by today's standard, it's old. It's 13 years old. When I say old school, I'm referring to, like, the 2000s. That's what I'm referring to. This is Avadon. I had to actually tell it to use my whole screen. It was in, like, 4:3 by default. That's how old we're talking. I use the arrow keys to look around. I can't use WASD because that's tied to other things here, like using an ability. Every class has its own skill tree that it's kind of limited to. You cannot max this out. The max level is 30, and you cannot max out your skill tree. These are your resists I was talking about. There's a lot of different skills to go with. Again, I kind of know how these games go. I played enough of them, so that's about that. If I hold... Okay, yeah, I was trying to remember what this would be. It's shift. Shift will kind of highlight any interactable items, and in CRPGs, you really have to look around. We don't start with much. We start with simply a dagger, some pants, and a tunic. So, complete fucking trash. Alright, you start to cross Avadon's entry garden. Considering how terrified most of Linnaeus is of this fortress, it seems rather pleasant. Ponds, a nicely tended lawn. To the east is another pair of gates leading farther into the fortress. A pair of guards wearing plate armor and wielding massive swords stand to either side. There is also an elderly man in long flowing robes. He has a pair of what looks like wolves in front of him, and he's shouting commands at them. They don't seem concerned. Keep crossing the courtyard to the east. You know that direction is in there because someone played the game and was like, that sounds scary. Am I supposed to go this way? I feel like I'm not. Jeff's just like, oh, I have to tell them they have to go this way. These fucking modern gamers, man. Alright. Craftmaster Nicodemus. This is him right here. You get closer to the old man and his two wolves, though from a distance, you can see something's not right about these animals, like their lack of hair, their purple flesh, and the veins throbbing all along their backs and legs. The man in robes is holding up a scrap of meat and giving suggestions like stand, sit, roll over. The wolf creatures don't respond. Then you get close, which gets an instant reaction out of them. They turn and look at you. Then they bare their teeth and begin to snarl. I'll watch them quietly. The twisted wolf things are no longer distracted by the pitiful scraps of meat the old man dangles before them. You seem much softer and fresher. However, the old man and guards don't seem to react to this. They just watch silently with interest. Is this meant to be some sort of test? The guards smile, perhaps thinking back to the trials of their own, but the old man shakes his head. A test? No. You are a hand. You are supposed to aid in my work. This is your job. I will explain more when you are done. The creatures lurch clumsily towards you, one to your right, one to the left, and they start to run, teeth bared. You have little equipment, but you are not foolish enough to travel through the wilderness without a weapon. You prepare to rid the garden of the old man's pests. When the wolves attack, you will enter combat mode. You will learn how to defend yourself. Dude, I remember the older Jeff Vogel CRPGs. They didn't have tutorials. At least I don't remember them having tutorials. Is there a way to change specific audio in this game? On, quiet, normal. Alright, that's not very helpful. I just wonder, because the inventory is quite loud. Just the sound effects, and everything else is not as loud. Alright, so we have 8 you can't see it, it's under my face. We have 8 action points. The way these games work in the present day is I can move basically all I want, and so long as I have 1 AP remaining, I can attack. Certain attacks do not consume full AP, certain actions, unless you can min-max your AP a little bit. But we're just going to go run up to one of these. And that was 4 AP, because I moved 4 squares. And we're going to attack. It's very simple at the start. They make it like impossible to lose this fight. When you're stronger, you can riposte and double attack. This is just like the absolute basics. I can do a disarming blow, which can do 7 to 35 physical damage and put War Curse. It also has some fatigue. I think I have like a mana bar, basically. And I can also heal myself as well with healing focus. That's quite interesting. That a lot of classes can have their own self-heal. I think just the normal warrior doesn't have that. We're just gonna beat this shit up. Just smack, smack, smack. There you go. The hideous wolf creatures lie at your feet, dead. The guards, realizing that they have a mess to clean up, look annoyed. The old man just looks sad. Another month of work gone, I suppose. I must work on my other trinkets for a while. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Craftmaster Nicodemus, one of the mages of Avadon. I think I will be helping you in the future. You will be helping me? Oh yes, you're one of Redbeard's new hands, yes? When you're given tasks, I will be giving you the benefit of my magic. Sometimes, or some of it even works better than these constructions. He waves at the wolves. You called me a hand? Oh yes, Redbeard has hands, eyes, and hearts. I am an eye, and... oh, I'm sure this will be explained inside. Glad to help. Who do I report to? Nicodemus nods. That is the spirit. But you do not report to me. I was only trying to train the creatures here to get away from the chaos inside. I suppose you should see the Heart Miranda. I think she's waiting for you. And she will explain what you need to know. Where is Heart Miranda? Craftmaster Nicodemus makes a signal. The gates begin to slowly open. Miranda's inside directing things. There's been a serious disturbance. She'll be happy for your help. Now please excuse me. And he turns to his wolves, going down on one knee to examine them. Go east of the gate to find Heart Miranda. Her position is now marked on the map window. Wow, I wish I had this many tutorials in the old games. No enemies are visible. Press F to get out of combat, and that kind of puts the game in this, like, quasi real-time system. It's not actually real-time. The turns are just playing out very quickly. There's a clay bowl and some meat. I'm going to pick up some meat. It can heal me, so I might as well pick it up. But this is a safe zone, so I will automatically heal and get vitality. It's called vitality, my mana. Back pretty much no matter what. It's so weird to play a game where I have to use the arrow keys to look around, but it really doesn't bother me. Come to me, Heart Miranda, Hand Callan, secure the gardens. You step into the entry courtyard of Avadon. Fresh supplies are stacked everywhere, waiting to be distributed to the warriors and craftspeople. When Avadon wants something, it gets it. However, the atmosphere of the fort is not what you expected. It is chaos. Guards and workers are running everywhere. You hear shouting in the distance, the smell of smoke, and you think blood hangs in the air. After a lifetime of hearing how deadly and invulnerable Avadon is, this chaos is somehow even more worrying. A woman stands in the middle of the courtyard, an island in the chaos, and directs the workers. This must be the Miranda you're supposed to present your letter of introduction to. Click her to talk to her. Thanks. Yeah, so in Avernum, which I streamed, that game was more about exploration of the unknown and facing challenges to get loot and whatnot. This game is more about... well, Geneforge, then, was more about making moral choices. A lot of choices. And this game is more about politics and law and making choices within that. Avadon has many guards, all of them outfitted in fine armor, and they're the highest quality weapons. They are warriors in the service of the Black Fortress, but they're not sent out into the field. They all regard you with a mix of contempt for your inexperience and envy at your potential. And of course, should you turn out to be an assassin sent to kill Redbeard, they are ready to kill you. You can, generally in these games too, you can just attack them as well. It's not a smart idea, but you can do it. What's this? some boots. If you're not allowed to take stuff, it'll be kind of marked like, hey, you're not allowed to take this thing. But these aren't marked like that, so I could take these boots and get some new armor. I get encumbered at 46 equipped pounds. So I was trying to figure out how to do that. They're like I know shift, no, control, yeah. Control click puts it in the junk bag. Shift click is to split up a stack. I was curious if there was like a quick equip button. There's not. Hi Lane, how's it going? So I have some leather boots now. So that gives me 5% more armor, which I think is literally doubles my armor. So that's a modest upgrade, but an upgrade nonetheless. And then what's over here? These games tend to have a lot of junk items. And in the earlier games, it was actually, they were important. They're not as important anymore. But I'll pick up this candle because it actually has a use. It can provide light in dark areas. Yeah. Hand Callan here. Let's see. A middle-aged woman crosses the courtyard back and forth, shouting orders to the soldiers and the workers. As the hands enter and leave, she grabs them and gives them extra jobs to do. She wears a well-worn bow over her shoulder, and the insignia on her shoulder shows her to have considerable authority. She looks you over. A new hand, always good to see, especially in times like these. I'm Hand Callan. Hart Miranda will want most of your time, I think. But when she doesn't have her claws in you, you answer to me. What are you doing? Cleaning up messes. Why don't you come back here and talk to me later? Miranda made it clear she reserves your labor for herself, and I don't need an argument right now. Basically saying, hey player, do the main quest before doing anything else. Got it. This is Miranda. I forgot what her drawing looked like. You walk up to the woman in the middle of the room. Like craftsmaster Nicodemus, she's wearing a long flowing robes, traditional garb of the mage. She's in her early 50s. She has served here for a long time. She stops shouting orders and turns to you. Well, pity you didn't show up just a few hours ago. We could have used you. Do you have a letter of introduction? Fortunately, you were given one before you came here. She holds out her hand for it. Give her the letter. She takes the letter, reads it, and then nods. And I formally welcome you, and I declare you a Hand of Avadon with all its privileges and responsibilities attached. Congratulations. She wads up the letter and tosses it onto the floor. The servant instantly collects it and carries it off. Normally, there would be a period of settling in, testing, and so on. But we have some problems. All of our hands are out in the field, and now there's something I need you to do. What happened? You will soon learn that. In Avadon, you are told only what you need to know. This is for your protection and ours. And what do I have to know? That we are having a very long day, and you need to help us to keep it from getting longer. Who decides what I get to learn? The keeper and the hearts like me. And ask more questions, still directing orders at workers and guards, barks out a constant string of orders, all of which are instantly obeyed. It's fair to say everyone's terrified of her. I am a hand. What does that mean? So much to learn, so little time to teach it. Avadon is hands, eyes, and hearts. And the keeper. I am a heart, an honored advisor to the keeper. You are a hand. Your job is to go out and do what needs doing. There will be time to learn more when things are under control. Where can I learn more? I think there's a book on the topic near the quarters assigned to you. You can read it at your leisure later. Who's the keeper? Surely you've heard of Redbeard, mighty master of Avadon. Do well and you'll stand before him. Displease him and she gives you an evil smile. Let's see. Can you tell me about yourself? I knew this would get a bad reaction. What? Security's broken. Dozens are dead. And you want to know who I am? I am a heart of Avadon. You will do everything I say or you will suffer. I think that is clear enough. Great. What do you need me to do? I just wanted to see the reaction. She nods. Yes, enthusiasm. That is what I like to hear. We are trying to get things in the main fortress under control, but we had to send most of our hands away. That means we need you to enter the dungeons and restore order. Round up some stray prisoners. You do not need to go alone. There are two hands who can help you. They are Sevelin and Nathalie. I believe. She points to the south. On the way down to the dungeons, you could choose one of them to help you. Once you have met the other hands, go downstairs and speak with Mamora. He will tell you what fires to put out. The stairs to the dungeons are now marked on the auto map. Who are Sevelin and Nathalie? Young hands like you, eager to distinguish themselves, in one case, extremely painfully eager. I could spare one of them for your cleanup task. What do I need to do in the dungeons? That is up to Mamora. Do what he says. You may use any equipment you may find, and if you survive, it will reflect very well upon you. Okay. You could have responded, well, this is very vague. I'm not sure I want to potentially die for something I don't know about. That you don't want to pick that option. Like I said, this game is very much about politics and law. And the politics and law say, you are expendable. Go do your job. Now, new quest. There you go. Recent disruption enabled many prisoners in the Avadon dungeon to escape. Go south, speak with Sevelin and Nathalie. Yeah. So, in Avernum, you actually just make a whole party at the start. And that's the party you play with for the whole game. And basically nobody will ever join you or help you aside from that. In Geneforge, you play as one character. And depending on which Geneforge game it is, you can have different characters join you temporarily. Or even permanently. And more importantly is Geneforge, like the NPCs aren't as common because the whole thing about Geneforge is that you can summon, no matter what class you are, you can just summon your own, minions to help you. And in this game, well, there's a summoner class, but you get most of your help from NPCs, but they get assigned to you based on the story. I think there's one instance where you can have all of them, but that's for an optional, not canon ending. And this does have canon endings, because every game in this series is designed for you to be able to pick it up at any point in the series without needing to play the previous ones to really know who anyone is, or to know what choices could have been made, or anything like that. They run around so fast. In the old games, there wasn't this real-time element when you weren't in combat. Everyone still moved only when you moved. And I think I kind of preferred that, but it's whatever. You enter Avadon's main storeroom. Most of the food, wood, and so on is brought to the Black Fortress are kept. There's recently been a fight here. The stone floor has been scorched and splatters of blood dot the walls. The wounded and dead have been hauled away. Only one person is visible from here. A young sorceress stands by the scorched area, looking down at it. She is smiling. Well, that's creepy. Also, do I know my quick save key? Yes. No. Oh, gosh. Okay, it's F3. I thought it would be F4 for a second. That's what it usually is. It's F3. Just go take a peek over here. It's a CRPG. You basically have to look around. So every other way is shut to me. Also, in CRPGs, you need to look at the walls. Because there can be hidden passages anywhere. Even out here. Even out here where I just didn't look before. There could be little buttons on any wall in a CRPG that you have to go look for to open a hidden passageway. Usually these ones are safe because of the camera perspective. Alright, let's head down this way. There's Nathalie. Alright, Nathalie. When you get close to the young sorceress, she looks up at you. She's breathing hard, still charged up with adrenaline from her recent battle. I did it! I killed them! By myself! Not that I will get any notice for it, of course. She takes a moment to calm down. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Nathalie, a hand of Avadon. I spent long enough waiting for action that I need to take a moment to luxuriate in it. What happened here? 3 wretches came out of the dungeon. I was in the main courtyard when I heard them. I surprised and dispatched them, but not before. Wretches? Vile little humanoids, dumb and hungry. The scourge of the known lands. I don't know why Redbeard would bother to keep them around. Did they do any harm? They killed the quartermaster. Not a warrior, but a good man. I spent many hours speaking with him while waiting for something to do. A minute earlier, and I might have saved him. Let's see. I am a hand as well, she nods. You have the look and a weapon. Hope you have more luck getting sent out than I do. I'm gonna go clean out the dungeons. She looks startled. What? You? No offense, but you've been here, what, 10 minutes? When some of us have been waiting. Once again, she calms down. But you will probably need help, isn't that the case? Taking one of the other hands with you to share in the glory, yes? I can take one hand into the dungeons with me. Doesn't take her long to do the math. One hand out of two. Me and Sevelin, the warrior. Well, speak to Sevelin and compare. She looks at the scorched marks. I'm eager and competent. He is, well, you could see for yourself. When you go downstairs, if you wish, I will come and join you, but you will select me, yes? What can you do for me? I'm a trained sorceress. I can summon bolts of fire and ice and direct them at our foes. I do not rely on crude armor or mundane weapons, however. So you might wish to help me keep a safe distance from our foes. We will see. You see the gleam of enthusiasm in her eyes. Alright, I will be standing ready. When you enter the dungeon, you'll be able to choose who travels with you. I don't plan to pick her. Because I like pairing a Shadow Walker with a warrior. That's the name of my class, right? The Shadow Walker? Pretty sure that's what I picked. I don't remember the names exactly. These little pens, ever since Avernum, I always want to look at them because there's usually stuff you can sell. A lot of the junk items you used to be able to sell are simply not sellable anymore. I don't know if that makes me happy or sad. Like these, like amphoras and stuff. You used to be able to sell all this crap. Just, like, all the time. For a pittance, but... There are several locked storerooms back here. They probably contain valuable equipment reserved for someone important, though considering the chaos, you doubt anyone would mind if you borrowed something. However, to get the locks open, you will need to find some lockpicks. You use lockpicks to pick locks. Alas, the picks break when used. Shadow Walkers and sorceresses have skills that reduce the number of picks you need to open a lock. But hey, look at this. There you go. Animal skin. I'm gonna shift click that. No, control click that. Control click that to get that in my junk bag to sell it. I think that's something I want to sell. Bolt of cloth. This is loot. And the door. So you need 6 lockpicks. And oh, this one just opens. This will probably be opened by a quest at some point, but... A potion of speed and a potion of health. Okay. So, Battle Frenzy. Alright, I'm gonna put the Potion of Health in my quick use item slot. I don't think it needs to be in a quick use item slot to be used in combat. I think that it's literally just a quick use item slot. I'll put the Potion of Speed... I don't know where. Right there, maybe. And that's what these are right now. I know in the newer games, he got rid of this minimalist UI, I think. Or maybe he kept it. Maybe it was the older games, where it used to be a giant bar at the bottom, and you could, like, right-click every single slot to change it to a quick spell, a quick item, or whatever, and customize it. I forget if that's an older feature, or a newer feature. But I don't mind the minimalist UI either. So we're not getting in there. That's a given. We're going to be doing a lot of saving of the game. There's only one quick save. What is this? A pick, a mallet. Some quests usually... There will usually be a couple quests to gather random items like that. That we'll have to keep our eyes out for. If you see me randomly swinging my mouse around, it's because I'm looking for any hidden doors somewhere. A leather cap, take that, and leather gloves, alright? That's new armor that I didn't have. I could definitely use armor. Behind you, sir, we have what? Wine. Now, in the old Avernum games, wine used to be very valuable, but as you see, it doesn't have a price. These have values. That's how you know what you can sell. And then can be sold in a store is just the game's way of saying that's probably its main function. You still have to be careful about selling some stuff, because some things you'll actually want to keep. I don't know how much of that there is in this game, though. But Sevelin, he looks rugged. There is a young warrior standing guard by the passage to the south, keeping close watch in case anything else nasty comes out of it. He turns to look at you. You see he is about your age. His face bears a nasty scar running diagonally down his face. You can kind of see it. And it looks more like an X. He says, "Greetings, I am Sevelin. You are here to stand guard with me? No, I suppose not. We need to go fight now, don't we? I knew the time would come. I'll follow my orders. I always do." "What are you doing here?" "Just trying to be of aid. When things went wrong on this morning, all of the hands were sent out on this mission, or that. Only I was left. And Nathalie. When wretches came out of the dungeons, I thought I would stand guard until someone found a use for me. The gate is closed, but wretches can slip through the bars." "Do you know what went wrong?" "I don't know. The hearts and eyes won't share any information with someone as lowly as me. As far as I could tell, something exploded and everything escaped from the dungeons below. The hands can't help because they have all been sent out of the fortress on missions." He absent-mindedly touches his scar. "Being a servant of Avadon doesn't keep us safe, just the opposite." "You know what is happening in the dungeon?" "No, but it must have been ugly. Few of the guards on duty down there made it out." Let's see. He stares morbidly at the southern corridor. "Nothing has come out of there since the wretches. Someone will need to go down and investigate soon." He sounds very grim. "You've been wounded. Do you need help?" At first, Sevelin isn't sure what you mean. He looks down at his armor looking for signs of an injury. Then he realizes, referring to his scar, and laughs bitterly. "You mean this? This is an old mark. Easy to forget it's there. I only remember it when I look in a mirror, or when a stranger sees me." "How did it happen?" He looks exasperated. "Even if I enjoyed discussing it, this is not the best time." "And you can still fight?" "Of course. If I am ever chosen for a mission again." Ooh. So he got it on a mission, and he failed or something. "I'm gonna go clean out the dungeons." "I'm not surprised. Miranda needs to send a hand down there to clean it up, and you show up in need of testing. I am not offended that I was passed over." Two completely different interactions. The sorceress lady, Nathalie, was so angry that we were selected. Sevelin completely understands why we were selected. "You think you were passed over? Why?" "I do not question the wisdom of Redbeard or the Hearts. They choose who to send into danger for their own reasons. I have learned to simply, quietly accept. I can select one hand to enter the dungeon with me." For a moment, his eyes show a glint of interest, maybe even hope. "I came to Avadon to serve. I have spent too long not serving. I was born to fight. I am ready. What can you do for me?" "I'm a blade master of Avadon. I could stand toe-to-toe with our foes and defeat them with blade and armor. And if needed, I could stand in their way to keep them from reaching you." "You are prepared to fight right now?" He wraps his armor with his knuckle. Then he rests one hand on the pommel of his blade. "I will give everything to prove that I can still be a warrior of Avadon." If it's between him and Nathalie, I'm going to pick him. Not based on character, although his character is much more likable. But because if I'm a Shadow Walker, I want a tank with me. If I am literally like anything except a Blade Master, I want a Blade Master. That is just my preference. Magic damage is really nice and all. It can be really useful. But the thing is, it consumes mana. It's a resource you have to maintain. And this early on, while abilities are so limited especially, I really want to make it simple. Physical damage. So I'm going to choose you. I think I'll choose you. He pats his blade and with a gauntleted hand. Then I am ready. Alright. Let's go here. You are at the entrance to Avadon, to the Avadon dungeons, final resting place of many foolish enough to fight the Pact. You notice that a heavy cloak has been left on a table nearby. Yeah. It might be wise to put it on before descending to the low tunnels. That's for armor. 3%. That's like in case you haven't done exploring to find all this other armor that I found. Here's some armor. Alright. Wheel controls the gate to the dungeons. With great effort, you turn it. The gate opens, clearing your path to the dangerous depths below. Shackles that are unimportant. No hidden buttons. No hidden doors. No, none that I can see. If I remember correctly, hidden doors don't show themselves when you hold shift either. Okay, and this is the party. This is a weird thing. This is the first time I think Jeff has ever like done this. Because in Avernum, you just make your whole party of 4 or less from the beginning. And then in Geneforge, you never pick a party. Characters may join you for a period of time, but you never pick a party. Because the whole thing's about crafting your own party by shaping creatures into existence. But in this, there's one NPC of every class. And based on what mission you get sent on in the story, you can pick one of them. Sometimes they will be available, sometimes they won't be. But if I remember correctly, experience is shared in the group no matter what, because essentially they're assumed to always be working, even if they're not with you, which is nice. We're probably almost never going to bring the Shadow Walker, because I'm a Shadow Walker. So, Sevelin's probably going to see a lot of action, and then these two here. But for the first mission, I can only bring one. So we're picking Sevelin. Our Blade Master, level 1, health 65. Let's go. Alright. And now I have control over the whole party. When I click, I move everyone. Stand at the doors into the Avadon dungeons, possibly the most terrifying place in Linnaeus. The most dangerous conspirators against the Pact are brought here every once in a while. One of them emerges again. It is dark down here. In the absence of guards, the lights have gone out. Happily, several lamps have been left on the table nearby. Get a lamp once it's in your pack. Press the star button next to it to use it. I guess that's a star, yeah. You can use scrolls and potions in the same way. Yes, I will collect these. Usually you don't need to use these. A lot of the time I just end up not using them anyway, but I mean, yeah, we can. Here's the real big difference. Now it is dim, and now it is not dim. That's literally it. In the older games, it used to actually project light around you in a circle, instead of just lighting up a dimmer area. So that's changed. You walk into the dungeon. Normally the torches would be lit and heavily armed guards would be standing at attention. The jailers would be waiting to collect and process new inmates. And there wouldn't be giant rats everywhere. But the disaster upstairs has left everything abandoned. You can hear shouting and snarling in the distance, but the entry chamber is cold and dark, but not still. As you step onto the walkway, little pairs of lights appear in the shadows to the south. And then they start to move towards you. With the guards gone, the pests in the tunnels far below Avadon have started to emerge. Alright, well before that, I want to look at his inventory. So, he starts with only a dagger as well, and he starts out with a fraction of the armor that I have collected, and half of what I started with. However, there's a big difference. I just showed up with a tunic, which, in case you didn't know, reading this flavor text, are like pants for your chest. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. And he starts with a leather jerkin instead. This gives 15% armor. So earlier when I said I doubled my armor by... I started out with just the pants and the tunic, which is 5% armor. I picked up boots and... it was like the boots, just the boots doubled that from 5 to 10%. And since then I've gotten a cloak, that's 3, plus 2, that's 5. and then 17% armor with all the crap I have equipped. Whereas he has one thing equipped and he has 15% armor. So he doesn't need anything that I have, especially if we are both going to be fighting in melee. So we're immediately getting swarmed by rats. We don't have any ranged abilities because, you know, I didn't bring a mage, and we don't have anything other than daggers. Now, here's what you have to consider. We have 8 AP. That is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can make it that far. So I can't reach them and they can't reach me. So the smartest thing to do would simply be to not try to reach them. So I'm going to hit space and I'm just going to wait here and let them start coming to me. And we have ourselves these huge rats. I don't have access to backstab as a skill yet. Where is that anyway? Something here will give backstab. I don't remember which one it is. It's this one, Steel Discipline. I don't have backstab, so I don't need to worry about really being next to anything or anything like that. So, it even shows under my name that I am the source of light in this area. I can't decide to use Sevlin first. You go based on probably dexterity. Yeah, you go based on your dexterity, and I have 4 dexterity. Sevlin, well, he also has 4 dexterity. In fact, we all start out with the exact same stats, me and him, maybe because we're both melee classes. But all the enemies are very close to each other. I'm just going to go try to engage this rat. Oh, you can kind of see the circle of light around me. It just doesn't do the same thing it did in the other games. Now you have to be careful. You can probably barely see the little red squares around the enemies. That's a zone of control. If you try to move through a zone of control, it takes more action points. Sevlin may not be as armored as me technically, but he is my tank. That's like the whole reason that I brought him. So I'm going to send him down this way, step into the zone of control, and attack from behind. And then, as I mentioned, I believe experience is basically shared. Maybe. Maybe it's not fully shared, because I have a little bit more XP. But maybe that's because I just had some combat before he did. I was hoping to lure everyone to attacking Sevlin, but that didn't really end up being the case. It takes roughly a hit from both of us that lands, by the way, in order to kill something. But not all hits will land at the start here. There's always a chance to miss no matter what. A 5% chance, like no matter what. Let's go ahead and attack. He has a special ability as well. He's got a couple. Challenge. So this is how I can lure nearby foes to him. And he can heal himself as well, which is nice. I think there's probably only one class that can't heal themselves a little bit. And he's got a very strong melee attack as well. Right now, the whole drawing stuff isn't too important. What's nice about this is this enables regeneration for 3 turns. So he can tank and regen at the same time. So it probably would have been great to open with that. But it doesn't matter too much. You can also do these savage blows, but I don't think that's going to be too necessary. The damage we're taking this early in the game is minuscule. I'll need to start playing smarter as we get further into the game, but we're not at that point yet. And one thing that's nice as well, that means that I can play as smart or dumb as I want right now. That's combat over. Let me show you. Okay, well, I guess this counts as well because we're still in Avadon, is that I'm just immediately regenerating, not immediately, but very quickly regenerating all health and vitality and etc. at all times. I'm like very quickly regenning it. So I can play as smart or as dumb as I please. I cannot pick this lock. Got it. I don't know if the vitality will come back, but the health certainly comes back. Regardless, I could just go upstairs if the vitality doesn't come back. Suddenly, a reassuring light appears to the north. Someone has just lit a torch. He shouts, "Is that support at last? Come here quickly. This is a good time to save the game if you haven't already." Well, I have been saving the game with quick saves, but let's call this stream. You emerge into a large office. A fence rings an area with desks and shelves heavy with records. New inmates are brought here and sat down while scribes record their arrival, crime, and recommended processing. There are some chains and cages, usually used for some wild beasts and monsters in need of examination. When humans are brought here, they are usually just left on the benches. Few are foolish enough to think they can escape from this place. There is a man in a leather jerkin standing by the far desk. He waves at you. "A hand, at last! Hurry!" He looks just like me. The last eye on duty in the dungeons walks up to you. He's an aging man with a thick leather jerkin and a broadsword held awkwardly in his hand. He nods to you. I am Imamora of Hulklanda, master of the Avadon dungeons. When you go to fast travel, you get to see a map of, like, the continent. And it is really interesting because there's, like, these 4 nations in the center. Hulklanda's one of them. And then there's Avadon's either in the center of it or it's off by the south. Might be off by the south, I don't remember. And then there's 2 Farland nations up by the north and 2 to the south. And so they're kind of separated by land, but the center nations are all unified directly by territory. I am pleased to see you, though I confess I thought I might have been aided earlier, and I might add, with more force. But we will do what we must. You're master of the dungeons. He nods somberly. I am. That is why I stayed when the others fled. It is my duty to stay and fight. In safer times, I look out for the prisoners. I keep them safe, which we need to do. And I pull from them the information that Redbeard requires to protect the Pact. Keep the prisoners safe. Of course, we protect them while we learn what we must from them. We don't starve them or put them in unsafe circumstances. And then if we don't need to execute them, we leave them untouched. The ordered way that I run these dungeons is a great point of pride for me. Do the prisoners ever leave? He nods. Of course. We always make it clear to our prisoners they will have a chance to leave unharmed. All we need is all useful information they possess. And of course, we need to believe that they no longer threaten the Pact. If this is the case, we send them home to serve as a valuable example of the might of Avadon. And if you don't send them back, all true threats to the Pact are slain in a quick and merciful manner. Their ashes are then promptly returned to their families so that they are not left in an unpleasant state of doubt. Oh well, how nice. What happened down here? I'm not sure. It is a result of something that happened above, something I still have not been informed about. A pulse of energy from upstairs disrupted our magical wards, enabling some prisoners and the held creatures to escape. They in turn helped the others out. There was, as you might expect, a fierce battle. Some prisoners fled. Where's everyone now? Many of the prisoners are dead or were returned to their cells. Some keepers were slain. Others went upstairs to safety. What threats remain? There are abandoned tunnels under Avadon, and some pests have taken this chance to emerge. They will need to be slain. Also, some prisoners are still loose on this level. Many of them will have been devoured by the pests. Others, however, will have to be hunted. Imamora stands stiffly with his back to the wall, waiting for more aid. He's prepared to defend himself against rats or vengeance-seeking prisoners. What else do you need? Where did all the rats come from? The deep cells. There's a network of old tunnels and cells below the main dungeon that was abandoned and sealed off. It's a home for pests, rats, spiders, and other beasts that are sure to emerge. Why haven't those cells been sealed off? We've considered expanding into them, rebuilding, and so on. This disaster is making me reconsider those plans. How can I go down there? Imamora points to the southeast. The stairway down to the old tunnels is in the secure cells. However, I can't give you the key to the cells. You must obtain it from a superior, such as, say, Hand Callan, meaning we'll be back later for that. Imamora... yeah, okay. Miranda sent me to help you. Imamura nods. It is overdue. Now that we're regaining full control of Avadon, it is time to retake the tunnels. They are infested by a wide variety of pests. Rats, spiders, nothing surprising. These must be slain. Also, I have been questioning the keepers as they emerge from the tunnels and go upstairs to safety. There are 4 prisoners who are unaccounted for. These should still be out there in the shadows. You must find them or verify they have left this level. I closed the gate to the inner caves when I saw that the prisoners were loose. I will try to open it for you. Must those prisoners be slain? They must be found. As long as they are located and don't seem inclined to leave, you may spare them, or not. As a hand, you have the authority to decide their fates. Who are the prisoners I need to find? There are 4, he consults a scroll. A wretch named Graz, a Cimmerian, so a wretch is just like a goblin, basically. A Cimmerian, that's from one of the Farland nations, I believe. Cimmerian savage named Hansi. A tricky young mage from the Tawan Empire, another Farland nation, named Quiria. And most dangerously, Shadow Tarkus. Of course, that treacherous creature did not hesitate to try to slip away. As the keepers emerged, they told me where they last saw the lost prisoners. There are now markings on your map. How handy! In a lot of the games before this, there were no markers for anything, ever. Just text that you read. Ugh. Good times. Tell me about the wretch. Graz is a sniveling little creature. We were trying to learn who was selling weaponry in the wretch lands. I guess that is like a land as well. He knew nothing. We were going to release him, though he may have jeopardized that mercy by trying to escape. Tell me about the Cimmerian. The Cimmerians are barbarians, shamans and warriors of the plains, truly savage and cruel, not like our allies in the Wildrum. Hansi was leading raiding parties into the Wildrum lands. Happens often, but we need to make an example of them occasionally. Hansi surrendered all of his information to us freely, so we were planning to release him. What about the Tawan mage? A particularly vicious rebel, truly filled with hate for us. She was spying in Kelimdariel when we caught her. I hope she can be spared. The scrying of her mind was going well. We had found the existence of some conspirator named Deles in the Tawan Empire. I'm eager to find more. Who's Shadow Tarkus? A spy and assassin, a blade for hire, a killer for coin. However, he only works to harm the Pact and the warriors of Avadon. Capturing him was very difficult, required a good deal of luck. If you find him, you may wish to get help as quickly as possible. By now, he's sure to have armed himself. He is very dangerous. Might he be responsible for your problems? The possibility has occurred to me, however, it is unlikely. He has been continuously chained with our most secure spells. Whoever caused this disaster, it was not him. Alright. And we have our tasks. Now, in Avernum, I think there's skills that you can level up and a stat. Maybe even in Geneforge, I think. Yeah. Specifically for dialogue. So if you want to convince someone of something, you need like a charisma stat or skill. Avernum and Geneforge have those, but as far as I'm aware, this game has none of that. So it's kind of just choices that you make, which I think I prefer. I prefer that over having some random skill metric. I'm sure when he goes back to the Geneforge remakes, he'll find a way to bring the stat back, but hunt the 4 prisoners. That is our new task. Alright. Mental attacks, missile damage, yeah. So none of this does anything for speaking. Out of curiosity. I can set keyboard shortcuts. That's handy. Warning before pause in combat. I was curious if I could stop it from being real time when I'm not moving, because things like the lights, they're also draining away as the turns are being processed in real time. But I don't think that's an option. Game text size default larger. I want to see what the text size as larger is, because it is kind of tiny. Like this. Also trying to click a guy that's moving. Does this look larger? It's hard to tell. Oh, it's larger. It's larger, all right. I think. I legitimately can't tell. That's how similar it is. Here. I know what to do. No, that's not gonna work. Never mind. I legitimately cannot tell. Oh, I think it's the text above their heads that gets larger is what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, okay, yeah, I think larger probably works well. There's some money in here, a potion of recovery. Ability power surge. All inactive abilities return 6 turns earlier. I'm gonna give that to my boy. I think he could use that. Does this need to be larger? I don't know. Just can't make up my mind. I don't see any hidden passages anywhere. There's a dagger. It's worthless. Can't sell it for anything. It's all we start with. You can technically dual wield if you want to, I think. No, you can't. Well, in Avernum you could. In Geneforge I think you could. But there was debuffs to doing that. I guess there's no dual wielding in this one. Alright, fair enough. And hey, there's health potions on the ground. That's good. Because we could use one for you. And you have an ability to regen, so I'll just give myself the second one. Not that we'll really need it. Food, like meat, can also be used for healing. Usually I like to end up organizing my inventory in some manner. Yeah, but we seem to be regenning health just standardly in Avadon anyway, so. Entering combat is probably the one way I have of, like, pausing the game while still being able to look around. Alright, let's do a quick save, because we've processed a lot of information. Yeah, so that's the way down. We don't need that. We do have this map up to the top right. We can hold tab to see the entire thing. Shift to see creature names. Can tab to see all the markers. I wish I could pause the game. I do kind of miss that from the older games. But we already saw some sort of creature walking around nearby that we're probably going to have to fight very soon. Most of this is junk, not very usable. And there's nothing in this oven. I love how much of the... It's so different. Even in the Avernum remakes, a lot of the junk is actually really valuable. Just not here. Yep, so we have some rats here to deal with. Want to get as close as possible. And yeah, it's telling me, hey dog, look what you can do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... I could get close enough to do an attack. It seems. So we'll go do an attack. It really wants me to use an ability. This is as far as he can get. So let's go ahead. I'm going to do challenge. Activate regen on him. And so that took one of his vitality points. He starts with 17. He has 16 now. I'm going to be curious to see if that actually regens like health does. If it doesn't, it's fine. We're at a very easy early part of the game. But they're attacking him, but for 3 turns he's regenerating anyway, so. All damage he takes is irrelevant while he has an active challenge. His challenge has worn out, but I can go ahead and challenge again. No, I cannot. It has a 6-turn recovery time, unfortunately. something I can do is the Savage Blow, which does more damage and could potentially one-shot an enemy. Let's see what that's like. Big damage, definitely good to use for big damage. And then I have mine, which just mainly, I don't know if it'll do more damage. Maybe a little bit more potentially, but the main thing it does is apply a curse, which weakens the enemy. So that was a whole bunch of them. And we got some animal skins, put that in the junk bag. Animal skins all go in the junk bag. And there's a whole lot of junk here. You have to go down to another page to see all of it. Alright, so the health comes back after combat here. Or maybe just in general. But the vitality does not. So it's actually in my best interest to simply not use skills if I don't need to. Basically play like a Z fighter. Oh, well, I actually cannot go back upstairs. I'm not allowed to. They said no. But that's fine. That's whatever. Good to know. We're learning. But I don't know if all the regenning of health is literally just because we're in Avadon or what. Oh, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just gonna let you come to me, sir. Yeah, there's more. Ideally, we want to save vitality for when we really need it. And just fight as simply as possible until then, if we're going to be regenerating health but not vitality. I think that makes... I don't know, it's different in every game. In the earlier games, you never regened anything without going back to, like, a town. Vitality might drain literally until you return to Avadon proper. In which case, you know, I guess maybe I shouldn't have used any at all, but it doesn't matter too much in this beginner point. Woo! Iron short swords, and 2 of them. One for him and one for me. They do higher physical damage and get bonuses to melee attack damage. There you go. I'll just replace... I'll put the daggers in here. Oh, oh. Because, again, the daggers are junk. They don't have any value. So, I'm just gonna store them there. Any hidden walls? Hidden doors? I don't believe so. You gotta keep an eye out for those as you travel. Woo! Mushrooms. Ability, eat food. Here. You hold the mushrooms. Also, little food items like this that you literally cannot sell. And while they're in this inventory, they don't take any weight. Only what you have equipped takes weight. In the old games, everything you carried had weight. And you could sell these items. Some of them were even like something you could hand in for quests. I cannot open this door. I need a lockpick. I don't have a lockpick. I have to literally remember that that's there. That's something that's always annoyed me about these games, is needing to remember where everything is. Okay, a bronze helm. I think I'll give that to our boy over here. Give him another armor item for once. This door is locked and it cannot be picked. That is clearly a way to some kind of a fight. And it's also the only direction we can go. This is a wide natural cavern. It must have been discovered years after Avadon was constructed. It was then converted into one of the feared workshops of the Black Fortress. Yeah. Caffeine. I'm gonna need more of that. I had terrible trouble sleeping last night. But we'll get that in a little bit. There are a dozen stone tables scattered about the room. Each has restraints, a glowing enchanted stone, a chair, and materials for taking notes. It is here that the prisoners of Avadon are brought so that the eyes can use powerful magic to pull the thoughts out of their minds. Once here, a prisoner has no secrets. Everything they planned, everyone they conspired with, all of that precious information goes straight to Redbeard. Yup. And there's rats. Oh, nice. There were things on the right to say, hey, there's enemies off the screen in that direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You might be able to make it this far. This would be easier if we had ranged weapons, but we don't. Yeah, he could make it that far. I'll move forward. Levels are also very rare in this game. It's not common to level up. There's only 30 total levels before you cap out. So it's naturally going to be a little like that. Oh, he actually, I thought this was experience to level up. He starts out with more experience than I do. Just to show that he's been here longer. I'm going to carefully maneuver around him to hit this rat. There's more coming from the south. I can see their markers. See, this is why I wanted a melee guy, though. Because I don't have to worry about him running out of vitality or mana. Because we can just both stand next to each other and gang up on enemies. Like some good old Goku Piccolo fighting Raditz. Damn it, I misclicked. Next to a foe and then move away, enemy will stop your movement. You'll only be able to move one space for the rest of the turn. You need to end your turn early. You can do this by pressing spacebar or clicking on your active character. Oh, really? That's not how it worked in the other games, so I explained this wrong earlier. In the other games, you just lose more AP when you move in a zone of control. It doesn't just limit you to, like, you know, one movement. That's new to this. Even in the Avadon remakes, it didn't work like this. It's interesting. Okay, so the enemies still being visible are problematic. You have to get close enough to lure them. Oh man! I feel like I'm getting... Well, we did get new swords, so in a way, you know, we are getting stronger. It's like, damn, I'm not sure if I can actually reach him. I barely did it. It's so nice to fight such simple creatures. It will not be like this for most of the game. It simply will not be. Most of the game will be far from being this simple. So it's nice to bask in it while it is. So this enemy's terrified and I failed to kill him, meaning he's gonna try to run away from me now. Oh, but he's not terrified anymore. I'm taking damage. Thankfully, we auto-heal here. Oh, okay. So I don't auto-heal fully. Oh, no, I did. It's just a little more time needed to pass. Okay. I know in Avadon, there was specifically a skill that allowed you to heal a certain amount after combat. The higher this skill, the more you would heal. If it's high enough, you could heal most damage for free after combat. Here, I'm still not sure if this is going to be for every combat or if it's just because we're inside of Avadon. There's a lot to take in here. There's a lot of different paths to look at. I just gotta make sure, look for any hidden walls as well. You have to actually have line of sight on a hidden wall to properly see it. Something of note. I imagine the first time I see a hidden wall, Jeff might have a tutorial for that, but I've played enough Jeff games to not expect a tutorial. What's this? Scroll of Lightning, Cone Attack. This would be very useful for a warrior that's always up front. If I use it at all. I like to try to use as few items as possible in these games, but sometimes you just are in situations where you need them. Any hidden walls? No. So this way is blocked? No, it's not. It just kind of looked that way. Terrified prisoners. It's a pale, shaking prisoner hiding in this room. This inmate has been held here for a while. All desire to fight or escape from the might of Avadon is completely gone. Your attempts at conversation are met with terrified babbling. The prisoner doesn't match the description of anyone you were sent to find, so you leave. It's the same for both of them. Makes sense? Bandages. That's nice. Wonder how useful food items will be if you really do just heal all the time in this one. Now our first boy should be back here. The wretch. There's a wretch hiding behind this cabinet, shivering and whimpering. Based on his size, tattoos, and scars, you suspect he has a high status among his people. And yet Avadon has reduced this proud creature to a pool of jelly. When he sees you, he shouts, "I am not hurt, no hurt, I give up. Graz is a good wretch, not hurt, not fight. Take me to cell, please." What are you doing here? Hiding. Bad spiders. They wrap me up, me alive and stuck in webs waiting to be ate. Bad, bad. Please save me. Why'd you escape your cell? Escape? Not escape. Run. I run or be eaten. Too many rats. They swarm me if I stay. With biting. Had to go. I was sent to look for you. Yes, yes, take me to safety. I not do the bad things they say. No, I don't. They say they let me go. Go back to tribe. Want tribe. Please no hurt. You're going home? Jailers say yes. Go home. Be great. Graz go to Avadon and live. Be great thing if only I live. What did they think you did? Weapons. Think I get weapons to give to wretches to fight Avadon. I hear rumors about that. I tell them that all. Just rumors. Wretches flapping big dumb lips. I know nothing real. They believe me. I need to do something with you. Graz looks hopeful and then terrified. Just take me to cell or leave me alone. No hurt, Graz, please. So basically, I was told I have the authority to decide if this guy lives or dies, because they were going to let him go, but they think that he escaped as part of the prison breakout, thus, forfeiting his right to live via cooperation if he's fighting against us. But he's not. So I can choose to kill him. I can tell him to stay here, or I can tell him that he can help me fight the pests. I doubt he will do this one, but I'll try anyway. Fight me, not fighter. Well, it was fighter, not now. Too stringy, too weak. Just leave here, please. Yeah, so I can't get him to come with me. This is very Avernum. So it's basically kill him or just let him stay here and live. I will just let him stay here and live because he didn't do anything wrong. Graz stay, Graz hide, you kill pests. Thank you, Graz be safe now. He returns to his hiding spot. First part of your mission is complete. Now hunt for the other missing prisoners. Yep. A potion of vitality restores 41 vitality. That's going to be something for a mage, probably. Or a much later on version of Sevelin. Feel like I'm going to make a habit of storing most things on my character. Most things, maybe. If we're going to be swapping characters all the time. I feel like it. I'll just leave that in the inventory right now because that's way too valuable to be using here. Way too valuable. I'd like to point out that 150 turns haven't passed yet. Because my light is still active. Another generic prisoner. Another health potion, I'll give you one. Bandages. A blessing crystal. War chant and shield chant affects nearby allies. Looks handy. And a dagger and a robe. This robe gives more armor than my tunic. So I'll wear the robe. Leave the tunic here. I'll take that blessing crystal. And I'll just hold on to it for right now. Again, with a lot of these things, I don't even know what I should be giving him. Because I'm going to lose control over him once we really, you know, go back. I'll probably get him on my next mission. But there will be some missions where I don't have control over him. So we'll kind of see how that goes. I wonder if I can just trade with him at some other point. I'm not sure. But, you know, you don't need to hold on to this. I'll hold on to this. And in fact, I have an infinite junk bag. I could always store stuff like this in the junk bag if I want to. So that's handy. Oh, the light finally went out. This is why they give you 3 lanterns. This is what it looks like otherwise, right? Hear a loud clattering as you return to the scrying room. A portcullis to the southeast slowly opens. Odd. It's as if someone was inviting you in. So it took this long to go through that first candle that I picked up earlier. Let's activate a lamp. So it's another 150 turns worth. Make sure my characters stay together. So it's this one over here. Well, we never looked down here. There's a rat. Oh, I misclicked. Uh-oh. Oh, it's fine. This health comes back pretty... What the fuck? A snarling rat. Oh, this is a big boy. Okay. This is a very strong rat. This is a good time to use our skills. Critical. There you go. Even though I have very limited usage. I'm already down to 14 out of 17 on Sevelin here. You know, it's funny, the character models in Jeff games have basically been the same since I was a kid. They just progressively get higher and higher quality. So like this warrior, I've been seeing this since like Geneforge and Avadon from the mid-2000s. And it's so interesting to see them improve over time. There's a corpse here. Chainmail. Chainmail. Holy shit. What's going on you, buddy? And then we'll see about wearing your jerkin. I won't need that robe, really. Now. And there's another cloak. You could get this cloak as well. There you go. You're gonna need more strength to carry all this stuff. This bridge is given out. Sometimes there's mushrooms in these little fields here that you can interact with. I'm forgetting now. Did I interact with that body up here, or did I get distracted? I don't remember. I'll just do a quick check of it. When I pass by a lot of these signs, they have text that appears down here. Okay, I did in fact check this body. Okay. Just making sure. Alright, so that leaves 2 places to look. Also, your characters can get a little split up now. That didn't used to be the case. In the older games, you traveled in a straight line, like all the time, no matter what. As you explore, you notice Sevelin is shaking slightly. Every noise makes him jump a little. For a hand of Avadon, armed and armored, it's odd behavior. Something wrong? What? Oh, I apologize. It's been some time since I was on a mission. I'm not used to it. Do not worry. I will fight in a way that does honor to my training. Why haven't you been selected for a mission? Perhaps this is not the best time to discuss it. Later. For now, I will calm and prepare myself. He takes a deep breath and walks forward, a bit more composed than before. A bit. Yeah. So it seems like most of these paths are just completely blocked by these big rocks. Yep. So we're not making it down there. I don't see anything interactable. So that means there's only one way to go. Oh my! There's a prisoner being held in this room. He's a young man, dressed in torn clothes of an unfamiliar style. He stands in the middle of a magic circle surrounded by a translucent field of energy. He's staring off into space, and yet he seems to sense that you are there. Inside the field, he moves and talks very slowly. He says in an odd, painfully drawn-out way, I am Lexrum. I am here to teach. Who put you there? Redbeard. It is my fate for... What year is it? 6,312, apparently. Ah, everyone I ever loved is dead. When did you come here? It was 6263. A long time. If he's telling the truth, a very long time. I don't even remember what it said the current year is. Stands upright, trapped in a field of energy. He moves very slowly. Words come out as a long, ghastly moan. His clothes, very peculiar style. You start to suspect they went out of fashion years before you were born. You said you were here to teach. I am an example. I had a choice. I could choose death or to teach. I teach, so I was frozen here. Frozen is at the field around you. Yes, it keeps me alive, and you move very fast. It's hard to focus on you, to understand. Is it painful to be in there? No, I am numb. Time goes by. He sort of drifts off. What are you here to teach me? Never fight Redbeard. Do not try to assassinate him. You will be dead, or like me. Redbeard keeps you here as an example. He brings new servants to see me, so they know not to revolt. You tried to kill Redbeard. I came from Darum. I thought Avadon had too much power. I had a poison. I thought Redbeard would not detect it. I was wrong. Why did you choose to live? Hope. Someday I might be free. I thought this is better than the void. I was wrong. I can make like a moral judgment on this, which might elicit a reaction from my party. If I remember correctly, in Geneforge, these kinds of things had like massive consequences on how the game played out. I don't think they're as massive here. I think they mainly just affect your relationship with your companions. Alright, consider me taught. I'm going. With painful glacial slowness, Lexram nods inside his magical shell. Yes, keep your thoughts close, and they will not hurt you. You have heard what I say. I return to silence. He closes his eyes. Oh, you hear an ominous clanging sound echoing through the stone halls. And I got XP from reading this book. It's about Hanavar's council. The entries in your codex. My codex? What's my codex? Is there a shortcut for this? I don't know. But I have my journal that I could pin things to, I guess. I have my current quests, special items, and codex. Yeah, so Linnaeus is the name given to all the known lands surrounded by the endless sea. History of Linnaeus is the history of all living things. Nothing lies past the shore but ocean. Well, actually, there are legends of lands beyond the sea. Centuries ago, supposedly some brave mariners departed and returned, bearing proof of other lands far beyond, but that was long ago, and any such evidence is lost, if it ever existed, which it almost assuredly didn't. There are other tales of mad mariners who try to discover lands across the sea. They have never returned. The dominant power in Linnaeus is the Midlands Pact, more commonly known as the Pact. These 5 nations are located in the center of the continent. They stand united against the far lands, the many small squabbling powers that occupy the outer peninsulas of Linnaeus. The Pact is an alliance of 5 nations occupying the central lands of Linnaeus. Though these countries have wildly different cultures, governments, and histories, one thing brought them together: mutual resolve to end centuries of raiding and devastation wreaked by the far lands, the small powers that surround the Pact. The lands of the Pact are rich and pleasant. They're also flat and difficult to defend. Barbarians, wretches, and titans from small states at the edge of Linnaeus wreaked destruction for countless years. Then came the rise of Overlord Hanavar of Hulklanda, the warrior and diplomat who united the 5 Pact states in their uneasy peace. There are 3 distinct periods in the history of the Pact. The first age, the Black Age, when the Pact was torn apart by civil war, and the Third Age, when it was reformed under the supervision and enforcement of the Fortress of Avadon. And this is what we just got. 5 states of the Midlands Pact are fiercely independent. They have their own cultures, beliefs, and goals, and to be frank, they don't generally like each other. The alliance is highly productive, but does not come from love. The Pact states mostly see to their own affairs. They have their own laws, taxes, and so on. The businesses of the Pact itself is run by Hanavar's council. This body has 16 members. Each nation of the Pact chooses and sends 3, and these 15 in turn select a leader called the Imperator. The Council... Is that a typo? That's a typo. And in particular, the Imperator speak for the Pact as a whole. Hanevar's council decides what the 5 states will contribute to the Pact in wealth and warriors. It commands the Legion and the Mariners, the army and the navy of the Pact as a whole. It resolves the many, many disputes between the 5 member states. It decides how to deal with the Far Lands and when one of them should be crushed again. And Hanevar's council selects the Master of Avadon, though once the Master's chosen, the council is subject to Avadon's rulings. Of course, a wise master will not anger the council overmuch. Hanevar's council has met continuously during the entire existence of the Pact. Of course, during the Civil War of the Black Age, it was powerless. Its words were ignored. Now it is strong, and those who mock it or ignore its words risk attracting the attention of Avadon. Yep. No hidden walls, no hidden walls. This room is far older than the other parts of the dungeon. It looks like it dates back to the earliest days of Avadon. It seems to be some sort of ceremonial chamber, perhaps rituals of great import, like the swearing in of new keepers happen here. Alas, before it can be used for anything dignified, it will require quite a cleaning. The escaped wretches to the south have been acting in an aggressively disgusting way here. Damn wretches. What do we have here? Some incense. Glad to see this is still valuable. A lot of the items themselves are reused from the older games as well. Plus, like, the drawings of them. Like, these candles are the exact same in Avernum remakes, for example. Looking for anything interactable. I found some wretches that are interactable, alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're not making it that far. Won't leave my back to the enemy, but let them come to me. So we're fighting wretches now. I missed. Incredible. Wretches aren't too tough. It shouldn't be a big deal. I kill you. Very simple. No need. I'm trying to conserve my abilities because I have a very limited, like, mana pool with which to use them. So I'm trying to stick to basic attacks right now as much as is possible. Alright. That appears to have been everything here. Don't know why there's a pillow in the middle of the room. Wonder if that's some kind of a joke. Leather gloves and iron gauntlets. In like, partially, I want to keep some leather gloves for like the next NPC that I acquire. But I don't know if it's really necessary. The iron gauntlets are definitely just going on you, though. Like, I've been tempted several times to keep spare armor that I see for equipping my other NPCs as I get them. I'm sure they'll have some basics, though, except maybe the sorceress. Either way, we'll get stuff for them in the long run, no matter what. It wouldn't hurt much to carry these gloves, but at the same time, it's like, we'll find many more gloves. It was a more obvious choice to pick things like this up in the earlier games where I could just sell the leather gloves. In the earlier Jeff games, specifically. Alright, let's see what's up here. No hidden walls. Just some mugs. And some shackles. Alright, this is one of those passageways we couldn't get down. Here's a dead guy. He's got a cloak, a leather jerkin. I could sell a leather jerkin. And a leather belt. I'll wear that. You know, let's keep some spare armor here anyway. Fuck it, right? Let's keep some amount of spare armor. There's also a bow. Shadow walkers and shamans can't use. So this is going to be for you, boy. Remember in the old Jeff games, bows like this needed ammo. They don't anymore. Which is, it's much different. An iron spear. Huh. Okay. So, big increase to melee damage. Huge. The thing is that you can't use a shield when you have this. Now, we don't even have any shields, so this just seems like a win to equip right now. But I'll keep that iron short sword just chilling for him. Studded leather armor. So it's not as good as chainmail. There are some restrictions on what armor someone can wear as well. I have to be kind of careful about certain things. And why I was half tempted to keep that robe earlier. Why I left it in a chest to maybe claim again. But I think leather can be worn by basically anybody. Not that you would necessarily want mages wearing leather. Yeah. So we'll wear this studded leather armor. Our weight is starting to increase on both of them quite dramatically. Meaning they'll need some strength when they level up at this rate. Yes, they will. It's also specializations I see. Each level of battle spec increases the three skills in the left column by 1. Okay. Power spec increases the center 3 skills in the column by 1. And then the right. Utility spec. That's hot. Feel like I would want the center ones. Primarily. What's the max level of these skills anyway? I don't know. Avadon, the Black Fortress, max level of skills. I wonder if I can find that. Skill points. I don't know what maxing something out looks like. I think different skills max out at different amounts. Which is why I'm unsure. Well. I don't know. It says you need 101 points to get all skills to the max level. I know that. What does that mean? What does that really mean? Because I can see, like, these ones here, they give a special ability at level 7. Lockpicking, I think, only goes up to, like, 4 anyway. I don't know if there's a max. Maybe there's information about it here. I wish this text was larger. But I guess for a 2011 game, a CRPG, I should just be happy this works in 16:9 to begin with. There's a text console. Party roster. Creating your character? No. Character info window? Abilities. I don't know. I don't know what the maxes are. And it doesn't say anything about it here. And my attempt to search for this information was, not very great. Not very great, yeah. Oh well. We don't have to worry about maxing things, just reaching certain bonuses. But, like, planning ahead, right? If I can get 3 free skill points in any category, well, that sounds potentially pretty useful, doesn't it? To avoid needing additional skill points in that category. Maybe more so in, like, the not passive trees, honestly. Because these skills aren't all terrible. Fling an orb full of acid. Razor spray sounds like an amazing AoE. The ability for thrown, like, ranged weapons to bounce sounds useful. This side also sounds really cool. Speeds up the Shadow Walker. All melee attackers that hit you suffer physical damage and grants you regen. And for a short time, all damage dramatically reduced. Like, this sounds really useful. And this is a teleport. And, of course, a heal. This side sounds very useful. I don't know if it sounds so useful to get it beyond 6. I don't have to make that choice until level 5. But I know I can put 3 of these points in by the end of the game. And it's going to affect one of these 3 columns. But I'm not sure that I know where I'd want them to go. Honestly. Because I feel like getting to level 7 on these is something you'd want to do as soon as possible. You can't wait for a spec point to do that. I don't know. I don't have to think about this right now. Let's maybe learn more before we try to make decisions like this. I think there might be, maybe there's a way to respec using something like this. Oh, there's Hansi. There are 3 escaped prisoners standing by the southern passage. They have scavenged leather armor and blades. They look understandably desperate. One of them steps forward. He salutes you with his stolen blade. I am Hansi. We were warriors of Konglomerat. We will not lose this chance to fight your kind. Though we thought more would come for us. Was I actually hoping you would just surrender? No, he very clearly values toughness. So acting cocky, I think, is the best thing here. We don't need more help to slay a Farlander like you. Hansi nods. That is the spirit of Avadon. It is courage that crushes our people. But we do admire it. The 2 warriors by his side start to look nervous. Hansi says, be strong. A death fighting the pact is a death with honor. You're from Konglomerat? Yes, we are warriors of the northern plains. The terror of the Wildrum and the pact. You of the pact call us barbarians, savages, and perhaps that is true. We will take any chance to slay one of your kind before we are brought down. Why are you imprisoned here? I can't speak for my brothers, he nods at the increasingly terrified warriors to either side. I was caught raiding the villages in the Wildrum. Your kind calls it attacking the pact, but it is what we Konglomerats are born to do. This is your last chance. Surrender. Hansi shakes his head. It is not possible. If you were Konglomerat, your clan would take me prisoner and ransom me back. But this is Avadon. Here you will force betrayal from me. All that will be left to me is death or returning in shame, knowing that I submitted to the pact. Perhaps you can simply sneak out. Then if you will not surrender, we must fight. Well, I'm not letting him sneak out. He's an enemy of the pact. I'll just kick his ass then. Civil nods grimly. He mutters to himself, stand strong. I will not falter this time. Hansi says, this is inevitable. The 3 of them raise their blades. This is our last chance to slay a warrior of Avadon. We will take it. He could barely reach me. Let's go back a little bit. And I was like, hey, you have a missile weapon. I don't know what the range of a missile weapon is, though. Is there a way to see that? No. There's no way to see the range of a missile weapon. Amazing. Oh, there is kind of, yeah. You could see if you're in range at the very least. There's like a little X that appears next to the symbol if you're not in range. Smack! Alright. It shouldn't be too tough, especially given that our health will regen after. I don't think it'll be too hard. Hit the thug. It's W to swap back. Alright, you have a spear now. God damn, you're gonna do big damage. I'll use War Curse. Ooh, he has some cleave. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, maybe I do need to use some abilities. Oh god, I missed. What the fuck? Alright. Let's let out a challenge because it grants me some regen. Oh my god, dude, he's almost dead. What the fuck? What is going on? Jesus Christ. Alright, that regen healed him for a lot, though. A whole lot. Let's try to maybe wipe you out in one shot. There you go. Beautiful. I hate this cleave that's going on. So I'm going to move a little bit away. And then swing. And then stab. He does big damage. The regen from that taunt did a good job for us, though. Nah, he still cleaves me. Let's try to, like, get behind him. There you go. Alright, that was the hardest fight yet. Hansi collapsed to the floor, mortally wounded. The fields of Konglomerat, I see them. I slew a hand. Yes, victory, victory. Then he closes his eyes. Whatever fantasy this foe of Avadon entertained in his last moments of his life, it is over now. Dropped a shield of agility. +1 to dexterity. 5% chance to parry. I'm going to equip that for myself. And an iron broadsword. Shamans and sorceresses cannot use this item. Why? There's a minimum strength of 6. Makes it sound like a spear is actually kind of accessible. Oh, this is even stronger than the spear. Alright, well, you're going to hold on to that for now. But again, we might just give you a shield later. Looks like both I and he can get away with not using shields, though, or using shields. Seems to just be a build choice. But 10% more armor and 5% chance to parry. Usually, this class can't parry at all, so that's kind of a big deal. Alright. That was a little rough. Starting to burn through my vitality more and more. There's a pen to the south. Livestock was recently held there, perhaps to serve as food for something much fiercer and larger. Now there are rats in the pen, gnawing bones and drinking from the watering trough. They haven't noticed you. Sometimes a creature will be inattentive. You can sneak past it. If you get too close, a question mark will appear over its head. If you stay closer for too much longer, it will notice you. Yes, that makes sense. However, XP. I want XP. So I'm gonna go kill him. This is getting beautiful. Hey, he leveled up. It's good for him. Oh my god, I parried with a 5% chance. Incredible. A roll. I'll take that roll. Alright, our first level up. And of course, it doesn't restore his vitality. Every level up, you gain 1 free attribute point. And it goes from top to bottom. So we actually got a free strength point already. So we're getting a free strength point from this first level up anyway. So whether we need that is really questionable. It's definitely handy. Makes your melee attacks hit more often and do more damage. Definitely handy. Dex and endurance. I mean, these are also important. Endurance is your health. 5 more HP and some extra vitality. And it gives you resist to acid poison and cold attacks. Handy. Intelligence for these melee, like physical fighters, will only be useful for the defense from mental attacks. So probably not going to put any points into there. I feel like strength and endurance is the main thing I'm going to value with this guy. But I don't know if I want to just invest more into strength in general early on, because I know in the next couple levels it's going to go down this list. I don't know why I'm pointing with my hand. It's going to go down this list, and it's going to give me everything else but not more strength. So I'm thinking some early strength would be good for both of us, probably. Usually, in older games, a class like the one I'm playing would very much benefit from dexterity, but I wouldn't say it benefits as much now, because this primarily has to do with missile attacks and initiative in combat. Also causes enemy fire and magic attacks to miss more often and do less damage, and physical as well. Mental attacks. Huh. All poison, acid. So basically these can buff all of your resists. Interesting. I'm going to go for that early strength point. So we get 2 points to spend at the start here. And we have, let's see, melee training. This is the starting thing. At level 3, you get 5% level chance for attacks to also hit a nearby enemy with a cleave, I guess. Level 6, you get stunning blow, which is a special ability, special skill. I'm curious about something. Avadon, the Black Fortress. Can you retrain skills? No. I don't think so. Someone's talking about installing an editor to change things. That's not what I'm wanting, though. I'm just curious if I can respec later. How do I rest? Can I? All right. Can you respec? Respec. Is there a respec? You'll meet a respec trainer somewhere later in the plot line. Okay. That's handy. So I can fix my mistakes later. There might be a gold cost to it, though. But that's good to know that I can respec later. In most of these games, usually you can't respec later. So, this is tough. It's tough to decide where to start here. Let's see. The passives are definitely going to be some of the best things here. 5% level damage to melee and missile attacks. Well, that's just hot. Melee attacks more likely to hit and do damage. Strength affects that too. I feel like the second wind, if healing after combat is a normal thing, the second wind is not as useful as it sounds. I mean, maybe it is useful, but I don't know. I think its main thing is that it would be useful in combat. It's so weird how, like, every class, in a way, is a healer here. The passives are definitely, like, the most important line to go for sure. But getting new active abilities is also really useful. Path of the Blade is a pretty easy choice to decide to go for to unlock early. Increase health 5% per level. Increase resist to magic damage by 3% per level. Okay, and then you can get increased chances to parry, melee, and missile attacks And even riposte, which is pretty cool. Riposte melee and missile attacks. Wow. How do you riposte a missile attack? I guess that's if you have your own missile weapon out. Yeah, I'm not sure. Ideally, a lot of these things will need to be increased eventually. I'll say the damage to start. It's 2 points to actually just unlock something, and then like 1 beyond that. So this is at least a pretty simple thing to do. I could instead buff up my melee training and whatnot. That's what I want to do. Also slows the hamstring, slows the target. Berserker leap leaps to a foe. I mean, that's pretty hot. Sharpshooter, spray of arrows. This is remarkably similar to what the Shadow Walker can do. Makes your bow attacks more likely to hit and do damage. Blade sweep, mighty swing. I gotta see like what we have to build up towards. Blade master weapon damages all nearby foes, so big AoE. Level 6, Berserker Slash is that, but it knocks back and stuns. Triumphant Roar. Cures nearby allies of mental statuses like Charm, gives allies haste and War Chant. That sounds really useful. Sounds really useful. Warrior's Focus. Gives Blade Master a Mind Shield. Hot. Can also give Battle Frenzy. A lot of that kind of stuff is pretty useful, honestly. But we'll just start with the passives for now. Oh, this is my starting attack as well, Savage Blow, and you could build that up to I don't know like what. It can go higher though, clearly. We'll just start with a passive that increases all of our melee and missile damage. That sounds pretty fair, especially this early on where I don't really know what to go for, honestly. All right. There is a lamp here, a hatchet that's useless. No hidden stuff. There's a chest with my first ever lockpick, baby's first lockpick. Oh, incredible. I don't even know where to put this in this mess. You go there. Lockpick. That's exactly enough to pick some lock that was earlier in this zone. Which I don't think would change. I think the minimum is 1 lockpick. Even if you level up lockpicking, I think the minimum is still 1 lockpick. I can get some coins. That's handy. This tunic doesn't have much of a use. Alright, and then there's only 1 path. I haven't saved in a while. Let's save. And before I go down that path, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go refill my tea, get some more caffeine, drink some water because I've been narrating for 2 hours straight. So I'll be right back. Alrighty. I'm back. I have some new caffeine, drank some water, and I'm ready for another at least 2 hours of narration. As ready as I'll never be. This door cannot be picked. Alright. When you enter this cavern, you stop for a moment. Amazed, it is huge. It is a huge natural dome dominated by a strong natural spring. The builders of the Black Fortress must have known this chamber was here. If Avadon is ever under siege, it will not lack for water. This chamber is not part of the dungeon. There is a wide shaft in the ceiling over the center of the room. Large, dried-up scales litter the floor, and the walkways are covered in deep claw marks. This is a guest room for particularly large and notable visitors to Avadon. Dragons, for example. No such beasts are in residence at the moment. However, on the stone dome rising out in the middle of the spring, you could see a lone human, and she watches your approach. Uh-oh. Nothing scarier than a human. Well, she can wait while I go investigate these animal nests. Limb, it's still damp and twitching slightly. Ew. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for that riveting commentary on what a severed limb is. Alright, let's go check down here. That's Quiria. Okay, we were told about her. She's the mage. A gold ring! Ooh, baby! I remember, like, in Avernum, the first one, even the remake, you need a gold ring for a side quest. And they're so rare to find, man. Because they're gold rings. And you find a gold ring before that, and you can sell it. And so what's everyone gonna do? Sell it. More mushrooms. This is what I mean. Sometimes you find mushrooms that you can pick up. Alright, well, she's just stuck on that side. I don't know if there's a point going this way yet, but... Skulls. Never send to know for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for that riveting commentary. This looks like the way out. Like, back to the beginning. Got some lamps in here. Oh, this is what made looking here first worth it. Chainmail greaves, strength level 8 requirement. We'll give that to you. Chainmail boots, armor plus 7. Let's equip that on you. Your weight is... I gave him an extra strength point, and his weight is still filling up. But it's better in his power than mine. In his hands? Oh, he has enough strength now to use this iron broadsword, which is just better in raw physical damage than the spear is. I wonder... I'm just gonna look. Can you use a shield with that? You can use a shield with that. Oh my good god. That's what makes it so valuable. You could use a shield with this thing. That's why it loses that extra 2% to melee damage. It's just a much better sword option. Well, goddamn. Okay, I'll hold on to these for right now. In my, I might give them to somebody, one of the other companions pile. These chain greaves will be for you. There's not going to be any other NPCs that really need that. This is not open yet. Alright. Doesn't actually say anything about finding Shadow Tarkus. I'd imagine he'd be down here or something. We don't have any choice though. We must go confront this woman. There's a belt nearby her. Let's go confront the woman. Let's group up and let's go. There she is. This island, this is how the Shapers kind of dressed in Geneforge. This island is where creatures like dragons rest when they visit Avadon. They enter through the shaft in the ceiling directly above you. The only person on this island now is a middle-aged woman. She wears long, torn robes. She is not yet pale and twitchy. She must not have been prisoner here for She must have been prisoner here for only a short time. She looks at you wryly. So this is who they send to bring us down, Quiria? This is all, Tarkus said there would... Oh, send to bring down Quiria. Okay, I see. Tarkus said there would be more before he left. But that is my punishment for trusting him. Why were you brought here? Why did your spies in the Taiwan Empire bring me here? They thought I and others were conspiring against the pact. Is it true? You will never know. Soon I will be dead. You saw Shadow Tarkus. Where is he? Gone, fool. You think that, given such a chance, you would be able to hold him? He said he would return to help me, but I knew he would take no risk on my behalf. I'm here to find you. Return to your cell or you will die. Sevelin quietly watches her, prepared to charge the moment she does anything suspicious. Maybe it's your imagination, but he seems to be shaking slightly. Quiria maintains a calm composure. No, a chance to die before my soul is invaded is a gift. I will accept my death like a daughter of the Taiwan Empire. You sound like a Chimerian I just met. Her composure breaks a moment. She is offended. I am from the Taiwan Empire, the core of civilization that once ruled most of Linnaeus, and you compare me to those barbarians? All we have in common is hatred for you, nothing else. You Farlanders throw away your lives too easily. Our lives are as valuable as yours. I die proud with the satisfaction of knowing what will happen to your kind after I am gone. This is your last chance to surrender. No, my time is done. She holds her hands out to either side. A nimbus of light appears around them. I am prepared. I only wish to kill one of your kind before I die. The mist at the edges of the island start to coalesce into translucent forms. She holds her hand out and a bolt of fire flies towards you. Dude, did my light go out literally the moment the battle started? It did. My light went out the moment the battle started. That's so funny. Well, we're definitely not holding back. So let's just get right up on her and go full damage given the situation. She's almost dead already, dude. We don't have a lot of magic defense right now, so we have to just kind of get at it. So, get closer, smack, she's dead already. Easy. Quiria collapses to the ground. She's not long for this world. She starts to whisper. You have to lean close to hear what she says. Tarkus, Dalus, avenge me. Who is Dalus? You will learn, you, the honor of the Taiwan, she whispers. Then she closes her eyes for the last time. You notice she has a key hanging from her belt, stolen during her escape from her cell. You take it. Through the mist to the southwest, you could just make out a closed door in the wall of this huge chamber. All right. The rest should be easy to clean up. Yeah, we're getting strong enough that rats are no big problem. Sevelin turns to you. His face glows with enthusiasm. We have succeeded. I admit I was concerned. I did not think I could fight well. I thought I would be of no use, and yet those foes of the pact, they fell before us. I am grateful that you chose me. My dark time is done. I am a warrior of Avadon. What about Shadow Tarkus? From what the Taiwan mage said, the fourth prisoner is gone. We should report back to the jailer quickly. Are you ready? We're not safe yet. Of course. Let's get back to Imamor and report what we have learned. The hand's enthusiasm does not fade. Yeah, the light went out at the last second. So we got the student's robe. This is definitely something we'll save for one of our mages. A sage's rod. Blade masters and shadow walkers cannot equip this. Basic attack firebolt. Well, I guess they can get a basic attack that uses magic. The more you know. That's not the case in Avernum or Geneforge. Iron breastplate. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Guess who's using this? That's right. Sevelin. Bro. Encumbered at 54. Wearing 54. So are you encumbered right now? Is that what this means? I can't believe he's still, like, after all that, he's still encumbered. I could take away his short bow. That would get rid of some versatility from him. We're gonna need to go pretty heavy into strength to have him equipping all this stuff. Maybe we'll just stop him from being over encumbered for now. It's only 5% extra. My leather works well enough on me right now anyway. He needs the ability to carry more. There were traits for this in Avernum. Not so much here. And I can give him a leather belt, which is even more weight. It's even more weight. Maybe it would be better for someone else, but I plan to bring him along as much as possible. I may eventually find myself stuck with 2 Shadow Walkers at some point, but I plan to have him with me as much as possible. I'm a big fan of a front line of warriors. Alright, there doesn't seem to be anything else really of any value here. Oh gosh, and now there's a spider behind us. There you go. I wish I had a razor disc so I could also participate in ranged activities. But I cannot. Nothing else special. Alright, let's go investigate that door. I don't think I really need to turn on any more lights at this point. I like how this would imply that there is some light. There's much darker areas than this in these games as well. This is just dim. In some areas, like, it gets really, really dark. Like, you can't see anything. Oh! Wretches. My favorite. He can reach this far. Woo! I leveled up. You moved too close in range, buddy. Some extra XP, though. Do you have rats? You're living in peace with rats? What the fuck? Blech. I wish I did as much damage as he did. I wish I did. Alright, we seem to be good, though. I mean, he has a weapon that I could use, technically. If I had Strength 6, which I can get right now. Strength 6. If I go in Strength for myself first as well, it's an easy choice. I think I need to, instead of going into passives immediately, I think I need to put points into Locksmith. I think it maxes out at like 4. So I could either go 2 into it right now, or I could go into like blade training as well. Makes my melee attacks more likely to deal damage. I don't know that I care too much about these other things. There's a chance of melee attacks poisoning your target. I mean, that's pretty hot. I do value getting locksmithing up first. Because this can help me with traps and other things. I think I'll just put both points into locksmith right now. Yeah. I like being the player character in charge of this. And again, I think this maxes out at 4. So this should be no problem to get maxed out in the long run. But getting it as high as possible, as quick as possible, I think that's going to be a priority for me. Alright, let's see. Another silver short sword, but I don't imagine we'll need much more than we have. Yeah, so I can wield this iron broadsword. And then, I mean, for now, I can leave the spear with him. It actually gives me the preference on melee damage, but I mean, I have a shield. I'm going to prioritize me over the others, just plain and simple. Plain and simple. Some silver necklaces to sell. An iron short sword that we will sell. I think technically I can wear these necklaces, but there's no point. They just add weight to no benefit. And I think having this many short swords is already kind of silly. Because mages aren't going to wear anything like this. Maybe the other Shadow Walker could use one. Maybe, right? These leather jerkins are questionable as well. I'll put one of them away. I'll leave one of them over here with him, actually. And I'll hold one of them. For now. Our vitality did go up with level. It's funny, because our endurance didn't buff. Iron Javelin. So this is the ranged weapon for a shaman. Well, we definitely want to hold this. Oh god, is it? No. Are these not limited anymore? Oh, neat. In the older games, if you had a javelin like this and you throw it, it consumed it. And so you needed a lot of them. I see that may not be the case here. How can I put you that you're not in the way? Because that worked out so well the other day. Alright. Oh, so much narrating. Door's locked, you don't have the key, it's too complicated to pick. Fair enough. No hidden anything here that I can see. Seems pretty simple to me. Pretty empty to me. You don't have enough lockpicks. You need 2. Really? And this one can't be picked. No secret entrance, maybe? I feel like that could be a secret entrance. I could see in there. Huh. Oh well. We're not getting into that room for a little bit. Get the bandages, and there's a healing potion. I'll take that from myself. And there's some more lanterns, and a razor disc! That's my ranged weapon. Nice! Seems more damaging than his normal bow. So that's interesting. And now we've come out the other side. I am interested though. Over this way, there was a locked door somewhere. I think it was well, there was a couple locked doors, but one of them could be picked. Oh, well, I think if your lockpicking is high enough, then you don't even need the lockpick, because this was definitely locked before. Alchemical equipment can be sold in the store. This used to be a quest item. Scroll group heal. Ugh. I need to have that on me. Definitely. And then a second potion of speed. That's some good shit. Alright. Maybe lockpicking does go above 4. I don't know. It's one way to find out. I think 4 might just be this point where, like, you have enough to generate, like, there will be enough lockpicks in the game to open just about everything in the long run. Another iron javelin. Wait, why can I get in here? Maybe the key I got. Maybe it's like I got that key and it's used to unlock all this crap. Shaman required. The thing is, there's only one shaman, so I'm not sure why I would need this again. An etched leather cap. Yeah, I think the key is what's unlocking this stuff. Chance to evade attacks on top of some extra armor for the same amount of weight. Why would I not equip that? That's awesome. Some animal skins. I feel like I leave the javelin there. I can't sell it, and I already have one, so why would I need more? Alright. Were there any other locked things that I need to concern myself with? It's a bunch of broken bridges. The way through here is shut now. It wasn't shut before. They're stopping me from backtracking a certain amount. Alright. Well, I'll retain that lockpick, and I still got some good stuff. I know there's more stuff here to open. But I guess we can come to that stuff later. I guess it intends for me to come to that stuff later. Like, yeah, there was a locked door back here. I mean, might be able to just backtrack my way over there. Yes. I keep walking past Imamura. He's probably like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm just trying to see all the things. Well, we already have the key here, so it's pretty clear we won't be opening this. What is the key that we got? The Avadon gate key. It opens several gates in the dungeons. Okay. Fair enough, I guess. It's also that door right there that'll probably open now as well, I assume. No, this one will not open to that. Well, is there anything else locked over here? No. No, I don't think so. Alright, fair enough. Let's see if we can open this for a little shortcut back out. So there's some other keys we're missing for areas down here. Oh, I see. You know, when I was on this side, I thought this led to the secure cells, I guess. No, it's even further that way. Alright, yeah, this one opens. I wish it told me if a key I had was opening the doors. In the old games, it usually told you that, I'm pretty sure. Alright. I have information on your 4 prisoners. You tell Imamura what happened with the prisoners. He takes note on your findings. Yes, well, none of these results are surprising. The death of Quiria is most unfortunate. I believe we could have learned much from her. Another unfortunate result of the accident upstairs. As for Shadow Tarkus, he shakes his head. I will hand Callan. As for you, please convey my gratitude to Heart Miranda. Let her know my need for aid is not ended. I wish you a productive time here in Avadon. 200 XP. It's not enough to level up, mind you. But XP is XP. Alright. We're done in our first mission. It's time to go back upstairs. Give me my vitality back. Yay, it's back. And now the other girl is marked as being in my party. And I can even swap to her at will. Oh, that's hot. She's a sorceress. Student's robe is probably going to be pretty important for her. Instead of this random other robe. Does this drop at my feet? I don't even know. I'll just have her hold that for now, I guess. So she won't need, like, a leather jerkin. She could benefit from a cloak. I don't know if we'll get our shaman too soon, so I'll just equip her. I'll just equip her for now. A sage's rod. Well, what does she have right now? An apprentice rod. How does this look in your hands? It's an improvement to what you have. Slightly, but yeah. Alright. Again, we don't have that shaman. I'll just have you hold on to this because I don't know who else to have this on, so. Here. You're a mage, take these mushrooms. And these mushrooms. Carry my mushrooms. And warrior man. Carry the meat. I'll carry the rolls and the bread for right now. Potion of vitality. We'll figure that out later. Yeah, figure that out later. Gloves! You don't have gloves, as I suspected. Now you have gloves. These jerkins, I'm questioning really if I'll need them. The Shadow Walker may need one, but I guess even a mage could probably wear it. We'll keep those together for right now. I can level her up as well. Wow, what does she even need? She just got some strength. She's not going to be wearing heavy armor. She doesn't need strength, really. Her main stat is intelligence. She focuses on magical damage. She's a sorceress. And she just got some free strength. I see her stat for intel and strength is inverted. Like, me and the warrior, we had 3 intel for everything else. She had 3 strength for everything else. Let me see. Let's go for some intel. Unlock charm, we won't need that from you because I'm going to be unlocking everything, I believe. I don't think it's shared. It was shared in Avadon, but I don't think it's shared here. Let's see. Shadow charm, cause enemies forget you are there. If they were attacking you, they might stop. Gives a powerful shield for a short time. Daze. Take control of the mind of a foe, causing to fight you for a short time. Well, that sounds pretty hot, actually. Fires a bolt of fire at a single target. Daze. Unable to act for a time. Sounds pretty powerful. Confusion. And also haste nearby allies. Acid spray. I think I like the utility idea for her. 5% to inflicting critical damage. Meh. Arcane Blessing. Grants resistance to magical poison elements, acid for a short time. Okay. So you could be like a support mage or an offensive mage. Or like a raw damage mage. Shoots out a cone of lightning, shocking your enemies. I have a feeling this side's going to be very important for her. At least getting things unlocked. Rain of ice damaging foes in an area. So, like lightning, fire, and ice. Wait, what? And then you can gain firestorm and steel wind for physical damage? Yeah, having more elemental options would definitely be great. Resistance to physical damage and then other attacks. That's pretty useful. For her, though, I think I'm going to start by just unlocking this. No, I need to train the skills that lead up to it. Okay. So, I need to put a point here before anything. Okay. 10%. Wait, what is this? Chance of all spells to hit. I mean, that sounds pretty hot as well. I need to, like, get some spells, though. Daze does seem really useful. Especially when dealing with, like, massive hordes. Well, we're definitely going to need to get Ward Mastery. That's a given. If we want to get Lightning Wind. And then I can either go into Firebolt more to make it better, or go into this more to get more resistance to physical damage, which is going into my armor resist right here. And both of these are probably nice, and I guess I feel like it's going to be like a number, like I need a certain amount to add up to that amount to go further beyond. Which means these side things would need to be trained to go up this center route anyway, potentially. I don't know for sure that that's how that works. Oh, let's see. 8% level resistance to mental attacks. Level resistance to magic and elemental attacks. Damn, that sounds really powerful. Okay, well, we definitely need this. And it's either Firebolt or more of this or Daze. Again, Daze sounds useful, but early on, I think just raw power might be more useful. And we know we're going to get these passives up eventually anyway, though. So, maybe let's just do that. Let's just... Oh, I can't, because my first time learning it, it's 2 points. I just have to... Okay, well, there you go. She's leveled. You return to the main floor of Avadon, eager to report to Hart Miranda on the successful completion of your first mission. Your potential companions have returned to their quarters, waiting to be called back to duty. When in Avadon, you can visit your companions and speak with them. You can also access their inventories and change what items they have equipped. When you leave Avadon once again, you could choose who will come with you. Very good, very nice. I've already searched through most of this place. A lot of things are still locked. Any open cabinets have been closed. And everyone's back in their positions. You need 3 lockpicks to open. Yeah. Well, we'll get there. Alright, Miranda. Hart Miranda's still directing the workers. Yep. The dungeons have been secured. You tell Hart Miranda what happened in the dungeon. She's furious, though happily not at you. The holding pen's empty, Tarkus gone. Someone has had a successful day's work. Still, you have done well, and under difficult circumstances. I think you have earned a long rest. Settle in, find your feet, get supplied. She gives you an amulet on a copper chain. A yellow stone dangles from the end. This will give you passage into the areas of Avadon you're allowed to explore. Your quarters are southeast of here, near my office. One more brief task awaits you, and then you can go settle in. What do I need to do? Redbeard always meets all of his new servants. Even on this difficult day, I do not think he would wish his orders ignored. Ascend into the central tower and speak with him. She points to the east. The stairs are in the central chamber. Would you like some advice? I would appreciate it. Redbeard has been bringing about the deaths of foes of the pact since long before you were born. Your life is meaningless to him. Only the pact matters. I would remember that before engaging in any youthful impudence or mischief. That is all. If you need me later, I will be in my office near your quarters. She returns to shouting orders. You know, you could tell this was written by an old person. Because you have to be old to understand that a young person is just inherently dumb. Meet Redbeard. At last you can meet the Keeper, Master of Avadon. Alright. We all have very slightly different XP values, but we're definitely all gaining XP all the time. Oh. I was waiting till I looked at it to open. I'm going north. This is not anywhere I was told to go. This is the main dining hall of Avadon. It's a whirlwind of activity every hour of the day as hands, envoys, supplicants, and diplomats grab hasty meals before returning to their business. Most of the people here ignore you. One man openly stares at you. He's a shadow walker. Sitting by himself at a long table, he sips some wine and nods at you. I'm guessing... Well, first, number 1, that reads like Aragorn. Number 2, I'm guessing that's the Shadow Walker that we will get. Ooh, candles. Can I take it? I can take the candle. CRPGs, just pick up every useless thing that you see. Used to be better in the older games, again. Because there were more things to pick up. This kitchen is huge! Take this meat. Thank you. Teleport it over to somebody. Don't mind me, I'm just stealing all your food. Bread? Don't mind if I do. Look at all this bread. Bags of meal. In Avernum, these were so ridiculously valuable. I'm guessing they're not really valuable here because they don't have a value. They were ridiculously valuable in Avernum. What do you have? Of course, Avadon requires a host of servants, cooks, craftspeople, and so on to keep it functioning. They are well paid, well fed, and at constant risk of falling victim to escaped prisoners, deranged assassins, or malfunctioning magical experiments. All of them recognize your rank and relatively high importance. They give you satisfyingly humble nods before they continue about their work. Nice. I'm just looking around for items. This one little area here. This goes downstairs. I'm all alone. I mean, you know, first rule of an RPG, right? You're told to go somewhere, go everywhere else first. It's the first rule of an RPG. Bag of meal and a potion of vitality. It's hot. Maybe I'll get enough I can spread them around my characters, especially because, you know, they're pretty limited anyway. Even here I'm looking for, like, hidden walls. Hidden passageways. It's nice to be in a well-lit area where I don't need to use items to see. Towel. You should always know where this is. I mean, yeah, I guess so, huh? That's true. Wine! I found the wine cupboard! I found the wine, baby! Oh, wait, what does that say? What does that say? Keeper's wine vault, stewards only. I didn't touch it! I didn't touch it. I didn't touch it. I didn't touch your wine, Mr. Keeper. Keeper? Hardly know her. General of the Wildrum. Guessing this is the shaman. This looks like a shaman's room. Nothing in there. Well, yeah, we don't have the shaman. Animal skins and a leather cap. This could be useful for her later. I can steal leather boots. No, this is the first thing that I've seen that I can steal. NY, not yours. They have ways of marking it. My brain is just going to New York. Shima 3 spear. Nobody in here either. You're supposed to be in your rooms. A razor disc. Take that. A fine cloak. It's a little bit better than a normal cloak. And some money. Well, hopefully Shima doesn't mind. If Shima doesn't know, won't hurt me. Animal skin. Thank you. Isn't this like where the rooms are? Oh, what's this? Is this treason I see? Or an affair? People talking back here, when you get close, they leave very quickly. Odd. Following you, Mr. Man. There's a young steward at this table, polishing a pair of large leather boots. Your presence seems to make him incredibly nervous, though that is the response most people would have to a warrior of Avadon. He looks up at you. Greetings. I am Admes. Did you need something? Mending? Polishing? Hi, Zach. How's it going? What do you do here? I am just a steward. I tend to the guests, help them, keep things clean. I am not a warrior or an eye. We just keep Avadon running. Tell me about the guests. Avadon gets many visitors from the Pact and the far lands. They all want to help or sell information or to influence Avadon, and they stay down here. And I help them. What do you do for the guests? I get them their food, tend to their needs, answer their questions, tell them about etiquette, help them not to make any embarrassing mistakes. Where are you from? I am from Durham. I was a servant there in a merchant's villa. I met a hand when he was staying with us. The hand liked me and brought me here. You didn't mind leaving the villa? Well, my master was buying shiploads of stolen goods from Svorgald. Avadon was angry. By the time they were done, there was not much of the villa left to serve. Fair enough. How's this game? So far it's good. I've played a lot of games from this developer, so it's just par for the course, I suppose. I've been playing this guy's games since, like, shit, dude, like the year 2000 or something. This one was released in 2011. He still actively makes these games. Damn it! There's stuff here to steal. But I can't have a line of sight that doesn't involve Admes here. This is like a very old school CRPG, but only half old school right now, I guess, because it's 2011. But he still makes very similar games. What about here? No, can't take any of that. I'd have to steal. Well, you're safe for today. You're safe for today. From my RPG fingertips. No secrets back here. Where'd that woman run off to? It's you! I saw you whispering with that guy. What were you talking about? There's a tall, swarthy woman sitting at this table, writing a letter and drinking ale. She's well over 6 feet tall and heavily muscled. That's not what her picture looks like. She would look very comfortable with an axe in her hand, if Farlanders were allowed to carry blades in Avadon, anyway. She looks at you with irritation. I'm Valna of Svorgald, and you are a hand. Sorry. Not buying aid today. Leave me be. Tell me about Sforgald. She leans back in her chair and frowns. I suppose it's my duty to tell people of our land. We are warriors of the sea off the east coast of Linnaeus, feared and envied by the weak and sensitive souls of Darum. And you are part of the Farlands. If you say so. I understand it is your term for those too brave and independent to bow and scrape before the pact. Warriors of the sea, we are. Our ships and our mariners are unmatched. We can go where we will, take what we will. So, warrior of the sea is another word for pirate. Call us what you will, we were the sea's masters, and we will be again when your pact returns to civil war. This sounds like a threat. You're an envoy here? I am, but I do not bribe your warriors and murder in the night. When lies are told about us, I'm here to answer them, no more. Fair enough. Well, now I'm definitely suspicious of you. What's this? Open arms within. Got a new codex. What's this one? 2 principles the pact relies upon to guide its laws and actions. The first of these is open arms within. It means all members of the pact are supposed to greet each other with open arms, acting at least on the surface like they are all brothers and sisters. Of course, the reality is more complicated. Kalemdariel thinks that Hulklandia is a hopelessly repressed land. Hulklandia thinks that the Kava is a wild, savage place. The people of the Kava regard the folk of the Wildrum as mere barbarians, and so on. But in any public dealing, such matters are ignored. The members of the pact are supposed to act like all other members, no matter how distasteful or valued, worthy allies in the difficult quest for survival. And this, of course, is the case. Okay, killed too much. I haven't died yet. I did come close once, but I haven't died yet. Be back later. Alrighty. I opened the door, and it got me XP, so I'm thinking that I picked this lock, and that I'm not supposed to be in here. This cabinet contains some of the possessions of the envoy Resoula, one of the many diplomats who constantly haunt the halls of Avadon. You poke through them quickly, looking for anything of interest, and you find nothing. Codex. This book is about the Taiwan Empire. This entry has been added to your codex, which can be read in the journal. I can steal shit. Close the door. I can steal shit. Mine. You stole without anyone seeing you. Mine? I don't think I need any of the rest of this crap. Like, maybe the cloak, but probably not. It'll be here later if I want it. Boots. Alright. Well, that was easy. Who's Resoula anyway? This door is locked. You have 1 lockpick. It would take 1 to succeed. I think I'd rather just come back here later. It's Valna's chambers. We'll check in on Valna later when the lockpicking level goes up. I don't want to use my very limited lockpicks, my lockpick singular, just yet. What the hell is this? Hi, Timothy. Love CRPG. Came out from CRPG Tactics games. We could into getting the remastered first 2 games. I remember we talked about this like a week ago. I love CRPGs. This developer makes my favorite CRPGs ever. Geneforge is my favorite series. Avadon tries to be kind of like Geneforge, which is refreshing because the most recent CRPG I streamed was the Avernum series, which is also made by this developer, but it has more of a focus on exploration. Let's see, Potion of Recovery. I guess I can have one of these for myself. Sure. Money. Stole the item without anyone seeing you. Verily. Doesn't seem to be anything really like else in here. No hidden walls. Hidden doors. None of that. Abby's chambers. Abby, your chambers are open. Anybody home? Nope. That means I can steal some shit. Woo! Iron broadsword, baby. That is gonna come in handy. Hell yeah. Played the original Baldur's Gate games. Oh yeah. I don't remember if I've played Icewind Dale, but I have played Baldur's Gate 1. I played Baldur's Gate 2. I played Planescape Torment. I've played all of the Avernum games to this developer. I played all the Geneforge games this developer. Now I'm playing this game. Plan to hopefully play the whole series. Then I'm going to do the remasters of Gene Forge he's making. He's got a new series coming out as well. Queen's Wish, I think it's called. Going to play that as well. What else? I'm sure there's more CRPGs that I've played and plan to play. I plan to play Tyranny and some other things. Steel. Steel. Thank you. Thank you for leaving your quarters open, or at least easy to pick. So, this noble hand of Avadon. Oh, so you're Resoula. Didn't steal your stuff. There's a tall, elegant woman sitting at this table. She wears a long, flowing dress that must have been fantastically expensive. She sips wine and reads a scroll. When you approach, she stands and bows. Always best to be polite to the warriors of our masters. We have learned, if nothing else, to be humble. I am Envoy Resoula of the Taiwan Empire. She sits down and reclaims her goblet of wine. I would like to just speak with you. And I with you. We of Taiwan Empire always want to deal with Avadon. However, at this point, I only have work for you if you travel to the Baraza Woods. I don't. She sighs. Not unusual. Well, I wish you the best travels, but there's no profit in further conversation for either of us. Okay, so I have to wait till I get a mission sending me to those woods. Got it. Finished playing BG3 of almost 300 hours. Yeah, I haven't played that one yet, but from what I've seen, it's a lot more like Divinity Original Sin than it is like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Naturally, because it's made by those devs instead of by BioWare. I've played Divinity Original Sin 1, but I didn't finish it because I was doing a co-op playthrough and that player got very angry with me when I started picking options he didn't like and I won the rolls against him. He got very angry to the point of really not liking me, like personally, which ended that playthrough, sadly. So at some point I'll go back to it and probably solo through Divinity Original Sin 1 and then do 2. Because I played all the Divinity games before that. Were the old ones CRPGs? I don't think they were. Well, maybe the oldest ones were, but I remember them, a lot of them were more action-based. But, yeah, I plan to play all that stuff for sure, for sure. I don't own most of it, so I have to buy it. Hey, buddy, I got you an iron broadsword. You put that spear away. We don't need a spear. Yuck. See this spear? Ugh. Get rid of this iron short sword as well. We don't need that. We'll have a lot of stuff to sell when the time comes. I never fully explored this room here. Shima! Hey, I was in your quarters and I stole from you. There's a man in black garb, a mask, and leather armor sitting at this table. His appearance is rather incongruous in this crowded, busy dining hall. He sits alone and he constantly scratches his mask as if it's bothering him. Then he sees you. He jumps to his feet and bows deeply. Hart Miranda told me of you. You're a Resoula, yes? I am Shima Threespear, proud Shadow Walker of Hoklanda. I place my blade and razor discs at your service should you have need of me. Is your mask bothering you? His face is covered so you can't see his expression. He shrugs slightly. It itches from time to time, especially when I'm inside and it's warm, but the mask is the mark of my caste, so I wear it proudly in Avadon. You're from Hoklanda. That is true. He suspects that you're about to ask more about it, but I would discuss it at another time. I have just arrived from the field and I am eager to return. You're a Shadow Walker? I am. Normally, I would not wear this garb where others could see me. In Avadon, however, among my allies, I let you see it so that you know my purpose. So it's unusual to be dressed like this? Of course, we say that when one is not of our clan sees the mask, it is the last thing they see. But I am a warrior of Avadon now, so all of Avadon are my clanmates. Ever played Divinity Original Sin? I'm told it's good. Yeah, I'm told it's amazing. From what I played of it, it's a lot of fun. It's also incredibly difficult compared to most other CRPGs I've played. Not in like not in a way that's super like, you know, like high barrier to entry, but more in a way of you really need to think about every action before you take it, all the way down to your party composition. It's that kind of difficulty. Something that wouldn't have been called difficulty 20 years ago. But it's got that feeling to it. I like it. I definitely enjoy it. And I played like 85 hours of it before that playthrough ended. And at some point, I will definitely go back and do a full playthrough of it at some point. But I don't want to restart it. I'm just going to put a couple years in between me and it, play some other things like this. Why are you sitting here? I must eat, and I, whenever I can, talk to those who travel through. We Shadow Walkers learn all we can of every land so that we can be prepared for when we are sent there. Okay, so that's the 4th person that goes in my party. I have 2 of them unlocked right now under my face. The Sorceress and a Blade Master, and I am a Shadow Walker. He's a Shadow Walker, and there's also a Shaman probably somewhere that can be found here. Total Divinity Original Sin is really hard for a magic user. I'm not sure. Magic seems very powerful in that game based on my 85 hours in it. I don't remember what I did in that game, honestly. I don't think I was a magic user. This round hall is in the center of this floor of Avadon. A spiral staircase dominates the room, rising 30 feet straight up and through a hole in the ceiling. Huge, emotionless, unblinking guards watch the chamber, ready to instantly impale anyone who seems the slightest bit untrustworthy. You concentrate on looking trustworthy. These stairs lead up to the chambers of Redbeard, Keeper of Avadon, the merciless guardian of the pact, whom you now need to face. You shudder. Yeah. This reminds me of the Emperor in Avernum. Divinity Original Sin's a weird game. It's a really good CRPG, but it's so strange because like a lot of the older Divinity games were not CRPGs. Well, it's weird. It's kind of a CRPG. It has like this turn-based combat that feels more akin to something like XCOM, but the rest of it feels exactly like a CRPG. It's very unique, I would say. It stands out a lot in the landscape of CRPGs. I'm gonna be exploring a little bit. Polis is a steward wandering among the office and quarters of the Hands and Hearts. He's an aging man, crisply dressed and the very picture of dignity. He gives you a little bow. I welcome you, Hand of Avadon. I am Polis. I will serve you when you desire, tend to your needs, deliver messages, whatever it takes to ease your mind. Where are you from? I'm from the Taiwan Empire. I've been honored with this posting, and I have been here for 20 years. Isn't that one of the far lands? Taiwan Empire is the enemy of the pact, but I do not concern myself with politics. I exist to provide quality service. Do you know anything about the troubles Avadon has been facing? His mouth develops a slight tick. I know nothing of that. I do not pay attention to politics. I only serve. What do you do here? Take care of the distracting needs of the hands, eyes, and hearts so that they can focus on their work. How can you help me? I can provide food, clean linens, light, whatever your day-to-day needs require. Okay, I need some light. He leaves for a minute. He soon returns with a candle. Will you need anything else? I'm hungry. He leaves for a minute. He soon returns with a mug of ale and some fresh bread. Will you need anything else? Give me linens. He leaves for a minute. He soon returns with an immaculately clean blanket, pillow, and towel. Will you need anything else? No, thank you. Is that infinite? It's infinite. Great. Incredible. I don't need a pillow, a blanket, and a towel. But candles are actually useful for light, having a light source. And what was the other one? What did he give me? Was it bread? A mug of ale and some fresh bread. Yeah, he just spawns bread. He spawns bread and candles. He's an infinite spawn of bread and candles. Excuse me. They should at least put a timer on this, bro. Because candles are useful. They're actually useful. And bread, I guess, sort of can be useful. Give me bread and candles. Give me bread and candles. Some magic user is really powerful. They have the chance of having their magic go haywire, summon kind of demon creature. Yeah, I think there was a chance for that if you tried to like overcharge it or something. But like in normal casting, I don't think there was any difficulty with that. Like there's an aspect of playing safe. I will regain my honor. You see that? Oh my God, he's Zuko. Oh, look, a candle. Also, who wants a roll? Here, you can have this roll, sir. I have an infinite spawn of bread. Here, you carry the bandages. I have an infinite bread spawn. So, we got something about the far lands. Got a codex. Oh, I guess I got this a while ago, too. The Far Lands are the small states and regions of the outer peninsulas and islands of Linnaeus. They're the old foes of and now dominated by the Midlands Pact. They're spread out around the edges of the known world, not generally allied in any way. The main thing they have in common is many merry years raiding, invading, and just generally harassing the nations of the Pact. Some of these states are actual, recognizable political entities, like the loose aggregation of tribes that forms Svorgald, or the pitiful shreds of the Talon Empire. Other far lands are true barbarian territories, like the Titan Peaks of the Wretchlands, harsh wild territory occupied by monsters and savages that are not worth the effort to tame them. And then there is the corruption that is simply too bizarre for description. One of the primary reasons for the Pact to exist at all is to provide a united front against the Far Lands, and to control them as much as possible, using diplomacy and harsher methods. The Pact rules Linnaeus based on two principles: open arms within and the stone wall beyond. Okay. Potion of Vitality. Might start divvying these up a little bit. Put that incense away. All you need is meat and cheese and you make a sandwich. Yeah. Pretty luxurious for these CRPGs. Most of the games made by Jeff Vogel, like the biggest long-term series, is Exile and Avernum, which are the same series, of which there's technically like 10 games. And food is very sparse in that one. Very, very sparse. Although I question how much you would need food in this game. Unlike all his prior games, maybe it's just because I was in the Dungeons of Avadon, but my health was regenning outside of combat, which is very unusual for his games. I have Vitality as well, which is like mana, and that was not regenerating. That only seems to regenerate when I come back here. But health regenning outside of combat really begs the question of how useful actually is food. I don't know. Sevelin is sitting in his quarters working on maintaining his weapons. There's a variety of blades on the desk in front of him. He takes great care to sharpen and polish each one. He looks up at you. What do you wish of me? Wish to know where you are from. I'm a warrior of the Kava, upholder of the Stone Code, he smiles wryly. I learned early on that others do not appreciate me holding forth the virtues of my land. I only do so when asked. Others don't admire your land. There are 5 lands in the Pact, each with their own traditions and practices. While interest in survival holds us together, there's always a lack of respect for each other's ways. After all, it was less than a century ago we were all embroiled in a vicious civil war, and there are still many grudges. Why'd you come to Avadon? Because I believe in the justice of the Stone Code, and I believe in the wisdom of the Pact. I came here to be a living example, to show all that the Stone Code has much to teach us. And I want caffeine. I wish CRPGs had voice acting. My voice begs for it. Have you had success? First, I learned that people from other lands have no interest in fairly evaluating our ways. He self-consciously touches the scar on his cheek. Then a mission went horribly wrong and I lost any value as a good example. It's a nice collection of blades, he nods. My master in the Kava told me that a true craftsman is never satisfied by less than the finest tools. If my blades were dirty or not properly sharp, he would show his displeasure. Get to know more about where you were from. I guess I went through this. Tell me more about the Stone Code. It's a set of laws, harsh and fair, and unlike the other states, they apply to all, from the peasants to the lords and the monarchs. All must obey them or be exposed as a sham to all. It's not like Avadon, where one man is the law and all fear him. Not, I hasten to add, that I would ever criticize Avadon. Can you give me an example of one of your laws? Of course, consider theft. If a thief steals more than 10 coins worth of goods, the miscreant is brought before a judge to hear the facts of the case. If the judge finds guilt, other factors such as starvation or desperation are considered. Then 3 penalties can be given: removal of the hand, branding of a T on the criminal's wrist, or banishment can be applied. Branding is most common. It is far from rare to see people, even nobles and the young, with that telltale mark. Is that not harsh? It is harsh. Life is harsh in the Kava. Stealing a bag of meal worth 10 coins can doom a family to starvation. The weight of the punishment matches the crime. And how do regular folk know the law? They are carved onto stones in the middle of each village, thus the stone code. All are able to approach and see what they may or may not do. Another point in its favor, one that I would have described to any who would listen. Okay. Can you tell me more about your scar? Hand Seville and frowns. Yes, if you are to trust me with your life, you should know of me. This is nothing that should be kept secret. I showed some promise when I arrived, so I was soon sent with a band of other hands back to my beloved Kava. We were to hunt a pack of bandits. Why was Avadon interested in mere bandits? Because they were hiding in the Kava and raiding over the border of Konglomerat. This sort of thing raises tension between the pack states and thus involves Avadon. What happened? There is actually little to tell. We followed their trail. We camped. They attacked us in the night, but the hand on watch was not properly attentive. I returned to Avadon. I was not disgraced, but a cloud hung over me. None wished to take me on their missions. You are my last chance, I think. What happened to the bandits? Nothing yet. Redbeard has sent others to hunt them, I think. I am not told the details. I cannot imagine such an outrage against warriors of Avadon going unanswered. You could see on his face that he has some doubts. Alright. And that's some lore on him. What's this room? Book is about Avadon. Alright. Codex, Avadon. Mighty Fortress of Avadon is both place and symbol. It represents the pact and everything it is willing to do to survive. Everyone in Linnaeus fears Avadon, its warriors and assassins. The attention of Avadon can be lethal. There is nothing its agents will not do to maintain the stability of the pact. The Black Age, a brutal civil war that lasted over 30 years, showed that the 5 nations of the pact had little in common beyond their desire for safety. They could hang together, allied and strong, but there had to be a force counteracting those who would pull it apart. Thus, the Keep of Avadon. It is one master selected by Hanavar's council who rules for life. Though considering how many enemies that master and how many assassins he or she attracts, that master makes, that life can be shortened dramatically. Avadon stands independent from the council. It is its own law. The council and individuals can petition it for aid, but it primarily watches on its own for threats to the stability of the pact inside and out. A leader rises in the far lands who might rise to true power, he disappears. A brigand in the Kava who is angering Hoklanda by raiding over the border, she is stopped. Even members of Hanavar's council itself can be removed, jailed, or even killed if they attempt to do serious harm to the stability of the pact. Many fear and hate Avadon, not trusting it with the power it holds. Many grudges remain from the Black Age, but few are acted upon. The wise master of Avadon knows that humility is absolutely necessary. After all, assassins are always waiting to be sent. This reminds me of the Shape Rate, but on crack from Geneforge. The Shapers ruled like everything. And they had all the power. Give me my bread and light. What? Give me my bread and my light. Give me my bread and my light. I don't need this stuff, really. It's just fun to amass it. Whose room is this? I'd like to read the sign. Oh, it's my room! I have a room! These quarters have been set aside for you by the standards of Avadon. They're fairly plain compared to what you are used to, however. They are amazingly opulent. A sapphire. A potion of health. Okay. Another book. I need to catch up on these books. What the hell's a scarab? That's new to this game. Scarabs were not in the other games. Oh, and I found your room, girl. Here, do you want, I'm gonna give you a blanket, a pillow, and a towel. You're welcome. And another one. Oh my good god. Coins, a candle. Thanks for this. Studded leather armor. Woo! It's hot. It's very useful. And potentially valuable. The mage Nathalie is sitting at her desk. Surrounded by papers and scrolls, it appears her every free moment is lost in study, reading obscure tracts and learning new magical techniques. Such dedication is unusual, even at the rarefied level of Avadon. She sits with you, reluctantly accepting a brief rest. What do you wish of me, fellow hand? Now that you see her in good lighting, you realize how young she is. She's 17 at most, amazingly young for a warrior of Avadon. Where are you from? I am from Konglomerat. God. Jewel of Linnaeus, a place of beauty and wonders, and home to the greatest colleges and academies. She blushes slightly, but I will cease there. Others tire quickly of hearing descriptions of my homeland, even accurate ones, she adds ruefully. And I must make an effort to make friends where I can. Tell me more about Konglomerat. Ah, but you attempt to tempt me, yes? To draw me into a new speech so you can mock me behind my back. Know that I am used to it. I will believe what I believe. I will simply say that we are a place of culture, good breeding, long tradition, and great order. Even a Hulklandian must admit that, whatever else he convinces himself of. There are fine colleges there. Indeed, only Darum matches us in our libraries and respect for our learning. The finest workers of magic come from Konglomerat. Without question, not the crude shamanic arts of the West, but true magery. Others don't like hearing about your land. The Pact has 5 lands, and the history among them has not been untroubled. Though the civil wars of the Black Age are a century past, many grudges remain. For example, I have learned to say little about the Baraza Woods, though it is a topic dear to the heart of all true Kellam. And who of the Pact do you hate? Understand, I claim to hate none of my mates in the Pact. Not even the Hulklandians. Open arms within, the stone wall beyond. I believe this, even when every drop of my Kellam blood fights it. Tell me more about the woods. I have learned well to not discuss it. Not if I ever wish to be used in a mission again. Where did you get those papers? She looks at the scrolls on her desk. The librarian, Ilira. Sounds like a name by itself. Even though she's Hulklandian, she's very kind about letting me see the papers. She collects magical writings from all over Linnaeus. I am not supposed to have anything from the library in my room, but she helps me. How? She lets me borrow papers that are of interest, but not unique enough to become part of the permanent collection. I look at them, then return them for destruction. None of my rival hands get to see them. She smiles sweetly. Yes, of course. Hang on, let me adjust my AC real quick. So I'm like this borderline point where it's not exactly cool enough, not exactly warm enough, so I'm like, there's a little bit of chill and a little bit of sweating at the same time, and I think I'd rather just take some more chill, personally. Alright. What are you preparing for? She looks ruefully at the stacks of papers. I came to Avadon because I knew I was destined for greatness. This is a place was to be the fulcrum from which I could move the world. Things have not worked out as well as I had hoped, so I prepare. You're destined for greatness? I am. I'm tired of concealing it. It was clear from the time I could walk, my mastery of magic is deep within me. I was the youngest student in the history of the academy. At times, I even taught my teacher. I was the youngest graduate in centuries. Only 2 mages in the history of Konglomerat earned their robes before me. Only 3 received a true staff sooner. My innate talent is clear. Everyone recognizes it but Avadon. That seems impressive. She seems slightly embarrassed by her outburst. I apologize. Such words only get me in trouble, and yet I must say it from time to time so I do not forget it. So you came to Avadon. Of course, Avadon is the true power in Linnaeus. When I looked at myself, honestly, I knew, or looked at the potential I had been given, I knew that it was the one place where I could truly live up to what I should do. What happened once you were here? I was accepted, of course, as I knew I would be. And then I was not used. I was treated more as a mere apprentice, given lessons and skills I had mastered years before. They even tried to make me an eye. I pushed for more to do whenever I could, and so I made enemies of those I most relied upon to use me. But I am patient, and I will show my true worth. Why didn't they use you? Said it's because I was too young, as if that makes me untrustworthy, as if my skills, which they themselves admitted were superior, could not help make up for such shortcomings. And perhaps there was envy there as well, and fear. I would not guess what was happening in their minds. You have enemies now. Well, that might be a strong word. Perhaps I at times pushed too persistently to be allowed to serve. Perhaps I irritated Hart Miranda more than was wise, so they mock me. It is no matter. They will learn. She looked at the scrolls. I will study, and I will show them. Fair enough. Which reminds me, I'm going to use a handy little tool that I just remembered exists to keep track of one NPC that I know that I want to go back to. This one right here, Envoy Resoula. I'd like to speak with you. There you go. By pressing record, I could put that in my journal, so I know she'll have work when I go to the Resoula woods. I can't really make a note of this door, sadly. I wish the records was just me being able to type in whatever words I want. What Jeff Vogel games really need are a built-in notepad. That's what they need more than anything. I'm really not sure how much of this stuff I should realistically hang on to. There's only 2 more characters kind of like unaccounted for. And a lot of this stuff can be sold or dropped anyway. But I have an infinite junk bag, so there's really no harm keeping it on me, even if there is technically a method of storage. Alright. I think it's time to go meet Redbeard. Woo! What the fuck? Why I was just infinitely going up. That was weird. Now it's teaching me about the junk bag. It's also this, the Blessing Crystal and Potions of Vitality. I need to remember to split these. At some point, I guess. When I have access to everything else. Do this for right now. Let me read one of those things that I've not read yet first. Kalimdariel. People of Kalimdariel have the most advanced, sophisticated culture in all of Linnaeus, and they take great pains to make sure nobody ever forgets it. Their food, their music, their literature all have a complexity and quality unknown outside any state but perhaps Darum. Kalimdariel's culture is a subtle melding of the customs of all of the peoples who have invaded it over the centuries. Because of the breadth of its lands and the difficulty defending them, Kalimdariel has rarely been able to hold off an invader. Instead, it takes the hordes in, seduces them with their way of life, and in the end assimilates them. But this has long been a painful and trying process with much death and devastation, and thus the current rulers of Kalimdariel have had no difficulty deciding to join the pact when membership was offered. In the centuries since, some things changed in Kalimdariel. So basically, Kalimdariel's France. Kalimdariel is France. It's 100% France. Like, just completely adds up with everything she said and what I'm reading. Jeff, you made France, Jeff. You made a fantasy France. Like their military, which has grown far stronger, and their ruling nobles who have, in their new safety, engaged in baroque political struggles, court intrigues, and campaigns of quiet assassination. The culture, on the other hand, remains. A bit stagnant and codified, perhaps, but still the envy of the known world. Few are as pleased with the security of the Midlands Pact as the people of Kellam Dariel. Their constant attitude of superiority frequently causes anger, but rarely violence. Only their lasting argument with Hulklandia over the ownership of the contested Baraza Woods threatens to erupt into violence. Okay. This is the first floor of Redbeard's tower, where the Keeper of Avadon meets with the hands, the eyes, and the hearts, as well as assorted diplomats, supplicants, and courtiers who come to ask for help or mercy. It's far quieter up here than downstairs. Nobody wants to be that loudmouth who irritates Redbeard. That can be very dangerous. You could see his hall to the east. Several people wait patiently outside the chambers, hoping that he will decide to spend a few minutes hearing petitions. He usually doesn't, especially in these chaotic times. But they will wait anyway, for day after day. The ceremonial hall. Redbeard guard. Redbeard's tower, unsurprisingly, has a number of guards. They're different from the warriors downstairs. They're far larger, far stronger, and far dumber. Redbeard chooses as his personal guard those who could entertain no thoughts of ambition. Their eyes follow you as you pass. They are ready to crush you with the slightest sign of treachery. Enlightened conversation is completely out of the question. This is all just Redbeard guard, yep. Oh my, I could just move my roster anywhere that I want. Ah, did not know that. Gosh, I'm trying to get it back up to where it was. This is a very difficult task. Alright, I got it back up there. Who are you? Well, actually, first, let me keep trying to catch up on this codex. What else have I missed? This one. Eyes, hands, and hearts. The power of Avadon looms over all of Linnaeus. Its word is law. Its attention brings judgment. And of course, such force needs control and organization to be properly deployed. For that reason, the warriors and agents of Avadon are divided into 4 factions. The Eyes are spies. They wander silently through the lands of Linnaeus looking for signs of chaos. When the Eyes discover someone who would disrupt the peace of the pact, they call the Wrath of Avadon. The identity of the Master's spies is a guarded secret. Only Redbeard knows the names of the most effective Eyes. The Hands are the largest faction. They are warriors, shadow walkers, and mages. They are the ones who openly investigate signs of chaos, who inflict the judgment of Avadon. Unlike the Eyes, the identities of the most effective Hands are known far and wide. The Hearts are the researchers and advisors. They are the sages who monitor the libraries of Avadon, answer the Master's questions, and provide advice. Only the Hearts can say their minds to Redbeard without fear. In fact, that is their most important purpose. And finally, there's the Master, Redbeard, one who decides who is spared and who is destroyed. It's another fucking codex. Oh my god. And another fucking codex. Jesus Christ, man. The thing is, I'm interested in it. It helps explain the world very well. And the whole game is text-based anyway. So. Keepers of Avadon. The leader of Avadon is a keeper, chosen by Hanavar's council. He or she serves for life. How long that life actually is can be some matter of unpredictability. The first keeper of Avadon was Talera, who ascended to the throne when the fortress itself was completed in cycle 6240. She served for 5 tumultuous years, rooting out and destroying many who could not accept the treaty that ended the Black Age. Of course, in this process she attracted many enemies. One of them finally got poison in her wine in 6245. Avadon was leaderless for 2 years while the council debated whether it was still necessary. In the end, they answered in the affirmative. They selected Harem of the Kavad to be the keeper. He rooted out foes of the pact for 8 years before he started showing an undue interest in the members of Hanavar Council itself. He disappeared in 6257, and no trace of him was ever found. No trace of him was never found? Found another typo. The next 4 keepers proved unable to master the power of Avadon. Confused and without allies, they fell to ambitious underlings, who tended to become the keeper and die not long after. Disturbed by all this chaos, in 6265, the council chose Redbeard as the keeper. God, isn't it like 6320 right now? He seemed at first to be affable and easily controlled. As long as he did all the council required, he would be protected. Redbeard turned out, however, to be far more cunning than expected. Almost 50 years later, he still holds this post. Redbeard. Redbeard is the current master of Avadon, a post he has held for an unthinkable term of almost 50 years. He was originally selected by Hanavar's council as a compromise candidate, weak and dependent on them, who would preside over the slow decline of Avadon. His servile exterior turned out to be a ruse. Once he was keeper, he proved to be a master of trading favors and accumulating influence and power. Instead of weakening Avadon, he made it stronger than ever. Redbeard was a true believer in its purpose, to be an impartial, lethal foe of anyone who would weaken the pact. As a result, Redbeard is responsible for countless deaths during the years of his term, all caused, or so he would claim, in the name of peace and stability. He has shown an uncanny ability to recognize the limits of his power, only arresting or destroying a powerful figure when he senses that it is safe to do so. Despite his dread purpose, Redbeard is a jolly figure, eager to drink, joke, and sing. To some, this pleasant exterior only makes him more terrifying. Nobody knows Redbeard's age, or what strange techniques he uses to extend his life. He doesn't seem to have aged in decades. All wonder who or what will fill the vacuum of power left when he dies. Others wonder if he can, in fact, die at all. Good question. From what I know, he's still alive in the 3rd game, so there's your answer. Taiwan Empire. Whew, alright. This is a big one. There's little sadder than a crumbling empire, a shadow of its former self, unable to embrace new ways or engage in any effort beyond futile and desultory efforts to regain old glories. 3 centuries previous, the Taiwan Empire controlled all of eastern Linnaeus. Even the wild raiders of Savorgald paid tribute, which is pretty amazing considering how crazy they are. Hulklandia was forced to yield to those not of the folk. Kelemdariel finally found a culture it could not absorb and overwhelm. The people of Darum continued to gather for the speaking, but their words were meaningless. But with age and wealth came complacency. The Taiwan Empire grew fat, bloated, and consumed with the viciousness of its own internal politics, and then, one by one, their client states began to rebel and throw off its control. By the time the Taiwan Empire realized what their lassitude had cost them, it was too late. The Midlands Pact was formed. The Taiwan were forced to pay tribute to the Pact. Hanavar's council provided edicts to the Empire, and failure to obey them meant bloody retribution. Now the Taiwan Empire is an empire in name only. Collection of crumbling cities full of old art and reminders of past glory. But after centuries of trial, the empire is growing hungry again. Some of its people have sharp eyes and big dreams, but first they must shake off the hand that holds them down. They must rid themselves of the pact. Okay. Oh look, a lightning scroll. Guess I'll take that. Thank you. I mean, it's just here to be taken, so why not? And we have the upper library here, Redbeard's Guard. One of these leads to Redbeard proper. It's probably that one. Yeah, Redbeard's Chamber. I'm just going to see what's back here. Oh, my first hidden wall. My first hidden wall. Huh. Can't get through there right now, but I can grab a candle. I'll get fucked, nerd. Alright. There's an elaborate glowing rune carved in the floor in front of this door. Motes of light rise from the rune and float into the door. This is powerful warding magic. Without some tool to help you pass this rune, the enchantment will make it extremely difficult to open the door. Quick save. And nope. Not getting in there. Not getting in there. What about around back here? Any other, like, hidden doors? Try to keep an eye out, but sometimes I forget to keep an eye out. This way goes up. Keeper's Tower. Alright. Well, we have some dialogue here. Let me do a normal save. I haven't done one in a while. And there's been a lot of narrating. I'm going to do a quick BRB, rest my voice. Finish this tea off, and we will continue. BRB. Alright, I'm back. I return. We can continue. Fabron was a young man wandering through the library, lost in thought. His hair and clothes are immaculate, done in all the latest styles. All of them? Not just one of them? You guess he is from Konglomerat before he even opens his mouth to speak. He turns to you and gives you a tight little smile. So there are still hands in Avadon. I was starting to think they all retired. I am Fabron, the envoy from Konglomerat. There's much you can do for us, and we will give the proper consideration, of course. You are an envoy, of course. All powers in Linnaeus send envoys to Avadon. There are some tasks that can only be done by Redbeard's warriors. Nobles send me requests, and I pass them on, with, of course, massive rewards. It is the only way we could keep even with our enemies. Our help is always expensive. Of course, Avadon provides powerful justice, but it is expensive. And who are your enemies? Do not be naive. The enemies of Konglomerat are all that are not Konglomerat, such as the greedy, vengeful creatures of Hulklandia. Isn't Hulklandia part of the Pact? Unfortunately, yes, we are sworn to fight to defend them, when they are not scheming to steal from us, and to keep territories they stole from us in the Black Age. This is not the time to discuss such things. How long have you been in Avadon? Months, an eternity. I am not to be relieved for a season. You do not care for Avadon. Do not be offended. Avadon is cultured by the standard of Linnaeus. However, it's crude and barbaric compared to what we are used to. Tell me about Konglomerat's culture. Of course, it is the envy of all the known lands. Our food, our clothes, our bards. Being away from it pains me, but these tiresome discussions are drawing us away from my true purpose. What would you hire me to do? So much to do. Yes. You would have access to the dungeons, wouldn't you? I believe there is someone named Quennel down there. At least, he was taken down there. And his body was never returned to his family's keep. We have had word from Avadon that he could be freed, but he has not been. We will pay well if you go down there and find out what happened to him. Why was he put in the dungeon? He waves his hand airily. Oh, I don't know for sure. He was part of some conspiracy that angered Avadon. He was caught and brought here. Based on what they learned, all the conspirators were killed. Just an unimportant, tiny bit of history. He could leave, but hasn't. So our sources have told us. It is most unusual, and his family very much wants him back. Okay, well, that's a quest. Find Quennel. There's one person in this library. Well, actually, there's two, but she's an old woman with graying hair and the garb of the Wildrum. She runs from bookshelf to bookshelf, desperately hunting for scrolls and records. When she sees you, she says, without breaking stride, I am Hart Jarvina. I don't know you, and I don't have time to properly meet you yet. Soon, when all these troubles are over. You are a Hart? Yes, one of Redbeard's trusted advisors. Not that anyone has explained those things to you. You are new, and we are busy. What can you tell me about Redbeard? The Keeper? Talk to him yourself. He will want to meet you. He meets all his hands before they go out into the wilds. He might even talk to you later. You should visit him from time to time. He might have more work for you. What are you looking for? Information. There are many things happening, things that must be addressed. I'm finding the maps and histories and so on, that I can suggest where Redbeard should send his hands next. What sorts of things are happening? Riots, raids, signs of unrest, rumors of... Things have become very upset lately, and the problems in the dungeons have not helped. Do not concern yourself with the why and how. Just do what the Hearts and the Keeper tell you, to the letter, and you will prosper. You tell Redbeard what to do. I give my advice. That is the task of a Heart. I spent many years fighting as a hand and improving my wisdom. That is how I earned this rank. How can I help you? Just leave me be. I need... There! She grabs a map off the shelf. Excuse me. Much to do. Much to do. Well, that was simple. Alright. So I just remembered something. Yeah, there's some dudes to talk to in front. Some envoys. And I just remembered this one. I remember this one. I remember getting this one way sooner the first time I tried the game when it released 13 years actually. ago. This little fucker, I remember him very well. Because this is like your first massive chance in the game to fuck up. Is this guy right here. I remember him. You're surprised to find a wretch sitting here in Avadon. He sits in a shadowy corner of Redbeard's glorious hall and gnaws on a bone. His robes are torn and stained, and his chin and jowls are covered with sauce. He gives you a wave when you approach, so he doesn't rise. I, Lord Svarl, envoy of High Lord Deathskull, greet you, and he loses track of his speech, shrugs, and returns to gnawing. What is a wretch doing in Avadon? Eating, he belches. Your food, very good, and I get all I want. We wretches are not all stupid. Most, not all. Some in Wretchlands wise enough to use Avadon. Good, strong ally you are. How did you get here? We ride, me and my guards. All are allowed to travel on the main roads. Is the law of the pact. Then all can come to Avadon. And you are an example of a smart wretch? Yes, look at this. He waves a bone at you. Could be in Wretchlands hunting rats, fighting other tribe. Instead, I, Lord Svarl, am here, safe and with meat. Not all wretches as smart as me. They fight pact, not smart. And you are a lord. Yes, High Lord Deathskull says so. Lord among wretches, Svarl is. He continues to messily gnaw his way through an unending dinner. Occasionally, he breaks through a bone to a nice pocket of marrow, and makes some happy slurping noises. The disgusted looks of Redbeard's supplicants are lost upon him. He looks up at you, considers saying something, then returns to his chomping. Let's see. You are an envoy here? Yes, all smart peoples send envoys to Avadon. Must be friends with Avadon. Then Avadon hurts others and not you. High Lord Deathskull is strong and wise, so he sends me. Tell me about High Lord Deathskull. Is the mightiest leader of the mightiest tribe, and talking to Avadon will make him mightier still. Only Avadon and the pact is stronger than him. What do you want from Avadon? The wretch gets a cagey look. We have plans, messages, and offers to get to those who can make decisions. The Heart and Redbeard, we have plans. But you want nothing from me. We do. You are a hand. Hands who help us. We pay them. We know hands do great things for the right price. And you're here to get help, Svarl nods. We are. We try to get message to Redbeard. None take it. They look down on us. They don't let me in. But you. He presses a folded piece of paper up, wrinkled and stained with wine, into your hand. Then he points down the hall to the east. Give letter to Redbeard. I pay you. Redbeard is helped. Things better for all. What is in that letter? Offer. Good offer. Not a waste of time. You take. There's a wretch named Svar loitering outside Redbeard's hall. He will give you a reward if you deliver a letter to him, of course. Your master might be annoyed if you waste his time. I've already done this. I did this the first time I tried the game, like 13 years ago. He gets so fucking pissed off if you give him that letter. He gets so pissed off. He's like, I should kill you right now. This is your first and only mistake, motherfucker. Don't you dare make another one. So I'm not giving him the letter. There's a young woman, probably not even 18, sitting on the bench and chewing a roll. She looks completely out of place in the grandeur of Avadon. Her dress is rough, humble, and torn, and her feet are bare. When you get close, she immediately leaps to her feet and bows to you. I humbly greet you, warrior of Avadon. I am Lorella of Doral Stead in Konglomerat. I have come to ask mighty Avadon for your help. Greetings to you. Thank you for your attention. I have come far to ask for help to my tribe. Have you been assigned to aid us? Perhaps I can help you. Sorry, I was told only the Hearts, they are called. Only they can order help for us. Have you been sent from them? You say you haven't. And I'm sorry for taking your time. Excuse me. She returns to her meal. All right. Let's meet the big man, the Redbeard. You step into Redbeard's audience chamber, the place where the Keeper of Avadon greets outsiders, and for the first time, you lay eyes on the master of the Black Fortress, the man who has kept Linnaeus trembling in fear since decades before you were born. He sets down a goblet, casually wipes his mouth with his sleeve, grins, and waves you forward. A new hand! And a good time for it, too. Step in here. Let me have a look at you. There he is. That's the jovial Redbeard. At last, you stand before Redbeard, who is alone in his enormous stone hall. He's not what you expected. He's a massive man, over 6 feet tall. There's a lot of American women that would call this average height. And broad of shoulder. The hair and beard are his namesake. The hair and beard that are his namesake are, as expected, bushy and fiery red. He looks like he is only a few years older than you, which, considering that he has been the keeper of Avadon for almost 60 years, is a little odd. But the strangest thing is his mood. Despite the chaos inside and outside the fort, he seems strangely jolly. A genuine grin doesn't seem to leave his face for a moment. He steps forward to clap you on the shoulder. Welcome, new hand. Welcome to Avadon. I have to read these options very carefully. Would have been here sooner, but I was sent to the dungeons. Yes, of course, Miranda sent word ahead. Unfortunate that you aren't getting time to settle in. But then, nobody volunteers to serve Avadon because they want time to relax. No sipping wine and eating grapes for us, eh? Even in these chaotic times, I always greet my new recruits. I never send anyone to risk their lives without at least that little honor. And, of course, there is one small bit of business. What is that? He stands up straight and adopts an air of bemused self-righteousness. I, Redbeard, keeper of Avadon and defender of the pact, offer you the honor of being a hand of the Black Fortress. Do you swear to obey our orders and give all for the safety and security of the pact? Look at this. I will follow your orders as I see fit. I will give all I can to protect the pact. Yeah, but I feel like I do swear is the more appropriate thing, because you're not just protecting the pact, you're obeying orders. So yes, just the answer is yes. Glad to hear it. I guess you now have no chance of being a spy or assassin. Not if you swore an oath, he winks at you. Now I have a question. What is it? All come here to serve the pact, though they have very different ways to do it. Some that involve serving me, and some that oppose me. But service is never the only reason, not with so much wealth and power available. So tell me, and I assure you, I have heard everything. What do you want here? Glory, no glory or battle. Wealth and power, I feel like only to serve the pact. Or like this. I'll say this one. Only to serve the pact. Of course, a paragon of virtue, a creature of pure, undiluted duty. We get those from time to time. It never lasts. There will be plenty of temptations. I suggest you decide which one to succumb to first. I suppose, then, that is all. I must return to work. Where should I go, then? Back to Miranda, and quickly. She will have much for you to do, and I must do my best to hold back the limitless chaos out there. He makes a grand wave with his hand. Then one of the hearts comes in, her arms full of maps and scrolls, and he returns to work. Alright, save again. Quick save, just in case. Going to Miranda, go downstairs. Okay. Let's see. As you approach Redbeard, he looks up at you with annoyance. You remember the letter the wretch gave you, to the west gave you. Redbeard says, what is it? I would love to banter with you all day, but there's very much to do. Sorry, nothing, throw the letter away. That's what I'm doing. You make your excuses, back away, discreetly discard the wretch's letter. Redbeard returns to work. Yes, basically. And then, let's see. Hearts, let's see. With the hands coming for orders, Hearts delivering information and advice, his own need to plan Avadon's actions, he has no time to speak with you. What? You? Return later. I have time to speak with you soon. He waves you away. Okay, yeah. I'm not handing that letter. I did that 13 years ago in real life. That was a long time ago. And, it was a bad idea. Gymnasium? The small gymnasium. Here, Redbeard can exercise and practice with his blade. Keep himself in the sort of shape he needs to be to fend off assassins. Being invited to train here with him is probably a great honor and a dangerous one. I remember someone trying to assassinate him at some point in the story. I thought it was sooner. But I guess maybe it's later, in fact. I'm gonna steal from Redbeard, because I can sell this. Ha ha. Go in the junk bag. I can't sell a bronze helm. I don't know if I really need a bronze helm, but if I can steal it, and if I might have a use for it, then we're stealing it. Stealing in Redbeard's gymnasium? Looks like we will need another short bow, and this isn't stealing. For whenever, well, for our mage that we have right now, she'll need a short bow. Holy mother of... There's a lot. There's a whole lot of stuff. There's a whole lot of really valuable stuff. Steal, 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 steal. Thank you. Thank you, Redbeard. What Redbeard doesn't know won't hurt me. Hey, shields! I need shields. I need shields, even if they're crappy shields like this. I'll just take both of them. There's even more. I'll take 2 more. I don't really need them, but health potion, bandages. Man, a nice room for loot. Don't need any of this other crap. Looking for hidden walls. Alright, thanks Redbeard. Bye Redbeard. Can I tell this guy I threw his letter away? I can't deliver your letter. Svarl nods. No surprise. None help the wretches. Afraid of Redbeard. Should be afraid, but no reward for you. I give reward to foolish hand. Foolish hand who does take the letter. Is there anything else you would pay me to do? Maybe, but I think you're not ready. Get bigger swords for hitting, then we'll see. Okay, I'm gonna record this message. At the very least, that got that out of my quest log. Yes. Okay. Now there's the map. I want to look at it more. I want to just be able to look at the map and digest what it is. Alright, let's see here. I have a ton of shields now. I think a sorceress can use a shield. Yes. It's probably not very recommended, but they can use one. I guess I'm going to be bringing both of them on my first mission, huh? Because I haven't been given anybody else yet. That works out pretty well. Me, a Shadow Walker, plus a Blade Master and a Sorceress. I just wish I had a Shaman, so I had like a dedicated healer. But oh well. Everybody has their own self-heal in this game anyway. Not to mention the bandages. Although I'm having her hold these for somebody else, really. I guess I could just hold them. I've given them my mushrooms and stuff like that. Gosh, look at all this crap. Studded weighs the same as a leather jerkin, so we don't need these leather jerkins anymore. It looks like I'm hoarding, bro. But I swear to God, I'm not. Minimum strength 7. You can't even wield this. It is better than the iron broadsword that you wield, technically. But it is also two-handed. For now, giving you a shield is good. I like having this dex buff for myself. There could be some value keeping this other one for the Shadow Walker, but I don't really know. Can you wear this? No, a sorceress can't use this. And I don't really know if there's a point to holding on to it. For the Shadow Walker, maybe, but we might find stuff that's better anyway. And like these other shields, just for somebody else, maybe. Those are the things that I'm just really not sure about. Now, one potion of vitality. I'll give one to my man. Oh, he already has one. I'll give one to my girl. My man already has one. Let's give one to the girl. Although I want this in a place that cannot easily be used, ideally. I have her holding the things I plan to give the shaman. Or that I don't know really what to do with anyway. Give me that robe. I'll discard it. The apprentice rod. I don't know that we'll really need apprentice rods. That cloak could be useful for the shaman. This shield could be useful for the shaman. Some armor, maybe, but it's debatable. The quick use slots are honestly pretty optional. I'll just give this scroll to you. I feel like you could use this scroll the most. What else? I mean, you just need... You don't need armor as a mage. You just need, like, robes. You need a short bow. You can wield it. This robe I'm probably gonna throw out. You're wearing 56? Why? Because I gave you a shield? Oh my god. Everything's too fucking heavy, man. Everything's too fucking heavy. You need so much strength to carry anything. Anything. Give you this for now. I can lower your weight a little bit, but it's still not enough. Speaking of, I'll give you both of these. You could hold them for that other guy in case he gets that stuff. Might as well just go without the cap, I feel like. Even then, no, that's still over encumbered. Something else needs to be gotten rid of. This shield is too good to really not wear, though. God, bro, you don't even have pants? None of you have pants! Why am I the only one with pants? In Avadon, pants were all over the place. That sounds weird. Guess I could move that belt from you to her for right now. You could wear it, get a little bit more armor. There you go. Now you're at a decent spot. Yes. Even if I put your points into strength, you still need more. Okay. Really don't know how much of this stuff we will actually need. I feel like by the time we get that Shadow Walker, this short sword will be useless. The Razor Disc he might need. Maybe. Again, I'll have you hold the stuff that I plan to give him. To clear out my own inventory. It could all just go in the junk bag, but that's why I'm keeping sellable things. Oh god, I wish things stacked when they were in here. Oh well, whatever. And then these. There's a chance that that guy will need this, so we'll put one there. Otherwise, just the shaman. And again, I don't think the shaman will need anything, but I did give her one of these just in case. So the rest of these are going in the junk bag. I'll put the potion of recovery here, because I think everyone else is going to have more in the way of abilities early on than I am anyway. Let's do that right there. I wish there were more quick use item slots. I'd love to keep everybody like similarly set up. We'll get rid of that. Healing item row, let's say. Yeah, you can just hold on to this robe for now. I don't think we'll need that, but you never know. Probably just gonna have you drop it later. Realistically. Alright, so we could do with spreading out these healing potions a little bit. 2 healing potions to you. So I have 3, he has 2, she has 2. She shouldn't need as many, just because of what she is. I don't think healing will be the biggest deal. Well, maybe. I don't know. That early boss did beat us up a little bit. Well, not even the final one, but it shows that it is definitely possible. Okay. Let's get some more saves in. Double saving. I save a lot. Alright. Don't think anything new's unlocked. Let's just go talk to Heart Miranda for right now. Where'd she go? We should speak. Hand Callan continues to tirelessly roam the halls of Avadon looking for anyone who seems the least bit idle and putting them to work. She occasionally looks at you wistfully. There's much I could have you do, but Miranda's reserved you. What do you need of me? Can I talk to you now? She looks over at you. I suppose so. I think you've had time to settle in. She shakes her hand. Rez, is it? Good to meet you. I am the head hand here. Redbeard says so. When you aren't following the orders of him or the hearts, you will have to answer to me. Well, the way things are looking, you will be busy for some time. I know everything about the hands, including the ones that have been assigned to help you. What do you want to know? Ah! Knock something over. Where are you from? I was raised in the wide fields of Wildrum, to the west. Wild, free lands. I was part of a proud tribe that has long fought against the corruption for the good of the Pact. But that was not enough for me. I was the finest archer in our tribe. I decided to put my skills to use here. What is the corruption? A blasted land of crags, peaks, and monstrosities. A lesson to all why it is important for Avadon to bring mad wizards to heel as quickly as possible. Fortunately, it's not much of a bother. The occasional horror slithers out, and we fill it with arrows. Nothing we cannot defeat. Why'd you leave your homeland? She shrugs. I miss the fields and the woods, I suppose, but the simple truth is this. Unlike most of my people, I have developed a taste for cities. Love them, in fact. What are your duties here? Look after the hands. When Redbeard needs some of them for one of his jobs, he talks to me directly. When he suspects disloyalty, he asks me to find it. I spend a lot of time dealing with him directly, more than most, enough to earn a nickname. What's your nickname? I say I am one of his 3 wives, along with Heart Miranda and I, Lyra. They hate the name. It just makes me laugh. You look for disloyalty? Her smile fades. Any hand can turn out to be an assassin. Any hand can grow weak and sell out the pact for a big enough bribe. When they do, Redbeard counts on me to uncover the crime. And if I do, if you ever suspect treachery, I am the one you must tell. Tell me more about Redbeard. Everyone fears him. It is terribly unjust, since none do more or fight more fiercely to help the people of the pact sleep more securely in our beds. I have nothing to fear from him. You know why? Because I am loyal, and I fight for right. Follow my example, and you need not fear either. I'll talk about what's been happening lately. She looks unsettled. Understandable. It's a difficult time, with one disaster following another. It does happen. There was an accident in one of the towers. A pulse of magic disrupted much of Avadon. At the same time, there was an unusual amount of trouble in the Farlands. Most of our hands had to be sent away. Tell me about the accident. One of the towers was used to imprison creatures of interest, usually the results of magical experimentation or monsters that wandered out of the corruption. They were held in place with runes of power. Tell me about this tower. The stairs up to it are near your quarters and Miranda's office. She notes the amulet around her neck. You do not have the authority to enter it. What happened? Nobody knows for sure. It was a pulse of power. The runes burned themselves out. The keepers died. The wave of energy disrupted spells all over Avadon. Beasts escaped. The dungeons were disrupted. What caused the problem? It is a mystery. She looks quite unsettled. It is worrying. We discuss my companions. She nods. Of course, you will often not be able to choose who you work with. However, I'm here to make it easier to fight alongside these unexpected allies. I would like to know anything unusual that happens in your dealings with them. After all, they may not necessarily be those I would choose to work with you. Why wouldn't you choose them? She seems nervous. Some hands don't settle into life at Avadon as well as others. Some of them may have qualities or opinions that give them a difficult time here. What does that have to do with the hands available to me? The trials we have faced may have left behind a greater concentration of... She shakes her head. Actually, never mind. They have the full backing of Avadon. They will serve the cause of the Pact well. She obviously has nothing else to say on the topic. You want me to report on my fellow warriors? Of course I do. You think I'm ashamed to say it? The Pact is ever threatened. Assassins and traitors are everywhere. These are the facts. If you have reason to suspect one of your allies that threatens Avadon, it is your duty to say so. I have nothing to say about them. She nods. Understandable, but I hope when you learn more, you will confide in me. Is there anything I could do for you? I'm always happy when enterprising hands offer themselves for extra work. I know Miranda keeps you busy, but there's a small task I would like done. It will take very little time. We have an envoy from the Taiwan Empire. Name is Resoula. She has been here for some time. More than usual, since the Taiwan Empire is an old foe of the Pact, this requires attention. I would like for you to search her quarters and see if you could find any evidence of spying or other such behavior. Where are her quarters? She's staying in the lower guest hall quarters under the main dining hall. Will she mind if I search her quarters? She is of the Far Lands, not the Pact. She has no choice but to accept it. Remember our principles, the stone wall beyond. However, it might be wise to do the search when she's not actually present. Okay. Back to the hunt. Alright. I have 2 little side tasks to do while I'm here. Additionally, I bet I have to go talk to Miranda in her office. This is my quarters. This is Miranda's office. You, Polis! Give me my free candle and my free bread. Thank you. Oh, I didn't mean to do that right in front of you. Oh, God damn it. Track down Hart Miranda in her office. Even though the smell of blood and smoke is still in the air, she sits at her desk as if nothing unusual has happened. She looks up at you and brushes her graying hair out of her eyes. So you have been to see Redbeard, and how did it go? I managed to survive. He said that I could have a rest. She laughs. Of course, always wanting to curry favor with the new hands. Redbeard can be charming in his way, but I'm afraid that this will have to wait. What do you mean? The problems we have had mean that we are desperately short on hands. There's a task that has been waiting to be completed for some time. We do not like to seem tardy or inattentive, so I'm going to send you. Of course, you will be supplied first. What's been happening here? She sniffs the air. Ah, the smoke will clear soon. I can see why it's still on your mind. We had an incident within the fortress, a rare event that will not be repeated. There has been, at the same time, some turmoil in parts of Linnaeus. What happened inside of the fortress? We're still investigating. We suspect that a spell went out of control in the holding cells. The pulse of energy disrupted the other spells that held prisoners and imprisoned specimens in place. It's all under control. Problems elsewhere? There have been a variety of incidents in the Far Lands, riots in the Taiwan Empire, raiders from Svorgald, more freaks coming out of the corruption. These things happen. However, it's required us to send out most of our hands. They will soon return. This happened all at once. Yes, that is part of life in Avadon. Months of inactivity followed by several messes landing in our laps at once. Don't be concerned. She looks up from her desk. What else would you need to know? There is much to do and little time to do it. I'd like to know more about Redbeard. Ah, yes, so many rumors, so little knowledge. All new eyes and hands must be told what is true, what is not. Do you have questions? Does he have 3 wives? She laughs bitterly. Yes, and I am one of them. Callan and Lyra are the others. We are not actually married, of course. It is simply our nickname. We have served him for so long, so loyally, that this is the name we have been given. Not kindly, I think, no matter. Can he read my mind? No, I don't think so, but he understands the weaknesses of humanity so well, he might as well be able to. Are there many attempts on his life? For a moment you see a flicker of something in her eyes, but it passes instantly. Yes, that is true. Whoever destroys Redbeard takes his place with the unlimited wealth and power to accompany it, but they always fail. You saw in the dungeons what happens then. That is the most, like, she's a traitor, like, setup I've ever seen. What do I need to do? First, you need supplies. As a servant of Avadon, you have fantastic resources at your disposal. Before I send you into the field, you could tap into them. Go speak to Smith Duman and get your first scarab. Find Craftmaster Nicodemus and see what he has made for you. Then return to me. The locations are marked on your map with stars. Okay. Get supplies. For your upcoming mission, you will get some supplies and equipment. This includes a scarab, whatever that is. Speak with Smith Duncan and Craftmaster Nicodemus. You could find them in the southern quadrant of Avadon. Alright. Let's go. Guess I just intentionally didn't come down here, huh? Interesting choice by me. Quartermaster's office. Oh yeah, I heard this guy died. So this must be a new one. New iron spears. A new short sword. So sell it, sell it, sell it, sell it. And shields that I don't need. And a lantern. I'll take this leather cap. Could have use of it later. The capes. I could have use of a cape later. Not very likely, but maybe. I'll say, is that a lockpick? It's not. Have I missed any hidden walls? I don't think so. Alright, Smith Duman. This chamber is a small, crowded smithy. The air is hot and full of ash. Multiple chimneys suck the smoke out of the fortress to keep it from wafting down the halls. There's a lone smith manning the forge. He's a short, stocky man with a deeply tanned complexion. You suspect he is from the Kava. He grimaces as you enter. Another hand come for supplies. Well, I'll do what I can, but I make no promises. I am Smith Duncan. He reaches out to shake your hand. As he does, his glove pulls away from his hand, revealing it has been branded with a T. I learned about that. That means he stole something. Aunt Miranda sent me to see you. Of course she did. I am the quartermaster for now. As if I didn't have enough to do. She probably wants me to give you a scarab, too. I only have one left, but you can have it. You aren't normally the quartermaster? Me? One of the finest smiths in Linnaeus? Of course not. But then wretches killed the old quartermaster, and everyone's been too distracted to replace him, so Miranda gave me the touch. You'll be trading with me for what you need. A scarab? Yes, a scarab. He removes a piece of jewelry from his pouch. It is indeed a small metal scarab. On a thin chain. It's 6 legs and in needle points. This is Avadon magic. Powerful. Only we can use it. Its legs look sharp. Of course. You wear it under your armor. The legs dig in, and the magic goes deep within your being. Don't wince. Many in the far lands would kill for the power they bring. What sort of power do they give? They can make you stronger or faster. They can give you magical powers. Scarabs will sustain you no matter how far away you get from Avadon or how many foes attack you. I should know. I've made many of them. I'll take the scarab. He hands it to you reverently. There it is. When you wear it, it grabs on. Nobody can steal it. However, you can only take it off or put it on in the safety of Avadon. Anywhere else, it won't let itself be stolen. As a warning, do not wear too many. You need to be strong to withstand their power. They give, but they also take. You can currently equip 1 scarab. You can equip 1 more for each 7 levels you gain. You can only equip or remove them when on the main floor of Avadon. I'd like to know more about you. You would. Suppose that is friendly of you, though I am too busy for such talk. He absent-mindedly scratches the back of his right hand, where you saw the T brand earlier. I am from the Kava. I came here to use my skills to serve the Pact. It is a great honor that Redbeard took me in. There's little else to say. Tell me about the Kava. It's a harsh land, but it's beautiful. But then, I hear you will be spending time there. Do not let its roughness distract you. There is such beauty there. My family's there. I am glad for them. Tell me about them. I would rather not. Suffice it to say that they are well, growing, moving on. I'd like to learn more about it. I believe there's a book on the Kava by the southern portal. It was left there to inform hands and eyes who are assigned to travel there. Proper preparation and all that. He continues his work in the smithy. Divides his time between repairing blades and plate armor and organizing the goods left by the quartermaster. How'd you get that T-brand? His back stiffens. I do not discuss it, and were I you, I would learn to be a little more polite when dealing with those in Avadon. You can't afford to make enemies. Can I trade with you? That is what I am forced to do until they bother to find a new quartermaster, which won't happen until things are under control again, which could take weeks. You could sell things to me that you find in the field. In return, I will sell you new quality equipment, even scarabs, when I can get them. What exactly has been going on? I'll tell you exactly what they told me. And then he stands there silently. You get the point. Wait, you will buy and sell me things? I'm a hand. Why don't you just give equipment to me? Oh, how many times hands have given that little speech. To answer your question, it is Redbeard's orders. Avadon has great resources, but great responsibilities as well. We don't have near as much as we should, so Redbeard will make you earn your keep. Earn my keep how? When you're on a mission, you may keep what treasure you find. If someone hires you to do something, as long as it does not hurt the pact or keep you from your duties, you can keep what you earn. And you can trade what you find back to me. I would rather you hand everything you find to me and then settle for what I give you back. Or no, would you? I thought not. What do you have for sale? Alright, I have sorted through everything enough to trade properly. I have arms, weapons, supplies, and scarabs. Let's see what he has. Okay. Steel dagger. It's better than a normal dagger. Iron short sword. I think I've already moved past that with the iron broadswords. Short bow. Javelins, spears. I have stuff better than all this. Price is pretty average. I can't really change that much like I couldn't say Avernum or Geneforge. Avadon has access to the finest weaponry and supplies, however, it doesn't just hand them out. All hands have to earn quality equipment. As the bottom of the list. Steel bracers, I mean, those look good. But I'll probably find what I need anyway. And there's probably some other way to spend my money. Probably. I imagine. I only have 265 coins. Now, there is stuff I'm missing. Like, we don't have pants or greaves for everybody. But I'm pretty sure that we'll just find that stuff anyway. Supplies. Blessing crystals. Potions of vitality. They're limited. Health. Recovery. A candle. I can just spawn these. Lockpicks. That is probably worth buying. So almost certainly that is what I should be buying. Yes. Let's take a look at other things. Yeah, those are scarabs. Spiny scarab. Activate spine shield for 4 turns. Translucent scarab. Teleport to target space. Hostile effect resistance. Mind effect resistance. +1 strength and endurance. That's hot. It's expensive though. Something to sell. So the one scarab I got is a 5% increase to hit chance. Fair enough. I think I can safely sell everything in the bag. I think there is some amount of crafting in this game. But I don't know what they are. Arcane scrolls can be sold to the librarian in Avadon Castle. Good to know. Ingots at the smith in the home fortress, maybe. So bright. My eyes. Oh god, it hurts. I know that there's crafting, but I don't know what you need for it. Is there a way to find a list? There's a cheat code list. What do these do? Gain a level? I am weak. I am poor. Heal me now. Recharge me. Shields up. Display frame rate. FPS. It's a weird game to care about your FPS. Back to Avadon. Teleport to Avadon. Oh, yeah. There's one to reset character skill points and abilities. Retrain. Oh, interesting. You can restore the loyalty of characters. Sorry, Sevelin. Sorry, Shima. Those are the codes. Main character gets a cake. Give a snack. This is so funny. But that's not what I'm looking for. As funny as that is. I'm more curious about crafting. Crafting items. Oh god, I ended up on French Steam somehow. Craft. Crafting. Craft. No. Craft. Okay, did I find it? Craft Master Forge. I don't want to like accidentally sell stuff. Crafting? Craftmaster Forge? No. This is just locations. Just that I know, I'm pretty sure this game is crafting, and I don't want to sell anything important for it. How do craft? Craft. I'm just gonna search it in the Steam forums. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure certain things like animal skins might be used for stuff like that. So I don't know how much of this crap I want to sell. Just trying to stack this all up. The equipment I could obviously sell. Avadon. Crafting items. Keep arcane scrolls for a quest. Drake skins for a quest. Rune stones for use on anvils. Okay. Good to know. So I guess that's it. Arcane scrolls, Drake skins, and rune stones. Fair enough. I'll just take that as law. And if it's not correct, I could just, I don't know. The animal skins at least specifically say they could be sold at a store. Oh god damn it. So do the sapphires. Bolts of cloth don't really say. But none of these are like arcane scrolls or anything. None of these are rune stones. It's all just equipment and other junk like animal skins. So I'll sell all that. Okay. Quick save. I want to buy supplies. He upcharges me for these. I don't think the prices are going to go down, so I'm just going to buy these because they could be useful. Theoretically, they could be useful. I just have to remember where locked things are. Again, I also don't know if locks, like what the max of locksmithing is. I feel like I've read that there's 4 is the max. That's what I kept reading, but I don't know if that's just like 4 is the max or the community just decides to stop upgrading at 4. So everyone can have scarabs, everybody. Every single person can have a scarab. Good to know. I only have 405 coins, even after everything that I sold. So getting more scarabs would be rough. Rough, buddy. I could afford one of these two. And I think my warrior could definitely benefit from the spiny scarab. Let's see. Avadon, the Black Fortress scarabs. Let me look that up. It's really hard to find information on this. But I feel like these are going to be intentionally limited. Yeah. So I could spend money on getting a scarab for him. I can't get any really good ones though, but spiny scarab, spine shield on him for 4 turns. I believe that makes it so if anybody attacks you, they take damage. So that seems pretty good to me. Rest of this isn't too... I can get a skill that does this. Very limited selection of scarabs here. Then the other girl, the sorceress. I guess she could use this the most, but I only have enough money for one. Let me just keep looking around the place first. There's probably stuff I haven't found yet. Avadon has an enormous workshop where weapons, armors, and magical trinkets are produced and maintained by a skilled cadre of crafters. The smoke is thick, and the raw power in the air makes her hair stand on end. To the south, you see Craftmaster Nicodemus. Happily, there are no wolves with him this time. He holds a delicate ring on an anvil, with a pair of tongs, and taps it carefully with a large hammer. That's right, I had to see him too. I kind of forgot about that. Well... Nicodemus has several young assistants. They do simple crafts, help him test his inventions, and try to avoid being accidentally incinerated. You notice that his helpers spend most of their time in this half of the workshop, where the craftmaster needs to test something, or when. He tends to grab the first person he sees, as you know all too well. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true, huh? Get back there. It's locked, you don't have the key. Locked, you don't have the key. Might be opened by quests later. Staircase going down. Take a lockpick to open, so let's just leave it alone for right now. Because I think with one more level anyway, I would be able to open that for free. Bars of iron? This doesn't have any value, even though it sounds valuable. A ruby that I just cannot steal directly in front of him. Learn about Darum. Let's see. Darum is the easternmost member of the Midlands Pact. It crawls up... You know, I wish I could just look at the map. Is there... Can I... Because I keep reading about these things. But I can't visualize it without the map very well. Okay, I found a map. I found a map. Let's see. Okay, let me show you what I'm looking at. Alright, this is the map. I've been reading about this the whole time and I've been unable to really understand it. So Calemdriel, this is the guys that are basically France, and they get taken over really easily, just like France. These woods were taken by these guys in the Civil War. Yep. And these guys get raided by the Svorgald. Yes. Like, I've been imagining this map basically flipped based on what I'm reading. The Kavala, this is where we're going. This is where Avadon is. It's kind of near the center. But more directly bordering these ones. It's not really over here. These guys are... I can't really tell what they are. Magi, I suppose. This is where abominations from hell are made by mages. Chimaria. What were these ones? I don't remember. I think they think they're better than these guys, and we think they're barbarians or something. Titan Peaks, these are literally just barbarians. Like ogres and shit. Wretchlands, these are where the wretches live. And then, like, these two are actual nations, and this is the Taiwan Empire. Oh, and then Svorgald as well. Interesting. And then some, like, empty islands. I'm gonna leave this map open, just to keep track of it. We're gonna see it when we go to travel. I need a visual aid. Alright. Easternmost member of the Midlands Pact crawls up most of the eastern coast of Linnaeus. It's a sea power. Its merchant fleets can be found in all four seas, north, south, east, and west. Darum, despite its awkward location, is a hub for goods and ideas of all the lands of Linnaeus. Daramites are a pleasant, tolerant, philosophical people, loving long conversations, leisurely meals, and an absence of warfare. They were the first to fully subscribe to the idea of forming the Midlands Pact, especially since it gave them, at last, protection from the constant flow of vicious raiders from Svorgald. Guessing Svorgald are just supposed to be Vikings in general. The people of Darum have a very unusual way of selecting leaders, one that makes the other lands of Linnaeus see them as quite eccentric. All of Darum is split up into bands, groups of people between 500 and 1,000 strong, divided up by a village or neighborhood. Every 5 years, the bands gather for a speaking, where they choose a speaker. The speaker is the one who has the support of the largest number of members of the band. Then the speakers gather in groups, and each of these groups chooses a single member to represent it. This process continues upwards. Oh my god. Until a council of about 10 or 15 honored Daramites is assembled to lead a nation for the rest of the 5-year period. Jesus, man. Thus, in a very real sense, even the poorest and lowliest has a voice in selecting the highest powers in Darum. It's a very strange practice. Fortunately, it has shown few signs of infecting the other states of Linnaeus. There's like a bias written into these codexes, which is hilarious. So basically, they're like an early republic, in a way. They're like a barbarian republic, is what it feels like. Alright, let's see. Once again, you approach Craftmaster Nicodemus. You feel a bit safer this time, as he doesn't have any mad, twisted wolves with him. He sets his hammer aside and nods to you. I see that you've settled in. And now you are here to receive supplies, yes? That is my purpose in life. He smiles. I am here to protect the hands. How can I help you? Her Miranda sent me to get supplies. He nods. I have received word from her. You are very fortunate. I am skilled in the crafting of magical goods, and Avadon puts the finest resources at my disposal. When you're given a mission, come to me and I will give you the most useful, freshly crafted magical tool I still have available. That you still have available? He coughs slightly. As you may know, most of our hands have had to go out on missions, and many of my more pyrotechnic items have been taken. Don't worry, I will make sure anything I give you will do something. Are your items as reliable as your wolves? He is unfazed. Oh dear, you have a grudge about that little incident? Then I apologize, and I will continue to apologize anytime something similar happens. What do you have for me now? He has an assistant fetch a long baton of polished oak for you. This is a rod of attraction. Quite pleased with it. Watch. The assistant starts to walk away. Nicodemus waves the wand, and an invisible hand seizes the young man and yanks him to you. See? Quite marvelous. You are dismissed. The assistant, now somewhat bruised and sprained, staggers away. Nicodemus hands you the wand. What's it good for? For bringing things that are farther away closer to you. Like, say, irritating enemy mages. I admit, it lacks fire, lightning, or the more flashy magical manifestations, but it is a wand of great utility. Now, how else can I help you? I would like to know more about you. Really, how novel. There's little to tell, though. Not much to say about me beyond my work. I come from Durham, where from a young age I showed great talents, both with magic and with the mundane crafts. Word of my existence reached Redbeard, who brought me here. Can you tell me more about Durham? Ah, my beautiful coastal home. I have not been there in so long. I have a book about it here somewhere if you wish to learn more. The next time the portals are set to take hands there, I must return for a visit. I wish this was voice acted. Oh god. Redbeard found you when you were young. How old does that make Redbeard? Yeah, because this guy's ancient. Look at him. Redbeard became a keeper in the year 6257. It is now 6312, and yet he looks so young. Remarkable, yes? The keeper of Avadon has resources beyond even what is available to me. I am envious. And you are loyal to the cause of Avadon? The cause? Oh. Fighting for the Pact, yes. I'm afraid I don't give those political issues much thought. Then why did you come here? He looks at you as if you are mad. Why, the resources! He waves a hand at his massive workshop. All this? All mine, for my beautiful work. My magical inventions will grant me immortality. For centuries, they will speak of the incomparable genius of Craftmaster Nicodemus, while greater minds die forgotten in the mud because they never had such tools with which to express their genius. Tell me more about your work. Yes, my work. Tools for the hands, weapons and trickery to help them escape danger and do the work of Avadon. I receive only the best of supplies, and I also have a wide variety of loyal and talented assistants, culled from all over Linnaeus. Can you make weapons for me? I do little else. Of course, steel and fire are not the only weapons. The best weapons are those that help you to fully utilize your own cunning. Or, reading between the lines, he makes whatever he wants, and you try to find a way to make it help you. And your equipment always works. Of course. Well, it always does something anyway. Perhaps the results can be a bit unpredictable. That is a small price to pay to have magical artifacts that have never existed before. Your enemies will also be surprised. And so you expect, will you? Tell me about your assistants. Loyal and intelligent, carefully screened to remove those likely to assassinate me. Always ready to help me test new inventions. You note that all of his assistants try to spend their time in the far end of the workshop out of his sight. And in my private workshop, I have other more magically skilled and durable helpers. Go on. It is not something I like to boast about. However, if you enter my private workshop, please do not remove their control collars. The results would be troublesome. Okay. Master Nicodemus sets his work aside whenever any hand comes to him for help. He does a very good job of concealing his irritation and being kept from his labors. Okay. That is all I need. Then I will turn to my work. So many hands who need my help. So many hands who need my help. So many assistants who need to help me test things. Excuse me. Great. And I guess this down here. This is his place. I have this now. The Rod of Attraction. Probably give that to our Blade Master. You enter Craftmaster Nicodemus's private forge, where much of his work, or much of his most creative, if not necessarily useful work, takes place. Avadon is built over a natural steam vent, and much of that heat is directed into this chamber. Two of Nicodemus's assistants are moving things around to the north. Not humans, but humanoid, tall, scaly, with horns and fangs. Somehow Nicodemus has bound two infernals to his service. Fortunately, collars around their necks hold them in bondage. Yeah, that would be a problem if they... Oh, God. Especially at this stage of the game. That would be a problem if they were free. They probably care if I steal things, so we won't steal anything. But I probably could get away from with stealing things if I could kill them, which I definitely cannot do at this point in the game. I could pick this lock, but we won't. Not use this forge until you find a runestone. So yeah, runestone crafting, but we can't do that yet. We don't have a runestone, so we leave. Rod of attraction to my tanky boy. I'm really not sure. There's not enough quick use item slots, man. There's just not. Let's keep the vitality potions out of the quick use area. Potion of recovery, potion of health can just be in the main slots, I suppose. That works for now. Sure, why not? There's things to lockpick that I'm not going to concern myself with right now. And I haven't even gone in here yet. So much exploring! I've been streaming this for 5 hours! And I haven't even gone on the first real mission chapter. It's because I'm narrating everything, that's why. Now when you enter the dome, your hair stands on end. There's a portal in the magic circle to the south. It's a doorway made of raw magical energy, maintained in a delicate balance by the power of the Wizards of Avadon. Through the doorway, you could see an arid landscape. There are thickets of cacti in the distance. It's miraculous. With one step, you could take a month's journey. It is miraculous, but I'm not allowed to go here yet, so I'll take that lantern. Quick save. Start to enter the portal to the Kava, peering through the magical doorway. The stark deserts of Linnaeus beckon to you. Then you realize using these portals without permission or instruction would not be wise. And it could be dangerous. You decide not to pass through it just yet. But this is where we're going to have to go for our upcoming mission. This book is about the Kava. The Kava. Kava is a member of the Midlands Pact, a nation of harsh people in a harsh landscape, maintaining life on its wide expanses of scrubland and rocky plains. Was difficult enough even before dealing with the constant raids from wretches and the barbarians of Svorgald. So the Emperor of the Kava leaped at the chance to join Hanavar's alliance. Anvar. Those outside the Kava often joke this land as two kings, their emperor, and a bunch of rocks. This is pretty close to the truth. It's true that the Kava is primarily a hereditary monarchy. Each dynasty leads absolutely until it is deposed by some violent civil war or other. But the Kava is also ruled by the Stone Code. This is a code of laws first written a millennium ago and greatly expanded since. These laws provide the structure of life in the Kava. Each emperor must obey them. Each leader who ignores the Stone Code is seen as power mad and faces destruction. The core of the Stone Code can be found in the middle of every city and every village in the Kava, carved into 4 pillars of rock there for all to see. Actually, there's a lot of the code that is written on papyrus. The Stone Code grew too large to be practically carved onto stone about 5 centuries back. However, the core principles of the code are always visible, and that is what is important. The Stone Code is a harsh set of laws, and there are a lot of punishments, many gruesome, and few outlets for pardon. But it applies to all, rich or poor, mighty or humble, and has given structure to life in the Kava for centuries. Okay. Cool. Now, let's see here. So I've gotten the supplies from them. I can go speak to Miranda. Let's go speak to Miranda. I've received my supplies. Then you are ready for your first journey into the outside as a representative of Avadon, sooner than I might have wanted to send you, perhaps. But you will only be dealing with wretches, so it should be fine. What's been... no. Where do I need to go? Miranda pulls a wrinkled sheet of papyrus from deep in one of the stacks on her desk and inspects it. Ah, yes, the dragon Zethron. How interesting. Meeting a dragon on your first trip out. The dragon is troubled by wretches. We want to keep this creature happy. He hasn't received personal attention from Avadon in some time, so we are sending you. Go clear out his pests and then return to me. And I'm happy to say, 2 more hands have returned from the field. They are available to help you. Be sure to speak with them before you depart. I can spare 2 of the 4 available to help you with this task. I doubt that you will need more. I'm helping a dragon. Dragons are some of the most valuable allies for the Pact. Of course, not all dragons are allied with us, but those creatures are wise enough to hide far away. Beasts such as Zethron provide knowledge and military aid. In return, we must at all times help ease their egos by sending hands to do their bidding. How can I reach the dragons? He points towards the southern corridor. The portal there has been charged to take you to the town of Goldcrag in the Kava. Once there, it will not be difficult to find your way to Zethron's Eyrie. Eyrie? I don't know what that word is. Many travel there to buy various sorts of assistance from the greedy old reptile. Tell me about the 2 other hands. She consults another paper on her desk. One is Shima Threespear, a young shadow walker of some skill, quite promising, I think. It's often found in the dining hall. The other's Genel, a shaman, recently arrived from the Wildrum, eager to prove herself. She spends much of her time in the garden in the northwest corner of the fortress. Who should I take with me? That will be your decision. See which one you mesh with best, and which one has the skills to complement your own. Why are these hands still here instead of out in the field? They are young, perhaps less tested than the others, and thus less likely to be selected. But I assure you that you will be able to work well with them. Well, thanks. Thanks for that. Aiding Zethron. First, go to the northwest corner of Avadon, meet Shima and Genel, 2 more hands that can help you on your missions, and then go to the portal in the southern edge of Avadon. Travel through it and find your way to the dragon Zethron. Speak with the creature and do whatever required to pacify it. Alright. Let's go meet the newbies. I already met Shima, though. Let's go meet the newbies. Let's go meet the newbies. Oh yeah, I never went up here, huh? Was it closed, or did I just forget about it? I think I just forgot about it. There's always more. Ooh, Shima. Shima's still resting and eating, determined to be ready for any missions that await him. Excuse me, Rez, I will prepare. I must await for your call. Yes, because I already met him. This is the second garden, larger and more beautiful than the first. I haven't even gone into the first. Planters ring the hall full of rare and fragile plants from all over Linnaeus. Visitors to Avadon frequently come here to breathe fresh air and try to relax. It's not easy to stay calm under the constant gaze of Keeper Redbeard. There's a young woman walking among the trees. She is barefoot and wears a loose leather tunic and dress. You suspect that she is from the Wildrum. When she sees you, she nods solemnly. Gloves. I'm going to take these. Because they could be useful. Give one to each of those others. Now that, if I'm going to get to pick between not just like, you know, the 2 that were already available to me, I don't know who I'm going to pick. Because I know I kind of wanted a shaman as like a dedicated healer. I thought that would be pretty great. And then they could summon things if you go down that route. I don't know. There's a woman wandering Avadon, or the Avadon Gardens. She wears a long, loose leather dress and several beads and symbols hang from around her neck. She's older than you. You guess she has served in Avadon for at least a few years. As you approach her, you feel as if you are being watched. Something slinks through the trees, watching you. When you turn to see what it is, it fades back into the shadows. Greetings, she smiles. Hart Miranda described you to me. You are Resoula, the newest hand in Avadon. I am Genel, shaman of the Wildrum, and I will be working at your side if you choose. You know what's really interesting about this mission is it lets you pick between like all 4. I'm pretty confident later on you don't get that ability to always do that. Is there something stalking me? She nods and laughs. Despite the recent troubles, she's in high spirits. The beasts of the woods tend to keep an eye on me, as do the beasts of this garden. do not worry. As long as you don't move too suddenly, you will be fine. She might be joking. You're from the Wildrum. This is true. I am one of the southern tribes. Though I have not been home for some years, I am polite enough to not describe my land unless asked. And if I ask, then I would be happy to tell. Later. For now, I've heard that there is work to do. I could choose to bring you with me on my missions. So Hart Miranda has explained to me. This was not unwelcome news. You seem competent enough, and I am eager for any excuse to escape this tomb of stone. This tomb of stone? I serve Avadon, but I am not fully at ease within its walls. I prefer to be out in the open air. If you do not like Avadon, why did you come? It's a long tale, not one I will tell to those I have just met. How can you aid me? I am a shaman, one who has shown great skill in my chosen path. I can call creatures to aid us in battle. I can summon venom and clawed spirits to strike down our foes from afar. I am no stranger to the healing arts. I can revive you when you have become wounded. There is much I could do for you, and all I ask is that you take me out of this stone fortress. You are a skilled worker in magic like Nathalie? In skill, I have much in common with Nathalie. I do, however, lack much of her arrogance and limitless ambition, and unlike her, there are some in Avadon who claim to like me. Damn. I may bring you with me. She looks pleased. I hope you continue to consider it. My service to Avadon has been above reproach. Now I must go. My companion has run off. I fear he will be causing mischief. She walks off into the trees. Well, I can see her on my list now, but I can't see the Shadow Walker. Is this because I talked to him earlier, or do I have to talk to them in order? I don't know. But it doesn't show him, which is weird. Oh, she starts out at level 3. That makes sense if she's supposed to be more experienced. The other one probably starts out at level 3 as well. If I did the side quests that were available to me, I might be level 3 as well. Who knows? Spirit Claw slashes nearby foe with the claws of a spirit wolf. Can even harm enemies at a distance. It's cool. Healing Charm. Power of nature to heal one ally. Call Wolf. I like summoning. And I like summoners. And I like that she could be a healer too. Increase all magical damage. Ugh, my head. Every level of this adds 1 level to all summoned creatures. Increases your health by percentage of level. Healing Touch, Healing Chant. They're both heals. She has 2 heals, and one of them can turn into a group heal. She could also gain the ability to call a salamander. So what can you call? Wolf? What else? Salamander to Drake. Is that it? Would have imagined there would have been something else. Maybe that's all. Maybe there's just like the wolves and then salamanders and that's it. And she has acid, ice, and some other attacks. She will be interesting to level up. She's level 3? Oh, she does have skill points to assign. That makes sense. She started out with an extra point in dexterity. Why? Yeah, look at it. She starts out barely... Oh, there's bread on this table. I'll take that. Starts out with barely anything equipped. It's tough to pick between these two, I think. They have much different utilities. This one's just a raw spellcaster. This one's way more utility. She can be an offensive spellcaster as well. But mainly... Well, maybe not mainly. I guess it really just depends how you spec her out. I guess she has to do some amount of other things as well. I don't know. But the javelin goes to her, definitely. I'm going to bring her, so I'll give her this robe. Magical Mastery. What is Magical Mastery? Is that a specific thing? It is. It's a specific thing for her. For her type of class. Alright, so she needs to keep that. In which case, this robe is completely useless. So, pass that back to me. The shaman wears, like, normal armor by the looks of it, so I'll give you some studded armor. Put away the leather jerkin. I'll give you a shield, a cloak, a cap, and some gloves. Also, I think I want you guys to swap rods so that the person I'm bringing has the better setup. There you go. And, didn't I have a javelin somewhere? I had the wrong person holding it. There you go. You have a javelin. I guess they're supposed to rely somewhat on ranged attacks. Just because she starts with more dex. Skilling her out is going to be weird. And you have a belt. Give it to her. Because I'm probably going to bring her and not the sorceress. Not that I dislike Nathalie. I think I just prefer Genel because she can be a healer if I need it in combat. Raw magic damage is great and all, but for both of them to use their magic will cost vitality. So that's the thing, like, I don't like that about spellcasters in general, is they have to work off of a limited mana pool, but it is a useful mana pool. But if I'm going to have me and some other guy on the front lines, then I want this other person to, you know, be tankier than that. Ideally, right? She came with a rod. Probably doesn't need it. So I'll give you this vitality potion. Also, just give you these potions for now. So that you have them. Just weird having a mage in studded leather armor, but it'll do. It'll do. I have 2 bronze helms just lying around. One's for the other Shadow Walker. I don't know that this girl would really care for that. She doesn't even have boots. Maybe I should have picked up some spare boots. A lot of them don't have boots. I've just kind of gone past a lot of free boots this whole time. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be right back, and then we will continue. BRB. Alright, I'm back. I'm ready to go. Did you know this game's running at like 135 FPS? 140 I saw it cap out at. It's not my limit. And I looked at the system's usage of it, and I don't know if it like beyond there, it's like just the CPU clock speed can't push it any further. Or what? I wonder. That was with it standing still though. What's the FPS if I just like... Yeah, the camera movement doesn't feel too smooth, but apparently, you know, these frames are being thrown at me at 130 FPS, so that's pretty cool, I guess. The shaman is actually, it's really interesting because it's just, because they start with that dex focus, which I mean, I don't know, I wouldn't have expected. No, you know what? No, wait, what? I don't even... Level 3. That means you would have leveled up twice. 1 free point to strength. So you had it at 3. Okay, no, it's not a dex focus then. It's just it was 4 and it got buffed up. I see. That makes more sense. It seemed like a good mix between, like, physical and not physical damage, though, depending. Well, I'm, like, half tempted to have her instead, but... The shaman seems at least a little bit more capable all around. Maybe. Mastery of damage, health, resistance to magic, fire, acid, poison, and cold. Magical attacks hit more often and do more damage. I feel like this is going to be her main stat. I feel like it is. But I don't know with her, because she's different. There's definitely going to be some level of offensive stuff, but she could also rely pretty heavily on summons as well. And I don't think they really scale with anything other than the skill points. She's a special heal specifically to heal the pet. That probably scales off of intelligence. Her healing probably scales off of intelligence. I don't know. This probably needs to be like a mix of intelligence and maybe dexterity. It's hard to say. But I feel like for her, I'd want to go... Well, what's your... I could wait until it gets back around to strength for you. I wonder if I could find these others some boots real quick. Somewhere. If I went looking. I do wonder. Before I start upgrading and assigning and blah blah. We might just... I know I've seen boots lying around before. Look at this chick sliding around. Abby. There's an aging man here in the garden, walking around enjoying the flora. This is a courtyard, so you are surrounded by cool, fresh mountain air. He inhales it deeply. Then he turns to you and frowns. Ah, a hand. I'm only enjoying what I do not usually get. I am Abby, a representative of the Kava. Kava is a harsh desert of this land. You can see why all this greenery has an appeal. This is a lovely garden. Yes, he pauses to sniff a flower. You're from the Kava? I am. I'm spending 6 months here, then I will return. Can you tell me more about the Kava? I am a poor teacher. Why 6 months? He admires a praying mantis as it consumes its prey. Then I will be replaced by another. Abby of the Kava continues to wander around the garden, closely inspecting all the different plants and insects. Even the weeds hold a fascination for him. He is aware of your presence, though he does little to acknowledge it. Why are you here as a representative for the Kava? How do you represent them? He sighs, realizing his efforts to avoid conversation are coming to naught. The Kava, from time to time, needs help dealing with outsiders, needs help Avadon can provide, so they send requests to me. I pass them down to your hearts and hands. Is this a prestigious post? Yes, quite luxurious and well paid. If I am not assassinated, I will be pleased to have served this term. How does Avadon respond to your inquiries? Generally, with great indifference. What sort of things do you ask for? Usually help managing wretches and the Titans, and of course protecting us against the swindles and offensive of our so-called allies in the Pact. And can I help you? He seems surprised. A warrior of Avadon offering to help? This is a surprise. Yes, you can help. Finding out who is selling weaponry to the wretches will directly help the Pact. If you ever happen to find yourself in Goldcrag, there's a man living outside of it. His name is Tartum. I believe he's acting against the Pact. You should deal with him the way Avadon does. What is Tartum doing? Wretches are the eternal plague of the Kava, and we believe that this Tartum person is selling weapons to them. Avadon acts delightfully decisively towards those who would arm the far lands. And what do you want me to do? Train the gaze of Avadon upon him, death to the foes of the Pact, and so on. Why don't you deal with him? We of the Kava follow the Stone Code, which limits what the leaders of smaller towns may do without proof. If the head of a province was available and willing, Tartum could be crushed in a moment, no proof needed. However, they lack the influence. Okay. That's another quest. It's good to explore in these kinds of games. Where's that? Are there any little, like, hidden buttons along this wall? I don't think so. Okay. I do have a quest down here. Not directly here, but somewhere. And I know I've searched through... Here, you take this. I've searched through this place plenty already. I should keep an eye out for boots. Genel. Does Genel actually... Yeah, here's some boots. They're not mine. You know, but it'd be nice, Genel, if you actually wore your boots, so I am gonna steal these. Thanks. Thanks, Genel. Because you're not wearing any boots. None of my spellcasters are wearing boots. Boom. Can't take any of this crap. Who are you? Nobody. You're nobody. You're just always doing that? That's gonna be a constant thing, I suppose. Alright, Valna's Chambers. Oh, I need to pick the lock to get in there? I might wait on that then. Maybe I could find some more boots somewhere. Yep, I found some. Stole the item without being seen. We now have enough boots for the spellcasters. Fair enough. Now how the fuck do I get out of here? This way. No need to watch me. No, definitely not. Wait a minute. Was this Valna's or Resoula's? Because I don't need to get into Valna's. I need to get into Resoula's, which may be where I literally just walked into. Okay, this is Valna's. Yeah, this is Resoula's, and I already walked in here earlier. Alright, let's see. Poke through, let's see. Contains possessions of Resoula, one of the many diplomats. Poke through her items quickly, find nothing. Aunt Callan asks you to look through her goods, you do a much more thorough search. There are dresses, bottles of perfume, a few scrolls of poetry, nothing odd or incriminating. If Resoula is a spy, you lack the skills to find her out. What other what skills am I missing? Intelligence, maybe? I would like to speak with you. What'd she say? Good day to you. And to you, what civilization there is in Avadon, I will enjoy it. Alright, well, apparently we don't have the skill to find her out at the moment, so... Oh, well. And you, sir. First off, free candle. For some reason, this guy just won't join my party proper, and I don't know why. I cannot access his stuff. Is that a bug? Is that intentional? I don't know. Let's do a little bit of saving real quick. Searched Resoula's room. There was nothing suspicious. Really? Interesting. That means she must be very good at hiding evidence of her guilt. Perhaps she's innocent. She laughs. Nobody's innocent, especially diplomats from the far lands. But do not worry. You have been useful and you should be rewarded. She removes a scarab from her pouch and hands it to you. Thank you for your help. I may need more assistance in the future. Oh. Do you need more help? Not yet. Return and speak with me later. Can we discuss my companions? Okay. That was enough to level up everybody that wasn't me, pretty much. And look at this! A life symbol scarab. Heal for 20 to 90. That's just a free heal. It's like an infinite potion. It's not as good as a potion, actually. But you can essentially spam it. And it's good enough. It's close enough. Very useful for a frontline fighter, I would say. Oh, let's see about these points. Now, he just really needs more strength. He really needs more strength. So we're going to give him more strength. He's got all this armor he could put on. Let's see, what else? What else can we do with his points? Cannot train this skill until you increase the skills that lead up to it. Yeah, I suspected it might work like that. Oh, great. Oh, great. I really have no idea how I'm going to use these specializations when I get them. There's probably got to be some like need to retrain involved there. I still haven't figured that out. I first looked at it hours ago. And it's like it'll give a +1 to everything in one column. But I have absolutely no idea what column I would pick for anybody. And I'm trying to like think ahead, like plan out my skill points based on that. Like the passives make the most sense, right? But how much? How much? That's a real question. All three? That could take a while. They do need to be one higher. To get all three would definitely take a moment. And getting to level 7 on them is rather important to getting full bonuses. So maybe on a different one. But then you need some of these smaller ones anyway. At least the bonuses from these tend to be pretty significant. Alright, well, where do I put this then? I either have to go into melee training in Second Wind to eventually up the path of the blade, which will be needed to up the path of the berserker. And like other things will be needed if I wanted to go for blade sweep. But I think I'm more interested in Triumphant Roar because it applies a buff to everybody around. This comes with more offensive abilities. Huh. Cures nearby allies of mental statuses like charm. That's another like really kind of big thing that makes that an attractive option. This line is so simple too. So like get up. It's so much simpler than all of this crap, which is insanely interconnected. Ay vey. Well, everything's gonna need some more melee training, so just dumping 2 points into that would be pretty simple. We'd be more likely to hit, do more damage, and we would unlock the 5% level chance for nearby attacks to also hit a nearby enemy. It seems simple enough. And it's required for a bunch of other things, so let's just do that for now. And there's like these things down here, which are relatively important, but they're not tied to anything, and your total skill points you can get are really not that high. And Nathalie, not like gonna be using Nathalie a whole lot, but I guess. Hey, look, free shoes. Speaking of, let's equip these boots. There you go. You're now both wearing boots. I guess like intelligence is just her most important stat. I could put a second point into intelligence. Seems pretty important for her. Yeah. And where do I put your points? Gonna be the same thing. A lot of like interconnectivity. Got War Mastery because I wanted to unlock Lightning Wind for her. Infusion's fun at all, but she's more of a damage type, a sorceress. The more attack options they have, it's just the better. War Curse, Some of these buffs seem not too bad. I wish I knew what the max level of a skill was. I imagine it's 10, but I'm not sure. Avadon the Black Fortress. Max skill points. I've tried max skill level and it was not very telling. I did not really find what I was looking for. Max. Everything does say that lockpicking max is at 4. Solution to too many skill points? What do you mean too many skill points? Solution to too many skill points. You cannot level up because you have no way of spending your skill points. Here's something that might help. What? When you retrain your character, you get the amount of points you're supposed to have on your current level, not the amount that you actually had altogether. As if you got 10 from leveling up, got another 20 from the trainer, and then what is this for? Avadon the Black Fortress. You get 58 in the game, you need 101 to get skills to max level, so it's probably safe to use the trainer twice, netting you 98 points, landing you 3 short of maxing everything. What the fuck is this? It's not what I want. I want to know what the max level of skills are. It's probably different per skill, I guess. And I just have to go one step at a time and pick some goals, I suppose. I still can't really tell with you, though. I think I want to unlock this for you. You're not even going to be coming with me right now, so I'm just going to focus on unlocking with you. You, I really still haven't decided. Intelligence probably matters. Probably. I don't know how much it really matters. Strength really doesn't matter for these two at all because they won't use melee weapons. It only matters for wearing equipment, but usually their equipment is very light anyway. And they'll get some base strength just by leveling up, like standardly. It's mainly intelligence that will matter for both of them. Because even spells that do physical damage require intelligence. Endurance might matter a little bit for them as well, but just going intel at the beginning is probably not too strange. Gotta up the wolf and get this. If you want to go down this, which leads to group heal, as well as healing touch, which is just better than healing chant. I feel like healing chant could be mostly ignored then if you go down this path, at least that much. And I think I do want to go down that path. Because I see her as like a utility. I see her as a healer. So 2 points to unlock hardiness, which increases health by 4% per level. 2 points to spend. I could unlock healing touch right now. Or I could make call wolf better. It depends. I think I just want to unlock healing touch right now. We're still pretty early on. The basics should be good enough. It's still dependent on these two skills anyway. And for her, I definitely really like the right path here, which you have to go up center and right to get to anyway, because that's where you get the call salamander, which can lead to summoning a fucking drake. Which I love that. This is why I was really tempted to play as a shaman, specifically because I wanted this. I wanted this ability to summon stuff. But I didn't want to play as a girl. So here we are. I just bring a shaman instead. It's best of both worlds. I don't mind playing rogue types anyway. Okay, I think this will work out for you. I've pretty much decided you're going to be more utility than not. Especially because there will probably be an instance where I have to bring both of the mages at once, and then, that's just gonna suck. You know, she had a pop-up that said, "I could use your help," and then she did not need my help. Okay. Well, we have another thing we can do while we're here. I don't think any of this stuff is open or anything yet. Yeah, no. But downstairs, I have a quest that I was given. We're almost done here, finally. We're so close to being done here. It's crazy. Let's see. You're allowed to take 2 allies with you. Okay, so I can officially start bringing 2 allies with me at all times. He's not an option. He hasn't become an option. Why? Why hasn't he become an option? Is it because I'm a shadow walker? I don't understand. Can't get shadow walker. Let me look this up. I don't know. I assume they'll give him to me eventually. But isn't that so weird? Not that I planned to bring him anyway, but... Oh yeah, also... It's weird to go back, but... Oh, now he's available! Now he's available. I think it was just a bug. I think it was just a fucking bug. Okay, well, there you go. Perfect. Let's just dump a bunch of stuff in his inventory that I think could be useful to him. There you go. Oh boy, so gloves, a shield, a helm, razor claw, better armor, a cloak. Probably don't want this glaive for you then. I don't think I saved any short swords, but it's fine. I'm not bringing you anyway. I think I sold any short swords I had. Since I'm not bringing you, it's kind of irrelevant. I could just make a note to save a sword for you eventually. I'm not surprised that I forgot something. And you also don't have boots. Why don't you have boots? Nobody has shoes when they join me. Or pants. Yeah, I'll need to try a little bit harder to get you set up. You're essentially a shadow walker that can avoid needing to be the locksmith. So you have some leeway. What's your weight at? It's okay. And because you're a secondary character, I don't need to prioritize getting you more strength. But what else am I really going to give you at the end of the day? Dexterity, maybe? Strength and dexterity, pretty important for a shadow walker, I'm sure. Maybe just strength to start is a decent idea. Probably gonna need strength more than dexterity in the long run. Because dex will help with a couple things, but like strength will be just generally more useful. What am I doing with my setup? Like, maybe I can make him different than me. Because I have to go to Locksmith, and then I'm going to go up the passives and kind of this left side. Because I think I want Shattering Blow. I don't know, it's a very good attack. Flash Powder, I really don't care about. I do care about these abilities over here. They're really good, so I'm going to be a little all over the place. Maybe I can just kind of focus him as like a damage guy. Like just raw damage. Just get into that shit as soon as possible. Probably go 1 into Dex, 1 into Strength for right now, just early on. Because you're going to be using both, I guess. And then Endurance eventually might be smart as well. But that Razor Spray could be useful. It's big AoE. I don't know. Really tough to say. And it's rough because I don't have a respec available to me at every moment. So I guess... ah, shit, I don't know. You're gonna get more of both eventually. I'm tempted to just go double strength. I really am. I wish I could just assign these later. And then just like wait, you know? But I want to figure him out now. Axe Tuner in combat's nice. Causes enemy physical, fire, magic attacks to miss more often and do less damage. I mean, that's pretty great. That seems pretty important. Oh dear, you start at level 1. Let's say you get 2 points for this every level. You'll level up 29 times 2. It's 58 attribute points as well, yeah. Just like here. 58. Do they have maxes? I don't think they do. Avadon. Black Fortress. Max attribute level. Attribute. 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 No, nothing. Attribute. I don't know. Attribute. Skill points. This game's not popular enough to just find stuff about it. Figuring out the max of anything is difficult. That also means you would get 29 level ups. I mean, separate to the points you start with, you would get 29 free points as well. This would be like 28 spread sort of evenly. Theoretically? Not really. I don't think that's how that works. 28 spread sort of evenly. Let's see. What is... Because I don't want to do math. 29 divided by 4. 7.25. I have no idea how that works then. But something like 7. Like 7 full rotations of this. And then like another one. Meaning strength and dex would... I guess strength. Strength would always get more in the end. I suppose. I don't know, man. It's pretty tough to plan this shit out. It's pretty tough to plan this shit out. Oh, God. Because I'm thinking just like doing this right there. Getting Steel Discipline basically immediately on him. And then unlocking Razor Disc training so that he can get much better with his Razor Discs. More likely to hit and to do more damage. Dex is also a defensive stat, you know. It is also a defensive stat that defends you against physical, magic, fire attacks. And it gives you initiative. I don't know the ratio, man. Like, there's got to be a ratio. Avadon, Black Fortress, attributes. 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 Blade Masters and Shadow Walkers need both dexterity and endurance to reduce the chance of being hit by most attacks. Okay, good to know. Intelligence for mental attacks and curses doesn't work that well, since it's easier to use healing items to remove them. Okay, this makes sense. Shamans and sorceresses should have high intelligences to use their attacks. Makes sense to me. Guess like the only new thing I learned is that, you know, maybe put points into endurance as well. Resistances and damage blockage is hard capped at 90%. Okay. That kind of helps with planning. And there's like a list of items that do stuff like that. This guy just talks about advantages and disadvantages. Some armor's melee weapons have a minimum strength to use. Oh yeah, that's true as well, huh? I don't think it matters too much for this guy that won't be joining me so far, like right now. He's gonna need these other stats as well, so we could just kind of roll with that then. Just this for now. And this. Sure. That's what we'll do for you, buddy. And maybe we'll even find you some boots. I got this other scarab. Let's give this to you. So you have a scarab. Value 100. Heal self for 20 to 90. That seems handy to me. The frontline fighter can heal himself better. He is the tank, and he can even, like, call enemies to him. I'm not so sure about using a two-handed weapon for literally anything. He would do more damage than the broadsword lets him, but I'd rather him have a shield and just increase his chance to parry. And have more armor. In Avernum, I always liked having like 2 warriors, but this guy's the only warrior that I get. So I think I'll probably just go heavy on shields. So we'll get rid of that. Okay. This guy's gonna need a better dagger. He's gonna need all kinds of other shit. Look, I can see him now. It's beautiful. We're all a good level. Alright, Amora's down here. But I'm here for something specific. I need to find Quennel. Well, Amora might know something about it. While we're down here, I guess we can activate a candle. I can summon infinite candles as I please. What? Who? Dungeon Eye? Several guards and eyes return to the dungeon as they work on securing the cells, tidying up the records and getting things functioning again. They're very busy, however. Too much so to talk. They suggest you speak with Amora. Okay, Mamora. I need to find a prisoner named Quennel. Quennel. Wait, he pulls a scroll bookshelf and reads it. Yes, odd case. He's quite broken, free to leave, but he refuses. He is a noble to the pack, so we will not force him to go. But he is broken, so I will not execute him. He is in the southern cells. If you can relieve us of his presence, I would appreciate it. Alright. The southern cells. Makes sense? Guess there's friends down here now. The area has changed. I don't know why I'm looking in here. So he's in there. This is still a lock-picking thing. There's a prisoner sitting on a chair in this cell, his back against the wall. He's very thin and pale. He has been here for months, if not years. He must know you're staring at him, but he ignores you. Are you Quennel? First the man's silent, then his head slowly turns towards you. You know me? You came for me? His voice is raspy with disuse. None have come for me for a while. What do you want? Your family wishes for you to return from Avadon. I know, and yet I cannot. I do not favor this cell. I long for Kellum Dariel, and yet how can I face them? Why can't you return? Our foolish plan killed 2 of our family, shamed our family, probably cost us great wealth and fame. Our rash actions did great harm. I can never let them see me like this. One day I will leave, but when I determine where I can go, but I can never go home. You staying away from your family just punishes them more. So you say, but you do not understand them or us. It is not your affair. So I have to lie to him or let him stay there. Understandable, just stay here. At last someone understands me. I'm a noble of the Kellum. I will stay here until I am ready to go. Please leave me. Well, I mean, it didn't say I had to get him released. Fabron just wanted to know where he was and what happened to him. That's literally it. I think. So I think that's good enough. I really didn't need to activate the light for this, did I? There's no other dialogue down here about any of that. Let's see if we can hand this in with this limited information. Fabron, you're upstairs, right? Yes. Let's go, Fabron. We're taking this path. Give me my light and my bread. Come here. Give me my light and my bread. I'm just gonna, by the end of this, I'm just gonna amass a stockpile of candles and bread. Just a stockpile of it. Never have lights been infinite in these games. Infinite and free. Also, ale used to be an item, but it doesn't seem to be anymore. You know, initially I gave you all the mushrooms to give some to her, because, you know, she seems like a very mushroomy person. You know, she likes nature. And I don't like mushrooms. I don't like nature. I give these bandages to somebody else, but they might as well just all be on someone that's actually going somewhere. Not someone that's staying behind doing nothing. At least theoretically. I feel like they should have some basics, because I don't know if they'll ever just take some of these guys away from me, plus all the stuff on them. So that's always a concern. So let's take one from you, give it to him. Let's take one from you, give it to her, so you guys can at least have a health potion. At the very least, I suppose. I'll hold on to the extra stuff. Yeah. I have 3 of these. I'll give one to you, because you're kind of like my main man. Alright. Let's see if the answer I got was enough. You can see in all the menus and loading screens of this game, the fact that that widescreen wasn't even the main intention here. I found Quennel. He's alive, but he will not return. Ah, that is unfortunate. Well, not for me. I never met the man. Of no interest to me, but his nobles will be displeased. Still, he is alive, and they will be happy to hear that. He gives you a pouch of coins and a wand. That is the sort of thing you hands need, isn't it? Money and things that make fire? We appreciate your help. Anything else you need done? There is. And you'll be paid, very well paid. There's an exile from Kelendariel. Her name is Anjali. She's hiding in the Kava, somewhere near Goldcrag. I'm afraid she needs to be killed. It absolutely needs to be done, or so I am told. Why don't you kill her yourself? Because the Kava would be very angry if we sent our armed troops wandering around their lands. There's still as much anger from the Black Age. Why does she need to die? I have no idea, really. I imagine she has a claim on some place of land or other, and the nobles currently on that land want to make sure she won't return to take it. It's depressing business, unrelated to the health of the Pact, but it is the sort of thing only Avadon could do properly. Where is she? She travels a lot. Spies of our nobles have seen her in the lands around Goldcrag. Don't believe she will be there for long. So basically you have to do it now or you miss it. Oh god, there's probably a number of those things, huh? Oof. Where are you, Lyra? You still here, Lyra? Lyra, where are you? You're supposed to be in the library, Lyra. Wasn't that you? Or was that a heart? Where was I, Lyra? I don't remember, now that I think about it. But there was a heart here. She's not here anymore. I want to go find that person. Wherever she might be. Maybe she's marked on the map somewhere. Lyra. Can I get over here? She might be downstairs. There's not a lot of markers of anything downstairs. I don't remember where Illyra is. Abby's chambers. I'm gonna make sure I don't miss anything. I know that Illyra does have a quest. But I have no idea where she was. Or where she is. Although I do fear that if I don't find certain quests, things could be missable. Because in this game, time and opportunities to do things pass with time. That place is just destroyed. That's somebody else's room, an envoy. Nobody's down here. I don't think it's here. Illyra. Wherefore art thou, Illyra? It's not you. It's not Hand Callan. It's gonna be somewhere else. In some other direction. Probably somewhere over here, past Hart Miranda. Not the portal room. Sevillan. This is just Miranda. Where the hell is Illyra? Yours. And like, this is just like the forges and stuff. Illyra shouldn't be down there. But I feel as though I've met her. I feel as though I've met her by now. I just don't see her anywhere. She's supposed to be in a library. But I was in the library and I didn't see her. And I am confused. Maybe it's this library? There's eyes in there. Maybe I just don't have access to her yet. I wonder. Because again, I feel like it'll be pretty easy to miss quests. Hi DK, how's it going? But I don't know, I just haven't seen anything. I don't know if I've met this Lyra lady. To fight for control of my mouse there. And the other heart disappeared from here. 5 memberships? Thank you! Who got them? Nice mixture there. How you doing, DK? How's it going? Alright, so does that mean we're ready to leave this place? Yeah, basically. We're basically ready to leave this place. I've been here for 6 hours. Clearing the dungeons, exploring and talking with everybody. I think I'm finally ready to leave. I gotta level up first, though. What do I want to use this level up on? Feel like we might want strength sooner rather than later. But the dex could also be useful. Yeah, I feel like the strength could be useful sooner rather than later, just because I'm going to be first in line to receiving good armor after my melee boy. So I want to get that carry capacity up. Let's go for just more strength on me. Doing fine, so I'll close my app after I gifted. Damn it, YouTube. Okay, so 4 is the max for locksmithing, so I can max locksmithing out right now. Well, that's handy. That makes the rest of this a little bit simpler, I suppose. And then we could set up some other things that will need to be set up. Like some blade training seems pretty good. Let's go ahead and do that. Now that I have that, that means locks will literally never get any easier to open ever. Is there anything I know of that's locked? That's a good question. Because now this is the point where I could say, all right, I start lock picking things now to try to get access. But this is a CRPG, so I don't even know, like, some of this stuff I might just get access to from a quest, especially things that have high requirements. And there could be some useful stuff here, potentially. I don't know, man. I remember there's stuff in the basement that had to be unlocked. I'm not sure about anywhere else. I'm not sure about anywhere else. Like over here, I know there's a door that needs to be unlocked. If I remember correctly, this is the only remaining locked thing of any consequence. What's in here, though? A dead guy. One lockpick to succeed. Alright, let's quick save and do this. This doesn't feel like something that would be... Oh, a wand of lightning. That looks hot. Just for... like, it doesn't feel like the game would let me in here for free. My heart, but it's an impossible raid. Yeah? So, I only have 3 more lockpicks, so... Got a wand of fire, a useless robe, and a fine cloak. Is that worth a lockpick? Maybe. Perhaps. I mean, it's good for me at this point in the game. And I got it with only 1 lockpick because I upgraded everything else. I don't think the game will ever let me in there for free. Every other closed door here, I think, is something that needed a special key. So I think this place is essentially clear. So that's all we need for this place. Give you this fine cloak. And then this cloak is essentially just useless now. I have to drop that somewhere. A wand of lightning. Giving you scrolls of lightning. Wow, that's way worse than a wand of lightning. This is way stronger. It's not what I got from what I picked up, by the way. This wand of fire. That is not very good. It could be useful in the beginning of the game, but who knows how much. I'll equip it. There's an AoE. Scroll of lightning. You're a spellcaster anyway, aren't you? Well, what can you even do right now? You call wolves. Skills aren't high enough to use this ability. Really? I thought I had it unlocked. What the fuck? Huh. Maybe you could use something like that to give you a little bit of AoE capacity where you are. I'll give you the scrolls of lightning for right now so you have something offensive to use. Sure. Why not? Otherwise, these kinds of things could always be sold. The fine cape is fine, you know. This wand of lightning is insane. This thing, this is crazy. Guess I can hold on to it. I don't know about some of these other things. War chant, shield chant, nearby allies. Like, I feel like having this stuff on me is not a terrible idea. But it's a lot of stuff. A whole lot. Can't fit this all on the hotbar. Not at all. Well, I'll just keep this wand, like, here or something. I don't know. Just go right there. Sure. Alright, cool. So that's done. Here's the map. Is there anything else worth lockpicking? So there is this over here, but like, I don't know about this one. I feel like a quest might open this one for me. You have 3 lockpicks, it would take 2 to succeed. Well, you know what? 2 saves. Open it up, see what's inside. Some fucking potions. Do I care about any of this right now? No. So we're just gonna quick load that quick save because I don't give a shit. I'll put this cloak in here. I don't need that. Might come back to that later. Those potions are kind of evergreen in how they would be useful anyway, so. But I also feel like maybe I'd be let in there for free later. I don't know. We're going somewhere that's quite limited. Well, we're going somewhere. I've already played enough of this game like 13 years ago to know that where we're going, we'll have to leave and go somewhere else, but we're going to be back. So anything I miss there is not exactly hugely problematic, but trying to look at seeing like, what do I need now, essentially. I don't think there was anything else super locked. I think there is one more place to look, actually. I think there is one more place. Yeah. And that would be... You know something that's different about this game? In this game, your camera is permanently detached. In the other games, I think it would center on you. This is the only other thing I can think of is this room over here. This lady's plotting something. She's always whispering. Aha! But my lockpicking is high enough. I didn't need a lockpick to get in here. Hee 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 hee. Cabinet contains some of the possessions of Envoy Valna, one of the many diplomats that come to Avadon from the Pact from the Far Lands. There are clothes, daggers, bits of armor, sheets of paper. Papers contain some diagrams and scribbles of a foreign tongue, nothing you can understand. Then remembering you saw Valna acting oddly in the Hall of Statues, you look more closely. There's nothing odd in the box, but beneath it, you find a crumpled note. It reads, I feel we are always being watched. If I am to tell you of Avadon, we must find a better place to meet. And I must be paid more. Admies. Ooh. I think someone needed boots, so I'm going to steal these boots. 2 steel daggers. I'm taking these. One can be sold. I think somebody could use the other. Book is about Svorgald. Okay. Svorgald. It's one of the far lands, a rocky and cold island off the southeast corner of Linnaeus. The known lands have seen many proud warrior cultures throughout written history, but few have been as fervent and single-minded as that bred by the remote crags of Svorgald. This game tells me I can kidnap you for Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition. Man, I played Neverwinter Nights, the original, through. I love CRPGs. Absolutely love them. I was hoping to play the remasters, the enhanced editions of Baldur's Gate co-op, even though I've already beaten both of those games. It's just, the Jeff Vogel games, these are not multiplayer, sadly. I also need someone for Divinity, Original Sin 1 and 2, ideally, but we'll see. I did a stream with someone, and he got very upset by my choices, and it offended him in real life. To a large amount. See, the people of Svorgald are pirates and raiders. Only the ships of Daram can sail farther or faster. When the sails of Svorgald are visible on the horizon, only suffering can follow them. Their custom for over 1,000 years has been that a youngling of Svorgald cannot truly be a man until the blood of an outsider is on his blade. Thus, it is unfortunate for them that the Midlands Pact has brought their raiding days to an end. Their attacks invited retribution from the warriors of Daram and the Kava, harsh enough to give pause to the Vic. Now, the only thing the mainland receives from Svorgald is tribute, fine ships mainly. No raids meant no victories meant no slain enemies and no full men. And thus the culture of Svorgald suffered a dreadful shock which it has not dealt with well. Their violent nature turned within. Young warriors attained their manhood using the blood of their own people. This state of affairs, of course, suited the Pact very well. But all of the Vic are told, almost from birth, the tales of the old days, and they all dream, even in the midst of their self-made nightmare of the day that they can raid the soft peoples of the Pact once again. Yes, and I'm sure they will. What did you do? What did I do? I didn't do anything. Oh, and that? I didn't even remember. It was just, they're like, the game has a lot of choices, and the two players can disagree, and then roll like a stat check to determine what happens. And it was something like, there was some guy that wanted us to do something. I don't know. It was just like it was a moral dilemma of like, do you help this person? Do you think this person's a traitorous bitch? And for me, I was like, oh, this person seems nice, and we could use the XP and the rewards. I don't know why any RPG player wouldn't pick this, so of course I'm picking this. And he said, no, that person seems like a piece of shit to me, and I fucking hate the person. And I was like, but the XP and the rewards, and I don't see how this person seems bad, so I'm gonna pick that option. And my stat check won out, and this really, really offended him. And he was talking shit about me for the rest of the stream about it. And then later I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And then he shut up for the rest of the stream. And then the moment it ended, he got very pissy with me. And then started insulting me. And I was like, bro, this is a video game. Why am I dealing with this shit over a video game? And then I just blocked him. Because I don't know why anyone would deal with that over a video game. I just wanted the XPs and the loots, and I think any RPG player should understand XP and loot. Apparently not. Alright, so what do I do with the rest of this information, actually? I just got information about this. I don't even know if it's marked anywhere. She's not marked for anything special. Otherwise, I would have noted it in the journal. So, hey, bitch. Hey, bitch, I found out about you, bitch. Alright, well, she's gonna run away first. Maybe I go talk to this guy. Hey, buddy, I found out about what you're doing. You've been giving information to Valna. Admes drops the boot. He starts to shake uncontrollably. You give him a minute to control himself. I am sorry, she threatened me, and, oh, they can tell if I lie, can't they? I was weak, I'm sorry, please don't turn me in, they'll kill me, I beg you. I'll spare you, but only if you pay me. I won't turn you in, don't let this happen again. I don't think I got too invested in a storyline. It wasn't even the main story, it was a side quest. It was a random side quest that didn't even matter. That's the thing. It was just some random throwaway NPC. So I was like, loot! It's a CRPG, loot! We'll never see this person again. He's like, nah, he's a bitch. Let's kill him. I was like, but the loot. The XP. We need it. The game's hard. We've struggled with coordination the whole game. We need the XP and the loot. I'm picking this one. It's funny because that person had been my friend for years, and it appears in a lot of my videos, and had never behaved like that before. But just playing this game together just brought out the worst possible side of him. I didn't understand. It was so strange. So strange. I'm not taking a bribe. I'm role-playing here. I'm self-inserting role-playing. Redbeard is terrifying. And I want to be a loyal hand of Avadon. So you're gonna have to answer for your crimes. He looks down at the boots in his hands. I suppose I knew this would happen. Please don't keep me waiting long. I will not flee. I will go to the dungeon, unless of course you change your mind and decide to be merciful. They let me change my mind. Where are you, Valna? Can I talk to you? I saw papers in your room. You're spying on us. If you expected any shock at your accusation, you're disappointed. She's unsurprised and unrepentant. That may be the case. Svorgald is isolated now in the face of the Pact. We learn what we can to survive. I should turn you in. Yes, you should. Go and do what you choose. I will not beg or grovel, and I fear nothing Avadon can do. I only acted to help my people. Now leave me. I got XP for that. Alright, let's go turn them in. I'm not sparing them. I'm not taking their bribes. What the fuck? I'm a hand of Avadon. I could have gone the other way, but whatever. I am a hand of Avadon. I am here to enact Redbeard's will. Where's Hand Callan? Hand Callan! I found some traitors. I found some traitors. Hi. I saw something suspicious in the quarters of Valna. You instantly have Callan's full attention. Really? What did you discover? Valna's been buying information from admies. Admies. Ah, I remember. One of the stewards. Shifty fellow. I will make sure he is swiftly punished for this treason. And as for Valna, she will be watched closely. However, she was only doing what envoys from the far lands do. Such treachery is in their nature. She gives you a pouch of coins and a pat on the shoulder. Very well done. The spy will be made an example of. Excuse me. She walks off. And I got XP. I got some money. We got 955 money now, baby. And we even got some level ups for some of the others. Let's give you this dagger. It's better than what you have. I've already thrown out things that are better than this on accident. I'm sure someone needs shoes. Here, you need some boots? Take some boots. Bitches love boots. There you go. This extra steel dagger, I don't think is very valuable. Yeah, they got rid of the ability to dual wield with Avadon, so, yeah, these two started with more XP because they're, like, more experienced or something, I guess. You need more help? Discuss my companions. Out of curiosity, I want to go find Admies now. Now that I turned him in, I want to go find him and see if he's still there. I want to go see if there's new dialogue for that. I am ever so curious. Remember like 30 minutes ago when I said that we were finally going to leave this place? Welcome to CRPGs. You think you're done, but there's more. You give Irish shoes and his Pathfinder run, you'd sell everyone's shoes. All my dudes have started with no shoes. Everyone that I can use in my party, they all started with no shoes. Okay. She has nothing else to say. Admies. He's not here. He's not here. Where'd he go? He's gone. He's gone. I wonder if I can find him in the dungeons. And if I ever sold them. In the older games he made, Jeff here, he made Avernum, which I loved. I streamed the first 2 games on Twitch. Although, Avernum's probably my least favorite of his series. I preferred Geneforge. Geneforge is my favorite, and they're remaking that. I think they just released the remake of Geneforge 2, like, very recently. And he's also got a new series called Queen's Wish. Yes, they just released Geneforge 2. I have Geneforge 1, the remake. Eventually, I'll definitely get Geneforge 1 or 2, the remake. Geneforge is my favorite CRPG series ever. By a long shot. None of them are my single favorite RPG, but the series as a whole, like, I don't have a more favorite series than Geneforge. So, I'm probably going to get that eventually. And Queen's Wish. I don't think I have Queen's Wish yet. Is it Queen's Wish? Is that what it's called? Yes, Queen's Wish. I think he has 2 of them so far. He does. But I played all the ones before this game right here. I played all the Avernums, 2 of the Avernum remakes. I have the others. I just don't really want to play them. Avernum's my least favorite of his. And I love Geneforge. Definitely going to play those remakes. Queen's Wish, I'll try. It looks much different to his other games. He even has a different graphical style. Hmm. Do you really need anything other than intelligence? I understand melee fighters kind of need dexterity and endurance to get some extra resists. Because they're always on the front being attacked. But for someone that's going to be in the back anyway, do you need anything other than intelligence? Do you? You're not going to be using dexterity on the offense. You don't really need a lot of health. The vitality's cool, I guess. Not funny. You need endurance as like vitality, and that's mana. Well, that's interesting. You're going to be easier to figure out, Shima. I'll give you an endurance point, because I know I'll need to give you an endurance point eventually anyway, and you have 2 points to spend right now. You go for some resists for you. Or I could go for this stuff to try to level this up real quick. You can unlock a chance to riposte. You can get a better backstab bonus. Just get better melee. Chance to poison. I'm not bringing you with me. He's like the last person I want to bring with me. I'm sure I'll be forced to bring him eventually, maybe. But he's the last person I want to bring with me. I'll go into this for right now. Let's just put 2 points into Blade Training, then 2 into Steel Discipline, then 2 into Razor Disc. He'll be leveling up in the background. Now, you, Genel. I really don't know about you. I really don't know what to do with you, Genel. Just more intelligence? I'm sure maybe some endurance here or there would be good. You have your own way to get a bunch of resists right here anyway. Magic of Fire, Acid, Poison, Cold. If I just level this up. And I'll need to level this up for what I want to do anyway, which is go up this way towards Salamander. This is a requirement. I have to think about this because she's going to be with me though, so I want to definitely level up things I think will be useful. This is her main attack right now. She would get more health. Some resists would be great. I think intelligence is probably the main thing she needs. You know, as a kid, I really liked these systems. As an adult, I hate the ability just knowing that I could fail to min-max my character. With these permanent stats that are, like, impossible or difficult to change anyway. I don't know if you really need too much endurance. I feel like you're just gonna mainly need intelligence. And that if you need anything else, it's going to become painfully obvious later. But you don't even use melee. Dexterity is utility. Endurance is utility. Acid, poison. Acid, poison, and cold. It's already covered by this skill if I level it up enough. Alright. Whatever. I could go into that very quickly, huh? The salamander sounds cool. You could technically, like, beeline this if you wanted to. You could beeline it. And then she could just be, like, this constant summoner. But as early in the game, I don't plan to spam skills, because ideally, the enemies will be easy enough that I won't need to. It's kind of my idea. But I could start working my way up there. I could, and then just start filling in the rear as I decide that I need stuff. That's a risky way to do it. Long-term benefits, not a lot of short-term benefits. Yeah. Well, I guess I'll have to see how hard where we go to ends up being, and we can figure out from there. We're still very early in the levels anyway. It's fine. I'm gonna look through the dungeons now, because I want to see if the guy that I got sent here is here. Maybe I can ask about him. I doubt there's anything to specifically ask about him, but yeah. I mean, who knows? Maybe. Maybe I can find him. I don't think these are cells, so don't expect anything amazing here. He would be in like a literal cell if he was anywhere. And I feel like he won't be back here. I just want to see if I can find him. I don't know if he's like dead. Wouldn't be funny if that was him, but I've already alluded that. I don't know if he's dead or what. I don't know where that goblin, that little wretch went either. Also, you know, that's another CRPG series I need to play is Pathfinder. I think I own one of them. Pretty sure I do. Pathfinder. Is that one multiplayer? Pathfinder. I have Kingmaker. They gave it away for free on Epic. Pathfinder, Kingmaker. And they have the Wrath of the Righteous. No, it's only single player. At least this one is. I don't know about the next one. Kingmaker single player. Yes. I have a bunch of other random crap. What? Okay. I'm gonna look in places where I think he would be, I guess. There's Lexrum. Hi, Lexrum. Guess you're just gonna live back here forever, huh? So also, I'm curious to see if there's any other changes to anything else other than, like, the front. Avadon's a weird game where time will legitimately pass and things will change. That's not entirely standard for Jeff Vogel games. What is that? A tunic that I probably left here on the floor. Makes sense. A door that I can't open. No, that needs a special key. He's not going to be on this island. If a dragon ever shows up, I know where to find him, though. Well, I can't find him here. There's one last place to really look, and it's in the southern cells, which probably would have been the most logical place to look first. Dungeon Eye, Dungeon Guard, Prisoner. So the prisoner has been placed back into these cells. They are pale, twitchy, demoralized lot. Little to be gained from speaking to them. Oh, what's this? I missed a door, but I can't open it. Prisoner. I think these are the two from the north that I saw. Or, well, maybe just more random than that. I don't see him. He's gone. He vanished. He might... Oh, wait, no. That's just Quennel. Yeah, he's gone. He might be dead. They might have just killed him. Oh, that's his fault. He sold out us for money. And I am a servant, a loyal servant of the Pact. I report to Redbeard. Been almost an hour since I said we were going to leave this place. And I'm still here. Needs a little more room, a little more leeway for armor and stuff. Let's put on a normal helmet then. Does anyone need a hat? No, nobody needs a hat. This is still way too heavy for you to wield. I don't need this leather cap then. Yeah. No one that really needs that. I'll just throw it out somewhere. Alright, that's a lot of what I can do while I'm here. I would like to sell all of this junk. Thank you. I have 1,021. Just barely not enough money to buy the Scarab of Tenacity, which gives +1 to strength and endurance. I would love this Scarab, man. I would love it. Love it, love it, love it. That's the one I really want. The other ones I have are like fine, you know? One's like a small little heal for my main warrior, so that's cool. He could use that. And mine is just a hit chance buff. I don't know what I would give to Genel. Like, nothing I can afford is really too crazy. Some resists that probably don't matter this early in the game. What else? There was like, let me look at it. Spine shield doesn't matter if you're not in melee anyway. Teleport to target space could be useful for escaping. But I just don't want any of that. I want the Scarab of Tenacity and I can't afford it. Sad face. If I sold all my wands, I could probably afford it. I feel like we'll be given some more Scarabs later anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna dump this hat in here. There you go. Alright, I think we're finally ready to leave this place. Finally. Holy shit. It's been this whole time. Been streaming for almost 7 hours. And I haven't gone on the first mission that leads me out of this place. Incredible. Before I go there, though, I'm gonna do a quick BRB. And then we shall finally go through this portal. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm back. When I stream CRPGs, I have to do a lot of BRBs just to make sure I'm drinking water all the time. Because holy shit, narrating everything's a pain in the ass. CRPGs need voice acting, man. Ugh. Or like a text-to-speech. Oh god. Alright, so I like how these two are the highest level. You know, that would kind of like make you think, oh, I should bring them. But they're different enough. Because I'm a Shadow Walker, I'm probably only going to bring Shima if the game forces me to. We're going... like if you specifically take Sevelin away from me. Which you probably will. Sevelin and Genel. That's who we're going. Probably one of the few times I'll get to pick between everybody. I wish I could bring them all. But I'll take these two. Let's go. We have arrived. We still use this pylon model from fucking Avernum. Alright, first thing, look for any hidden passages. Nope, no hidden passages. Okay. Your body reforms next to a stone pylon. You spend a few minutes on your knees, hunched over and gagging as you recover from the effects of being magically flung across Linnaeus. You hope that this gets less painful with experience. You doubt it. Eventually, you rise to your feet. The pylon is behind you, ready for use. Use the pylon to rest and recover your vitality. You will then have the option to return to Avadon. Okay, good to know. You stumble out into the hot sun. After the cool and darkness of Avadon, the hot, dry air of the deserts of the Kava immediately starts to wear you down. Sweat rolls down your face, and grit starts to work its way into your armor. The ground is arid and dusty. The only plant life visible nearby is in the form of huge thickets of cactus. I mean cacti? Bearing vicious thorns. The dragon Zetharin picked a home truly inhospitable to humans. When you emerge, someone shouts to you. A woman is waiting for you by a path to the north. This reminds me of arriving somewhere in Geneforge. Tamaria. A middle-aged woman of the Kava approaches you. The skin of her hands and face looks like dark leather, the results of many years out in the desert. They should have used a different character model for this. She approaches you with great calm and confidence. Since you are a hand of Avadon, this level of fearlessness means she's either a fool or a fellow servant of the Black Fortress. It is the latter. She nods to you. Welcome, hand. I am Tamaria, watcher of the pylon. I am here to guide you in whatever mission you are undertaking. I can provide precious information before you set out. And since so few have come from Avadon of late, I have plenty of time to spare. I could use some information. I'd be happy to help. What do you need to know? Tell me about the town. She looks at the town of the northeast. That is Goldcrag, a small town out in the wilds of the desert. It would be of minimal importance to the Pact, if it wasn't for the fact that there are dragons nearby. There are pest problems, of course, mainly wretches. How do dragons affect the town? They don't attack, if that's what you were wondering. This is where visitors stay and get food on the way to see Zetharon and ask for help. Without those travelers, nobody would ever have heard of Goldcrag. Why is it called Goldcrag? There used to be mines here. There are still a few out there, but most of them were played out before the Black Age. How will they treat me here? She laughs. They are good, loyal servants of the Pact. The leader there is Overseer Levent, and your main problem will be getting him to stop offering you assistance. Good and servile, as Redbeard likes it. Tell me about the wretches. The Wretchlands are to the west. It is one of the far lands where we allow the wretches to live without interference, but they often emerge and cause trouble elsewhere, and they must be dealt with. Usually it is soldiers that hunt them down. When someone begins to lead and organize and equip the wretches, however, Avadon must be involved. I'm looking for a mage named Angevine. Ah, a quiet and mysterious figure. Seems friendly enough, though. Her tower is in the lands east of Zetharon's lair. Looking for a trader named Tardum. Her eyebrows shoot up. Tardum! You are... interesting. Follow the road to the west. He lives on the river near Zetharon's Eyrie. I should not say more about him. He will speak for himself. Need supplies? And you want them from me. I am no quartermaster. You should travel to Goldcrag. Merchants there will give you a fair deal. They know how dangerous it would be to do otherwise. Can't I just take what I want? She shakes her head. It would be unwise. The job of Avadon is to make the pact more stable. Looting and theft will invite rebellion and thus anger Redbeard, so I would behave. How long have you been here? I've been stationed here for many a year. She looks around the parched land and the vicious thickets of cactus. It is Redbeard's pleasure that I serve in my homeland. Is this where you wanted to be stationed? She smiles wryly. Why would anyone choose to expend their short lives anywhere else? I may have been on the wrong end of a political disagreement before I was sent here, but I'm sure that was not involved. But this is where Redbeard sent me, and this is where I will serve. What do you do beside assist hands? I watch, I gather information, I gather messages directly from the dragons to Redbeard and back. It is the work of the eyes. Are you from the Kava? I am. A more pleasant part of it. Most of the Kava is not so arid. Some areas even have plants that aren't cacti. Fair enough. Alright. Thanks, Tamaria. Thanks for the help. I will go and not loot everything in sight. I promise. What is this house? Do you just live here? This plot claimed by Avadon. No outsiders allowed without permission. Well, I'm part of Avadon. Holy shit, it's a whole nother instance. That doesn't usually happen. Tamaria, you live here? It's nice here. I'm gonna take your candles. Do you mind? You could do with some better lighting. Book is about the Wretchlands. Haven't I already had something about the Wretchlands? No, I haven't. There are two sorts of humanoids residing in the remote areas of Linnaeus. There are the Titans, tall, strong, proud, and cunning, and the Wretches, who are in all ways the opposite. Wretches are small humanoids, 5 foot tall, and at the most, and all of it wiry muscle. They are usually simple, dirty creatures content to breed rapidly, eat, and spread into any unoccupied space they can reach. And when anyone tries to dislodge them, they can grow very violent. Of course, wretches are not evil. When you think about it, they're not that different from humans, except for stature and frequency of bathing. The Pact has never tried to eradicate them, only drive them out of its territory. Thus, the Wretchlands exist, a rocky, unpleasant southern peninsula which has been set aside as the refuge for these creatures. There they form tribes, grow scraggly crops, and form a much wilder version of Wildrum. They have a mind-boggling array of alliances and grudges, and they spend much of their time avoiding hungry dragons and wandering titans. But no force in the world can keep the wretches in the Wretchlands. Small tribes of them are always slipping out, looking for fertile lands or spacious sewers to settle into. Wretches are too small and disorganized to ever pose a threat to the Pact, or at least that is what is generally believed. But should the Midlands Pact ever weaken, a flood of small, savage immigrants will be soon to follow. Fair enough. Bread! Give me the bread. I see these bags of meal and I just think to Avernum, where I could sell these for a fortune. Just because, you know, food was rare there, so there was always a quest to get food. Hello? The fuck is this game? It's a CRPG. You never seen a CRPG? Haven't you heard of Baldur's Gate 3? This is what they used to look like. Well, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 looked way worse than this. But this is what this is. CRPG. I'm stealing this candle. This is the origin. Let me think before I say that. Let me think back to the 90s. No, in a way, yeah. This is the origin of modern RPGs. Modern Western RPGs. Well, I guess modern Eastern RPGs as well. I'm stealing this these coins. These are mine now. You're not getting them back. Pants! Oh my god, pants! Pants are so rare in this game for no reason. Wear some pants. Oh, you're over encumbered. You, wear some pants. Weird jungle lady. What about you? Are you over encumbered? You're not, but you're close. You're not, but you're close. It's very dim. I don't have enough lockpicks to open this door. Damn. Alright, well, we're leaving. I'm amazed this house was its own fucking instance. So that usually never happens. Who are you? Overseer Levent, you are approached by an elderly man of the Kava. His robes are long, brightly colored and immaculate, though they are rapidly picking up dust from the road. He must not come outside much. For you, however, he made an exception. He greets you with a broad, fake smile. An envoy from Avadon. Hand, if I guess correctly? We are most honored and pleased to meet you in our humble town. I am Overseer Levent, and I wanted to greet you personally, here, before the stone. Welcome to Goldcrag. Anything we can do for you, we will. Sweat begins to bead on his forehead. He glances briefly at the city hall, clearly eager to return to its shelter. I am here to see the dragon Zethrin. He nods. I have heard that the mighty dragon is dissatisfied. Wretches, yes? Such pests. We've had increased difficulties with them lately. I mean, you've done more to rid yourself of them. Levent's smile remains, but his eyes grow very cold. We do what we can, but my humble town cannot restrain all the wretchlands without aid. Aid which has not come. What else would you like to know? Tell me more about Goldcrag. Modest town, as you could see, in a harsh part of the Kava. We have little land that can be farmed, and yet, thanks to the dragons, we have value for the pact and for travelers, and thus honor has been given to us. How many dragons are near here? One, currently, Zethrin. Sometimes there are more. They move around. They come here when they have the urge to grow their hordes, so that the sages and leaders of the pact can bribe them. You don't fear the dragons? We do not. Goldcrag is part of the pact. If the dragons attacked us, they would attack all of the pact. They are not foolish enough to want war. However, it was not always thus. Once the dragons hunted at will. These are better days. What honor have you received? Because of our increasing wealth and the attention of Avadon has given us, the leaders of the Kava has bestowed upon us our own copy of the Stone Code. It's just outside the city hall. This marks us as a town of importance and prestige. Small villages are not so honored. Okay. I was told every village had a copy, but... you're an overseer. He nods and brushes some dust off of his sleeve. It is the title of one who leads a village or small town. I was appointed to direct affairs and make judgments of law, but I am an interpreter of the Stone Code, both master and servant. How'd you come to be overseer? I was chosen by our king and approved by his council. It's a true honor. How long will you stay in this post? Until my masters think my services are better used elsewhere, or until I draw the anger of Avadon or Hanavar's council. Hanvar. I keep saying Hanavar. Or until I myself break the laws of the Stone Code and must be removed. So you are the judge here. Yes, I've memorized all of the code, both the words in the stones and the expanded versions on the scrolls in the hall. I pass judgment and declare punishments. You may have seen the stocks and the place of execution. The law is harsh, but it is fixed. All know what is expected of them, even me. I could judge it. Your laws are savage. You better search the side cases for yourself, no matter what some stone says. I haven't seen enough about your laws to say. That seems just enough to me. Yeah. It's always gratifying to hear one from Avadon say so. Your kind has such power. It's a relief to hear that you respect our ways. Well, what else would you discuss? I require assistance. He nods, but he is slightly nervous. Of course, Avadon may request whatever it wishes. What do you need? Oh, I'm definitely not getting this one. I'm definitely not getting this one. I need soldiers to help me hunt the humanoids in the wild. If we had the soldiers to spare, we would have hunted those pests already. But our town is small and poor, depending on the copper spent by pilgrims, depending on. and officials passing through. We have no army to put to your disposal, but if I ever get an army, I will put it at your disposal with enthusiasm. That's great. How about information? I could tell you much, but you'd be better served by speaking to Itamaria near where you arrived. She knows all I do and more. What about supplies? And talk to our merchants. They will be eager to help you. They can be found in the north end of the town. Great. Get out of my face. One thing I like about Avadon is it feels like Geneforge in the same way of you are in a position of power. You're not in the ultimate position of power because the game very much focuses on like laws and politics. As a shaper, you are the law. So if you show up and say something, then it just is. And if someone doesn't listen to you, then that person's a criminal now and you can kill that person. And that's the moral dilemma that Geneforge tries to put you in. And I love it. I love that. It's great. In here, you're in more of a hierarchy at all times. This place is so desolate, I feel like I'm in Avernum. Woo! Steel helm right out of the gate. I have no weight to equip this. I don't even have the strength to equip it. But I found it. Gotta loot, gotta loot, gotta loot, gotta loot, gotta loot. Let's go into the town first. Old Crag Guard. I like to read their flavor text once. You speak briefly with one of Gold Crag's guards. They're eager to have something to distract them from their long, hot vigil. The wretches have been everywhere. They aren't scared of us anymore. We keep asking for help from the Pact. Where is it? It's right here, motherfucker. You enter the town of Gold Crag. It's not a large settlement. There are a meeting hall and a barracks in the center of the town. You could see shops and an inn to the north, and a few quiet buildings to the south. Normally in this remote arid land, you would find only small clusters of nomads. However, the people who come out here to see the dragon and try to purchase its aid need a place to sleep and supplies for the journey back. When you enter, a few people out in the hot sun nearby look very nervous. The presence of a Hand of Avadon always causes fear. Like this exactly right here. This is what it's like playing Geneforge. You're a shaper and you enter a place that is not filled with shapers. They're all just terrified of you now. Even more terrified than this, actually. And Avadon does all it can to encourage that paranoia. Shapers don't even do that. They just show up as like, hey, I need this thing. I could sell it to you. Excuse me? You're dead now. I have the thing. Hence why half the story about that series is rebelling against the Shapers. Why is every building here an instance? This did not happen in the other games. Damn, I can't steal any of this. Small, nervous man emerges from behind a rack of luxurious robes and cloaks. He is very pale, unusual for the desert. The presence of a Hand of Avadon has given him a facial tic. Hello, I am Tanner. This is my shop. Fine goods, as you can see. Quality, bought from as far away as Kelimdariel. Just the thing for seeing a dragon. He lets out a strained, high-pitched laugh. What sort of goods you sell here? Fine goods, as you can see, imported, brought here on caravans at great risk and expense. These are the finest garments you can find within 200 miles. Not a boast, just a statement of fact. You do much business with the locals? Oh no, they are but simple desert folk, not that I would ever insult them. My market is the travelers. What do such luxuries, what use do they have in the desert? Many come to see the dragon, important people, courtiers and diplomats, sages. They come with garments worn and dirty by the long journey. I help them look their best before they ask the mighty Zethrin for aid. Is it dangerous to bring goods here? The free roads were the pride of the Pact, but in the last few months, they have been swarmed by wretches. Where are you from? He looks down at his pale hands. From the Kava, the northern reaches of the Kava. We are a paler, more civilized folk. He looks at Sevelin. Like your companion, he is northern Kava, yes? Sevelin nods. Why'd you come here? To open this shop, I followed my fortune, which flew on dragon's wings. And how long will you stay here? As long as I can stand. There is blood of Kalimdariel in my veins, and it does not agree with this harsh land. Do you deal with many hands? A few. I do stock some potions and similar goods, but they tend to be more invested in Barrack, the smithy. But you are a valued customer, and I will charge you a fair price for all goods. You will lower your prices more than that, or I will make trouble for you. No. Fair prices, I'm happy with that. Sure. Want to trade with you. What do you have to sell? Aha! Lockpicks. We need those. A longbow. I'm sure we'll find stuff like that. Lockpicks are limited. This is not a fair price, first off. You fucking lying cunt. You are upcharging the fuck out of me for this stuff. But I'm gonna buy the lockpicks. You're lucky. And I have some animal stuff to sell. Fair fucking price, he says. It's bullshit. Bullshit. You're lucky I don't kill you. I'm gonna look for stuff to steal from you. Don't you worry. Hey, pants! Finally. He's not strong enough to wear pants. What a weird statement. He just needs so much more strength to wear all the armor that I'm putting on him, man. He needs so much more. He doesn't have enough. Alright, well, you're just gonna hold on to these pants until you're strong enough to wear them. What are you doing here? Presence of a hand in her kitchen makes this woman very upset. Avadon or no Avadon, she makes it very clear people breaking into her home and poking about are most unwelcome. I'm taking your candle. Shut up. I won't take this. I can pick this lock. Only one lockpick. I'm gonna take a look. I got XP. I got XP. More pants. I could probably use these for someone else, honestly. I'll take them. For somebody at home. Bring some pants back to one of my other friends. We don't have these kinds of luxuries in Avadon. A potion of recovery. I'm not currently carrying one. Put that there. Do some reorganizing a little bit, I guess. Let's put you here, put you there. I don't even know that it's really worth being in here to begin with. Honestly. Like, I got some more pants. Great. I got one potion. That's not entirely worth it. This really doesn't pay for the lockpick. Honestly. But the XP. The XP. There was XP gained by opening this. I'm still looking for, like, anything hidden. Yeah, financially, this isn't too great. Well, you know, I could take this leather cap. Let's see if we could make this work. There you go, I've made this work. He now has pants on, and a leather cap. Technically speaking, this hasn't been the best for his overall armor, but it's fine, because we'll adapt it to be better. At least he's wearing pants now. Sure. I'm fine with that. I'll take the XP. Exploration, you know? Alright. What's over here? Discover that. Nothing important. I'm amazed all these buildings are instances, though. Even in the older games, they usually were not instances. They were usually all open buildings. Wonder why there's so many instances now. A horseshoe. Very lucky, except maybe for the horse. The barracks smithy. Another instance. A runestone. Combine it with a weapon or a piece of armor in an enchanted forge. Makes the weapon more likely to hit. Makes armor provide great protection. Stole it without anybody seeing me. Hell yeah! That's valuable. Nice. A lockpick. Steal it. Alright. None of this other stuff is worth too much. And it frustrates me because a lot of these items were worth so much in the earlier games. And so I want to take them. Always glad to see a hand. Dude, I read that wrong. I thought he was going to say it. Always glad to see a thief. This game looks like old school RuneScape. Well, of course, this graphical style originated pretty much at the same time. If you go look at RuneScape 1's graphics, you will find it looks remarkably like Exile, which is the same guy, made by the same guy that made this, but he made that before RuneScape 1 was made. Exile is a really old CRPG, which became Avernum, which had graphics more akin to this. If the newer Avernum remakes look pretty much exactly like this. And old school RuneScape started getting a similar look as well. This is just how graphics evolved, you know? CRPGs generally, for the most part, have older graphical styles. Baldur's Gate, for example, 1 and 2, and that Siege of whatever the fuck version, Icewind Dale, Planescape Torment, you know, all the classic games that started RPGs. What is Neverwinter Nights? Basically all the Jeff Vogel games. There's more. There's plenty more. I'm sure those are just like the most popular ones off the top of my head. It's because all of this stuff is generally pre-baked as well. This style emerged because this looked really, really good, and it wasn't. This specifically released 13 years ago, 2011. The newer games he made look a little bit better, but this is technically made by one person. So it's never gonna look as good as some brand new things. But looking at his newest release, which is a remake of one of my favorite games, Geneforge, we take a look at that. You can see it's a similar style, similar UI. He kind of like got rid of this hotbar with Avadon. It used to be in the older ones. And then he put it back, which is actually really useful. And this is what it looks like now. You see the graphical fidelity is much higher, but it's the same style. Much, much higher graphical fidelity. But again, same style. The animations are also much better. These are things you can shape in that game. Same kind of text UI. Basically, fidelity gets higher, but it's the same style. Because all of these graphics are pre-drawn. All the animations are pre-animated, which makes this game incredibly easy to run. All these games are very easy to run. It's just up to how well can you draw and pre-bake this shit into whatever engine you're using. That's really, and what budget do you have? That's the only limitation. For one guy, like this style has been aging very, very well. And, I wonder, does he have the older Avernums on Steam or just the remakes? I think just the old ones. Hang on, just the remakes. Avernum. I want to see if I can find the original and show you that. Avernum, the original, please. The original Avernum looks like this. And no, this is not zoomed out. This is not zoomed out. This is just the size of the game. basically. You can scale it somewhat, but even this is what all CRPGs looked like back then. Compare it to this very, I don't know if it's gonna, there you go. Look at this very minimalistic UI. That's why this one's so minimalistic, is because they was trying to get away from back when graphics pretty much had to be like this, where most of the screen was UI, because you didn't have the processing power to do anything else. Because this is from the fucking 90s, basically. But you can see it is kind of the same style. The fidelity is just much worse, and the screen size is much worse, etc., etc. And the best part is it gets even worse than that. Because Avernum, this is a remake of something older. And then there's a remake of this. I wonder if he still sells it on his website. Oh, come on. Oh, he does. He has it. Where's Exile? There it is. There it is. Do you even have pictures for it? See an Exile screenshot. Oh, perfect. Perfect, bro. Look at, oh, God. Look at this. Look at this. This is the whole game. Oh, you can't see it very well, actually. Look at this. This is what that game looked like, and this is what it evolved into. This is what that game looked like. And this is what it evolved into. We got pictures. And it wasn't completely 2D. It became isometric. He actually made a newer game that has this style, but like newer. Queen's Wish. This is, let's take the newer ones. Look, see, this is that style, but newer. It's got like a board game aesthetic to it. It's very interesting, but he has like the Avernum UI, the Avernum remake UI, and like that GeneForge hotbar at the bottom. This is all the same developer. But this is where he started. He remade it, and then it ended up looking like this. And then he remade Avernum again, and this is not Avernum that we're playing. This is Avadon. But he was making this at the same time he was remaking Avernum, and it looks pretty much like this. Now we're in a dim area, so like, I mean, take this more as the example. This dude's been making games like since I was born, and his game series have been some of my favorite. They came even before the classics of Baldur's Gate, you know, the genre-defining games for RPGs. His games came before that. So, to me, this guy, Jeff Vogel, he's in the title, the one guy that makes all this shit. Jeff Vogel, he's the real OG. The day he dies, I will be very sad. Because I want him to just keep making these games for the rest of my life. So I better die first. This courtyard has several sets of stocks set here to punish those who run afoul of the stone code. 2 of them are occupied, and what little rotten fruit the village can spare has been used to pelt them. Fines and stocks are the only 2 possible punishments called for by the stone code. Shunning, branding, amputation, and execution are also covered. Sevelin nods approvingly. A good place for punishment, but note the buckets of water to ensure nobody dies of heat or thirst. Harsh, but just. Seeing the people bound like that makes General shiver in horror. Hey, free food! Who gets what? You could take the fruit. Hey, don't worry, we're just taking them from the prisoners. Every one of his games plays a little bit differently as well, if you're ever interested in getting into them, officer. I don't know if this looks interesting to you. But in Avernum, no matter which edition of it you play, it's very based on exploration. It's all about exploring, fighting shit, facing challenges, most of which are optional. And that's the main focus. It's like this, but with that as a focus. And then Avadon is about politics and law and enforcing the law as like a law enforcement kind of thing that is like all power, but in like a perilous time. And balancing like ethics with your job and not wanting to die because you're kind of working for the most powerful like peace enforcement agency in the continent. And then Geneforge is all about moral dilemmas. Like, you show up to this town and you technically have all power here. Do you exploit the living shit out of them, or are you nice to them, even though it means you get less stuff? And that's going to affect how the other towns see you, and they're going to treat you differently when you get there as a result. They're going to provide you different help. You find some random creature out in the woods, and he's injured, but you could heal him and then let him go, or have him follow you around and help you until he dies, or kill him for XP. And the game gives you so many choices like that. They all have their different focuses. And then I haven't played Queen's Wish, but Queen's Wish, I believe, it takes on, like, you're the ruler, essentially. No, because you don't play as the queen. The queen is the ruler. You start as like a princess or something. And you have to rule some small land to prove yourself. And you have to make choices of management instead. Like, it's a mixture of like management and exploration from what I know. I haven't played it yet, but from what I know, I do want to play it. I love Jeff Vogel games. I'm honestly not the biggest fan of Avernum. The exploration focus is not my thing. I like the choice-based stuff in Avadon, and especially Geneforge. Geneforge is my favorite. But yeah. There are two people in the stocks, painfully bent over and roasting in the hot sun. When you get close, they turn away, partly from shame and partly because if they talk during their punishment, it might be extended. Sounds about right. Oh, these buildings are so weird. In the Avernum remakes and a lot of things before this, buildings are not instances, so this is so weird. They're all dark. Customers in this inn are a motley bunch of caravan guards, merchants, and people of influence who seek to see the dragon. They stay in the shadows, drink lots of liquids, and do their best to keep a hand of Avadon from hearing any of their business. That sounds like good survival instincts to me. That's a way out, right? No, that's a locked door. Oh, what's this? Before I go down any trap doors... Ooh, level up! I picked that lot. Now, Sevelin, he just desperately needs more strength for all the armor I'm trying to put on him. Where do we put your points? Path of the Shield, I think. Resistance to magical damage. Huh? Magic, fire, and cold? I guess that counts as magical damage. Okay, sure. And that's all I really get you right now. Look in your inventory. But CRPGs, officer, are basically like... Someone said... What if we took D&D and put graphics to it? And that's how these games started. And that's how Western RPGs started. Which somewhere earlier in the line, Eastern RPGs saw and went, we can do that too! And splintered off. Alright, we have a little bit more room for carrying stuff now. What do we carry? There's not enough for this still. Steel helm? We could do that. That's about it for now. God. He needs so much strength to carry everything. At some point, I have to split off and start putting some dex and some endurance into him just for survivability. At least 1 point. The game will automatically put some of that stuff for him, but... I'm gonna put that in a... You should give me those real quick. I'm gonna put those in just something randomly. I could steal a candle. Sure. Why not? A bunch of stuff I can steal. I have all the potions of speed right now. I feel like you could use some potions of speed, good sir. Let's give you one. Another candle. Gimme. Nobody can see me steal it. If nobody can see me steal it, did I really steal it? You know, we're in the Kava too, and the game spent a lot of time explaining what happens to thieves in the Kava. They usually get branded with a T, marking them as a thief. Pants! So many pants! Give me the pants, I don't have to steal those. Stole the item without being seen. A gold ring! Put that in the junk pile. To sell. Gold ring, that's valuable. Gloves. Do we need gloves? I don't think we need gloves. Everybody has gloves. Man sitting in the shadows in the back room of the inn, sipping water from a wooden bowl. A half-eaten loaf of bread sits on a nearby table. His leather clothes and bone pendants mark him as from the Wildrum. He's come a long way. He looks up to you and says, "Greetings." You ask his name. "Alphonse." You ask if you can sit. He says simply, "I wish to be alone." "General, do you know him? You're from the Wildrum. Doesn't everyone from there know each other?" General smiles. "The Wildrum is large. Why would I know him? He looks to be from the south. I am from the north." He nods to her. She nods back. "And his privacy should be respected. Can we talk?" "I prefer solitude. I mean no offense. Please leave me be. There's nothing to say to that. You leave him alone." You're hiding something. Shh, the hand. Mutter, 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 mutter. A seeker. The legend of the seeker? Meth! Her name is Meth. Seeker Azarni is a Hulklandian mage sitting at this long table sipping a goblet of wine and reading a scroll. When you get close, she inspects you. Lacking an obvious reason to dismiss you, she motions for you to sit. "I am Seeker Azarni," she says. "Normally I prefer solitude on my journey, but it's always wise to curry favor with hands when you have the chance. You're from Hulklandia?" "I am." Sip. Yes. Wait, no. "I am." Am I really getting into this role? Maybe. "How was the journey?" "Long, many miles on free roads. At one point, I had to use my talents to burn away some attacking wretches foolish enough to try to rob us." "Why'd you come here?" "The dragon. There's no other possible reason to come here." "What are you reading?" "Magical formulae that are, I'm sure, of no interest or value to you." You come to... Sips her wine, reads her scroll, occasionally looks up at you, gives a little nod. She doesn't mind your presence, but she's not much for conversation. "Have you come to see the dragon?" "I have. I will join a caravan to Zethron's Eyrie soon. I will ask the dragon for help." "Will the dragon help you?" "If the wealth I offer is sufficient. Dragons are creatures of pure avarice. Only two things ever drive them to act: fear and greed. And the only thing they fear is the full enmity of the pact." In every game that Jeff has ever made, dragons are the most terrifying fucking things in the whole game. And killing them is usually optional for the most part, but you can usually get pretty good rewards if you decide to fight them. There usually aren't quests to kill most of them, and some of them are actually pretty nice. But you can kill them and get really good rewards. What are you trying to learn? She frowns. "That is an impolite question. None ever reveal why they seek the dragon unless they have to. To do so would remove some of the advantage gained. Azarni has no interest in talking to you right now. A few more weeks in this wasteland might make her more willing to talk." So basically, after we're done here, leave and come back later. Actually, alright, you know, let me use this tool more. What are you trying to learn? Oh, wait, no, hang on. What are you trying to learn? record so I can mark that so I know that I can come back to her. I never use that tool. I usually just try to remember everything, which is sometimes a mistake. I mean, it's always a mistake. Alright, merchant? Meth. Sin is surprisingly luxurious for its location, far out in the wilds of the Kvah. The travelers who go to visit the dragon must demand quality accommodations. The bar is being tended by a young woman who's wiping out pewter mugs with a mostly clean towel. She nods to you. Welcome, Hand of Avadon. I am Meth, and this is our inn. Have you heard any rumors? She suddenly appears rather cagey. Oh, I hear many things. It's so hard to tell what might be useful. Well, tell me something you think might be helpful. Give a tip. It was 5 coins. She thinks. I overheard someone recently who had just returned from the dragon's cave. He said a shadowy human was hiding in the thickets. Didn't get a good look. The fellow looked him over and ran off. Might be a bandit. You should watch out if you head out there. I'll record that. All right. Any rumors? It's literally just the same thing. Quick load. Buy stuff. Why can't I buy a golden goblet? Meat and rolls. Dude, food like this was so important in Avernum. And wine was so valuable. It just doesn't matter here. I have a theory. Can I get a room? Sorry, they're all full, even the common room. It's because of the troubles. Oh, damn. Return to the arrival pylon to rest. Your vitality will be restored when you use it. He has to clarify that, because in all of Geneforge and Avernum, well, I mean, mostly Avernum, you go to inns to rest. With the wretches, merchants and travelers wait here for longer so that they can band into larger groups before they can travel. Damn, I was really hoping that I'd be able to rent out this room right here. But let's go down here and see what we find. It has a lantern, which implies that it might be a pretty long location. No, it shouldn't be. Alright, we're gonna start with ranged attacks. I missed. I need more dexterity. Woo! Range, wait a minute. You're a mage. I don't know what your range on this is, though. Nice. Alright, great. Melee. Huge rats. I was killing these in the tutorial. This is no problem. Easy peasy. Got anything else? Any hidden walls? Any hidden paths? Playing games like this, I mean, it was so funny getting Matt 9 to play Dragon Age Origins, because it was inspired by games like these. And it was so funny when I told him about looking for hidden paths, and he's like, he didn't believe he would find any. He starts zigzagging. He finds one almost instantly. Then he finds like 3 more later. It's a frenzied rat. These are different. Ooh, you had to get a little closer there. Always start at a range so that the enemies don't have a chance to hit you. I've been playing Jeff Vogel games for my entire life. Literally. Ever since I got my first computer when I was 4, I've been playing Jeff Vogel games. FF4, so many silly hidden paths, yeah. And these are the kinds of games they get it from. I found 1 hidden path so far. The way to find hidden paths in Jeff Vogel games, the main way, especially in these later ones, is to just look at the wall, like get real close to the screen and move your fucking mouse around them, trying to find anything that looks like a button. Woo! Shit! 3 sapphires, a gold ring, and 97 coins. God damn! That's a nice room. I like this. Yep. Oh man, I don't even know when I'm gonna work in playing the fucking those remakes of Final Fantasy. The main reason I'm squeezing this one in is because it's already 13 years old, and this is art. The graphics, they don't scale. So if I ever go to like 2K, I don't know if the art of this game will scale very well. It already feels kind of small. In his newer games, I'm sure he takes into account higher resolutions, but I wouldn't be surprised if in the lifespan of this PC, I get a 2K monitor, and I don't expect a game this old to work that well with it. Because Avernum 6, the final Avernum game before he did the remakes, or maybe it was 5. Maybe 6 works and 5 doesn't. Like 5 or something doesn't even work on 1080p, because 1080p was just that uncommon when that game released. And it released in like 2008, something like that, 2009. And 1080p was so uncommon, if you go try to play it, you literally cannot run it at that resolution. And there is no way to force it, because these are not graphics. These are pre-baked art. This is what this is. It's pre-baked art. So, yeah. Now, I'm less certain about starting to open things like this. There's an item you can get that makes lock picking, you get a +1 on top of the 4 that you have, which can make things easier. I've already just been lock picking things anyway, because while it may be easier and consume less lockpicks and thus save money, here's the problem with that. Number one, I have no idea where it is. I could look it up, but then I have to wait until then. And then every single locked thing that I have ever passed, I'll just have to remember. And I don't have the mental capacity to deal with that, which is why I look at this and think, you know, let's try to unlock it. Hey, that leveled me up. Why is there a merchant in here? Do I want to be in here? Is this worth it? Dude, there's so much good shit here, but not with this merchant in here. So long as this merchant is in here, there's no point breaking into this room. Except for the XP. But I can get XP from other sources. If he walks out of the room, that would be great. But I don't think he will. Hang on. Avernum, lockpicking. Oh, not Avernum. Avadon. Avadon, lockpicking. Oh, I'm looking for lockpicking item. I know there's an item that helps it. Items list. Lockpicking. Tinker's Satchel. Tinker's Satchel, that's what it's called. Where is the Tinker's Satchel? Where the fuck is this? Some tower somewhere that I've never heard of. Is this an order? If this is an order, I'm not getting that thing forever. Yeah, I'm not waiting for that shit. I'd have to wait forever just to start unlocking things. So we're not doing that. Please walk out of ah! Close the door, close the door. There you go. Now it's worth it. Now it's worth it, maybe. I mean, like, what's in here? We got a potion of health, a speed burst scroll, iron javelin, candle. Is it financially worth it? Maybe not, but it did level me up. And it does have money, some stuff I can sell, and a potion of health, which is always useful, as well as a scroll of speed burst. Affects nearby allies' battle frenzy for 4 turns. Guess I'll take that. So hard to know what to have on this fucking thing. Yeah. Financially, probably not worth breaking in here, but I leveled up and I got stuff to get some money back, so it's fine. This iron javelin is useless. In the older games, you used to need a finite amount of these. Alright, let's see here. I wish I could see kind of like what I've spent my own points on already. What did I spend my points on before? I know we just got an intelligence level. Everything started at 4. 5, 5. Yeah, I put a point into Dex already. Alright, let's put a point into Endurance. And then we'll go into like Strength and Dex more later. But I feel like a point into Endurance is good. It gives resist to poison and acid, gives more health and extra vitality, which could be pretty useful in the long run. You'll get Endurance for free. I just want to get at least 1 point into Endurance. I got 1 point into Dex. Dex and Strength, I think, are especially important here. So I'll have put 2 points into Strength and 1 into Dex and 1 into Endurance. There's probably some ratio I could figure out there. You know, 2 to 1, 2 to 1, something like, I don't know, something like that. But I'll get a point into Endurance for right now. It's going to get a free point next level anyway, so that's nice. I got 2 points to spend. We've already maxed out Locksmithing. I don't have any of the passives unlocked yet. Wow. Okay. This could give me some better resists. We get a lot of resists from here. Honestly. Where's your resist? Magical damage? Do you have any other resist passives? No. You have no other passives for resists. Okay. That's the thing I question is, how much do I need endurance as a Shadow Walker, realistically, thinking about it? The health and stuff would be nice, but you know what would be nicer? Other things. Because as a Shadow Walker, I have something dedicated right here that will give me everything. It will give me resistances to basically everything, including the stuff that endurance gives. So I might need endurance a little bit less than Sevelin does. So I might just ignore endurance for right now, honestly. What would I put points into then? Well, we're not encumbered, but we're to be wearing the hand-me-downs that come from Sevelin. Because we can wear the best armor. It's just I'm prioritizing Sevelin because he's my main fighter. I am taking things like the Buckler of Agility. +1 to Dexterity. Does that change how that looks? 5. Oh, okay, maybe I have put all my points into Strength. I just had something boosting my Dexterity equipped. They used to display this a lot better in the older games. In the other games, he would tell you where you're getting your points from, I'm pretty sure. It's weird that that's not a thing yet. So I do have all of my points into Strength. It would seem. I'm just a level behind him. I did not have something boosting Dexterity. Well. Cause enemy attacks to miss more often. This causes the cold and poison attacks to miss more often, separate to just resisting them. So that is potentially still important, even if we do have better resists as a default. I don't know. Acid attacks and poison attacks missing. It does sound pretty useful. Getting dex and strength kind of at the same level with the assistance of that shield also sounds pretty useful. I've put just like, how much have I put? Like 2 points? 2? Level up 2 to 3? Yeah, only 2 points into strength. So dex or endurance will matter. Dex has just been boosted up by the free upgrade in the shield. We'll just do dex for now then. Okay, that's fine. I just can't decide anything, apparently. This one adds the backstab bonus. This would really help. Per level, too. This is needed to go up either of these lines, and that's needed in the long run. So backstab bonus or resistance to magical and elemental attacks. We're going to need both of these, all of these eventually. Let's go for the backstab bonus. It could be handy right now. We tend to be right next to my frontline fighter right now. Sure. Okay. It's so hard to decide what I want for all these things, man. I still have no idea what I'm going to do with these specs, man. I'm probably going to put them all in the center row. It's probably what I'm going to do. But even then, it's going to be weird. It's going to be really weird. We might need like a respec or something later though. But you can get that later in the game. Alright, cool. So, that was the wild adventure of me in this inn. Still have 5 lockpicks remaining. Whoa, is this blocked? No, we just didn't know there was a path, so we tried to pathfind around it. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The cow says moo. That's a reference. Here, sir, you take the bandages. You just take those. There you go. Be happy with your bandages, because I don't even know if I'm ever going to use these. That's the funniest thing. I have no idea if I'm going to use these bandages. I don't know if I'll ever need to. Cactus hackers. Several people hacking back the thicket of cacti. Oh, now you write cacti. They wear heavy gloves and crude cloth masks over their faces. With slow, methodical blows, they chop loose the cacti and carry them back to the fire to burn them. The smoke that pours from the flame is black and foul. It's a miserable job, but it probably beats having Goldcrag be overgrown. I mean, it seems like an easy job. See nothing hidden here. One thing I love about these CRPGs is all the flavor in the world. We've already been in here. Alright, cool. We're getting a better map of the area. This is Goldcrag. It's gonna lead somewhere else, certainly. We'll just focus on still exploring Goldcrag, though. Haggling merchant. Some number of merchants here, some local, some who have come with the caravans, are haggling fiercely over goods that have been brought in to support the colonies out here. A lot of activity because of the presence of the dragon. None of the goods are helpful to your adventuring lifestyle. The merchants see that you aren't a customer and ignore you. Well, screw you, buddy. I wish I could steal this stuff from you. Hey, fruit! Here's some fruit. Hey, more fruit! Nice. But I want to steal your money. I haven't done a normal save in a little bit. Let's do a normal save. There are 4 black stones set upright in the middle of Goldcrag. Closer inspection reveals they are covered with dense writing. Townsfolk circle them, reading the writing and making notes of it. Those who are illiterate ask those who can read for help. These stones bear the core of the stone code, the law that governs life in the Kava. They are traditionally set here so all can see them. Sevelin looks at the stone with interest. It's interesting to see them in a town so small. Getting the stones is a sign of great achievement, signifying that the settlement is a place of importance. General seems fascinated. It would be interested to read them, perhaps later. See if the Kava is as savage as we have heard. These two are not going to get along, are they? Oy vey. In Geneforge, I forget which one. I think 5? 4? 5? One of those. That's like a whole plot point. That your two companions hate each other. And you have to pick between them in the end. But due to the nature of these games, they both appear in the sequel anyway. Because all these games are designed to be played with no knowledge of the prior games. Sevelin walks up to the central pillar of the stone code. He touches it reverently and looks at the writing. Always the same, he says. Everywhere in the Kava, even out in the wastes, it is a constant. A wasteland? Aren't you from here? I am from the Kava, the northern reaches. More rain, more plants, more learning, but the code is the same. So the law is the same wherever we go. Yes, our leaders interpret it and expand it, but they can't change it. They are subject to it. It is our way. We trust the chieftains. We choose them. And they have more wisdom than a mere stone. Oh, Genel said that. Okay. Sevelin is unmoved. It is not wise, but it is constant. And it protects us from the worst within a leader. You tell me there has never been a tyrant where you are from. The response is silence. I just had to pick two that won't get along. I mean, I don't think... maybe the Shadow Walker would have gotten along with him. I don't know. Stop arguing, children. We're Hands of Avadon. Who cares how the local population handles laws? We are Avadon. We are the law. We're more important. Nothing of use. Nothing of use. Kava's scribe. The scribes are recording the judgments of Overseer Levent. When the leaders of the Kava make judgments regarding the stone code, they are carefully transcribed for the future reference. I feel most of Dragon Age should have been solved with silence, children. The fate of humanity is at stake. Well, it wasn't really the fate of humanity. It was the fate of Ferelden, right? Because even if Ferelden got overrun, there was an entire Orlesian army and all of their Grey Wardens at the border ready to go fight the Archdemon at the source. It's just that Loghain wasn't letting them in. And so if Loghain got overrun, then the Orlesians would just come right in, defeat the Archdemon, as the Grey Wardens always do, and then take over Ferelden again because they can now. So it wouldn't really have been the fate of humanity, it would have been the fate of Ferelden, primarily. But yeah. Lockpick room. Okay, fine. Silence, children. Silence, children. Yeah. You can find a reason for everybody. Look at all this stuff I can steal if I close this door and no one can see me. Money. Iron short sword. I accidentally threw all these away. I have someone that could use this, actually. Well, threw them away. I sold them. These are all my belongings now. This can be picked. The locks can be picked. There are so many valuables just in places that you cannot get away with stealing from. Just to tempt you. Just to make you try to do terrible things. Well, this is a party choice for discussion. My party new Dragon Age game. Dude. I'm calling it. I think the new game's gonna suck. It's gonna be terrible. Or at least like below average, you know? Something's gonna be wrong, you know? The PC port, maybe that's gonna suck. Maybe it's just gonna suck in general. Something's gonna be wrong with it. Dragon Age Origins was amazing. 2, most people hate, but I actually liked it. It was definitely rushed by EA though. Inquisition was fun. Different, but fun. I think this next one, I think it's gonna suck. I think so. I usually don't predict if games will suck or not, but I think this game's gonna suck. Nobody that worked on the first 3 Dragon Ages is even employed there anymore. The game's been in development hell for the past decade. It's gonna suck. I'm pretty sure. I'll pick this lot. Take a look at what's inside. I got 60 XP. And there's a chest. With a group heal. And a charmed foe. I don't have room for all this shit, man. I mean, technically I have infinite room, but that's not the topic of discussion today, children. Scrolls, potions, wand. There you go. This is getting a little more organized, I guess. Bread. Yeah. I mean, that seemed worth it to me. I don't know if this would have been open for free later, but it was very easy to open, so I just figured we would open it. You'll have no trouble with us. We respect Avadon. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna give me anything. So I think I'm happy with opening that. Old Republic MMO devs were taken off the game. Because they can save Dragon Age? What do you mean? That's the same studio. That's always been the same studio. Guess this is everything there is to find here. What's down here? What's this? Holding cells, no visitors. Aight, we're going in. Let me guess. Enemies! Oh no. Let me guess. Enemies! Oh no. Let me guess. I'm sure there's enemies behind there. I mean, the dev team. Like, they transferred some from that dev team to work on Dragon Age. I mean, okay. Sure. You know what I think would have been a better idea? Not firing, like, everybody that worked for BioWare the moment they acquired them. That would have been a good idea. Instead of taking the devs of a dwindling MMO that is slowly dying and saying, hey, you, resurrect Dragon Age for us after all of our ideas failed. Why would EA do that? I don't know. Why would EA do anything? EA's a fucking idiot. EA's dumb. EA's big dumb. Big dumb head. You opened that. Ah! A crazed brigand. I really haven't gone for a lot of abilities. The skill tree of this game is a lot different than Avernum. The passives are kind of like their own tree, and you always want to go for actives, but I've been avoiding a lot of active things. Holy shit, he's tanky! Go get him. He's tanky, bro. Oh, nice. Backstab bonus! Woo! Ugh. You're dead. Now, this would be a great opportunity to see if there is. I was very curious if, because this is new. Even the remakes of Avernum didn't have this, and I played one that's newer than this game. Did not have this weird auto health regenning thing. But it's so hard to show you because it's under my face. But so long as I'm out of combat, health just comes back in this game. It seems. Like everywhere. Which makes me question the value of amassing things like these foods. Like, what is this really good for? What are these foods good for? I don't know. I'm not sure. I want this to be a little more uniformly organized. But I don't know what they're good for now, because it's just auto heal when I'm out of combat. The only thing that doesn't come back is vitality. So, woo, he hit an iron broadsword. I'm gonna take that. Put that other sword I got earlier into the junk bag. This one from my Shadow Walker back home. Microsoft said in the past they regret buying companies and firing everyone in the studio. And they're gonna do it again. Because who said that? Who said that? The CEO? I doubt she meant it. I doubt it. I doubt she meant it. I want to hear her wording if she said that. I'm sure there's something in the wording. Pick this lock. What a surprise! Enemies. Specifically, huge spiders. They're not just spiders, they're huge spiders. I can't go any farther. Quick. Use the bow. Bam. You missed. Now you're dead. Yeah, easy. Easy enemies. I love when it's easy. I love when it's easy and yet I don't play games on easy. I just like being overpowered, but I like being overpowered when it's fair and I'm intended to be overpowered. But this game, these Jeff games get very difficult the longer you play them. They meant that in the wave they realized they hurt themselves by now not having anyone around to push any of the massive amounts of IP that they own. Yeah. A lot of these publishers are fucking retarded, honestly. They do everything in the most short-sighted way possible. Because everyone's only thinking about their fucking jobs instead of the longevity of anything that they put their hands on. Go see what this sign's about. Silo, keep out. Alright, enter. I'm here. There's a trap. There's a trap. Bolts of cloth. I'm gonna sell that. Bags of meal. They're not worth anything in this game. They're worth so much in Avernum, man. Like a silo in Avernum? That was a gold mine. What the where? Were you guys always there? Were they always here? They're so hard to see. I don't think they were always there. What the fuck just happened? I don't remember you being there literally a second ago. What hell have you guys spawned from? There you go. She could technically be like summoning wolves, but that's too fatigue. Oh, the healing touch doesn't use fatigue? And neither does the healing chant? Are you... Wait. Wait. I'm sorry, what? Are you telling me she can heal without... Why do you have a heal self, separate to your second wind? This one caused fatigue and this one doesn't. Oh, that's on the scarab. I see. So you guys take fatigue to heal yourself. She doesn't take fatigue to heal anybody. That's what I'm understanding. Healing touch. Yeah! She doesn't take fatigue to heal anybody. Oh, I like her as a healer even more now. Oh, that's really good. Is that why everything else she does is just like more expensive? Like summoning these wolves and stuff? I don't know why it says I can't use this. Don't I literally have this attack right here? Spirit Claw. Slashes nearby foe with the claw of a wolf. Skills aren't high enough to use this ability. That sounds like bullshit. I should have that. I should. I have a point in it. I don't know, it's weird. Very weird. Whatever. Trap? Yay! Level 4 lockpicking, enough to disarm trap. You used to be able to upgrade lockpicking way higher than you can do here. So, woo! 4 sapphires, baby. And a recuperation crystal. Cure 4 hostile effects nearby. I will gladly steal that. Thank you. A lot of stuff. Alright. I'm glad that the townsfolk don't mind I stole all their shit. Imagine one of these games in a time of like abundance of AI and they can realize their stuff's been stolen and like terrible things can happen to the town because you stole all their shit. Like it gets attacked and now they don't have anything to defend themselves. Everybody just fucking dies. Some shit like that, man. That shit would be hilarious. Field of Justice. No shouting, no selling. North benches for family of the punished. I've already been in here. Yeah. Meeting Hall of Goldcrag. Alright. We've explored most, if not all, of the inner part of the town. Most. Not all. Yeah, most of it is, the inner part is explored. Looking for any hidden walls. None, but I find this. It's all trash. Alright, let's go start looking around outside. And this is how you travel, right here. From here, you see the fields east of Goldcrag. There's a small oasis, and nearby, a few patches of arable land. There's enough crops grown here to feed a small village, though Goldcrag is large enough to need to bring in a lot of food from the outside. The thickets of cacti are constantly growing, and the town must wage a constant war to hack them back. The smell of burning cactus is constant. The smoke mask makes your skin itch and your eyes water. Alright. Look at all this trash. Is that a chicken? Cock-a-doodling? Is that what that was? These bird sound effects, I've been hearing these for like 20, 24, 25 years of my life. 24, something like that. I've been hearing these sound effects for 24 years of my life. He's used those bird sound effects in the year 2000. In like the earliest Geneforge games and like the Avernum games, I've been hearing these sound effects. A lot of sound effects in this game I've just been hearing my entire life. So if you go out here, you can leave the region and go somewhere else. Goldcrag leads to the Kava lands, I guess. We come back to Goldcrag. Then we plop out here in the west. You start to walk down the long road towards the lair of Zethrin. It's one of the Pax free roads. Your journey should be fast and safe. All you need to do is follow the signs. Continue west to leave this area. You'll see the world map. Select the next area you want to go to. So in Geneforge, there was more choice. There were paths, like leading through every single Geneforge map. There's paths, and if depending on what area you leave a zone from, you can go somewhere in that direction. In Avadon, I think they mostly just say, all right, well, if you leave the area, you're probably going to this location. So let's just simplify this, because it's not as linear because of the fucking map. Because they're going to teleport you to different sides of a continent, and thus they can't have it be anything other than linear. Bird noises, now it's time for a copyright claim. These bird noises have been used for so long. Jeff would never copyright claim me, right? Right? I would hope that he would never copyright claim me. Okay. But yeah. This. It's because, like, we're right here, right now. This is where we are. We're right here in Goldcrag, and we can go here to Zethron. It could probably go further down here at some point. But this is why it can't be linear. Like Geneforge. Geneforge 1, the entire game takes place on one island. And then the rest of the game just moves between the Empire, like, of the Shaperate, which is kind of like maybe this size. This game teleports you between different locations. Like, it's probably gonna, because there's named things, probably gonna teleport me over here at some point. Might teleport me somewhere over here. Might maybe over here at some point. But the map, this is the same thing for the whole series. It's a 3-game series. He likes doing trilogies. Studio at one claim they own the bird noises, would claim all video with bird noises in them. Oh, this is Jeff we're talking about. Jeff's a good guy. Jeff's a fine guy. I think. I like Jeff. Holy shit! Who put all these rats here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, you can't reach me. Let's start this with range. There you go. Alright, skip our turns. Let them start coming closer to us. There you go. Fight! What's the quote from Unforgotten Realms? Fight fire. Fight fire something. Fight fire with fire beam. I don't remember what he says. Damn it. I'm trying to make a reference, but I don't remember. They're charging me! Attack! Stay at bay, you freaks! We don't want your kind here. You did not need to get that close to him. It's because it's not a ranged weapon, technically. It's probably longer. You can only try to attack a foe you could see. Attack! Charge! For Narnia! Hide in the zone of control there. Ah, he still went for her, you son of a fuck. AI are so... I can't wait till AI are smart enough to not do suicidal things to deal the max amount of damage to the player. Because for my entire life, that's how AI in any strategy system plays. They will act suicidal so long as it deals the max amount of damage to the player's capacity. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hope to experience AI that doesn't do that before I die. I already see more rats coming. Hey, another belt. Can equip that. It's gonna make it even longer to get this iron breastplate and this other crap equipped. I feel like I might as well equip the iron breastplate at this point. Like, no, I can't even do that. I don't have the strength for it. Especially now that I put points into God knows what else. Wow, that's something. Well, what if I equip this? I don't have enough strength. I don't have enough strength. Hey, new chainmail boots. That's going to me. Going to me. To Moi. Speaking of things and stuff. Here, you could take this pair of boots. I don't need it anymore. I can't sell it. I love Jeff Vogel games. I just wish he had the budget for voice acting. Oh, God. He runs a Kickstarter for every single game, too. These days. Alright. Come fight me, you huge rat. Take that. Easy. No problemo. Who put this here? This is probably a quest or something. You can, in Jeff Vogel games, you can do a lot of quests before you even find them. I got a fine cloak. I'm gonna leave this normal cloak behind because I can't sell it. Wouldn't be surprised if this is a quest that I'm just accidentally doing early. I have a quest to do your mom. I think that's a reference. I don't know. That's a lot of armor. Woo! You probably can't wield this. Well, actually, it's not that much heavier, but it will encumber you. Still, we're going to upgrade your shield. Yeah, and then you just like take off the belt for now. And then this shield is not sellable, so I'm just going to leave this shield here. Ugh, space, man. Space. The final frontier. Ah, well. Geneforge is still my favorite. I am so unreasonably excited to get to play the Geneforge remakes. I'm so unreasonably excited. Even though I probably won't do that for a while, I'm still unreasonably excited. Back up. Attack! Ugh. Do I just have better range than him? I think I have better range. Oh, I guess the thing was a little bit further away. Come to me. You're dead. I missed! Stop. Why do you have to run closer, though? That's the downside about using the not proper ranged attack. I want to make sure you're defaulting all to your correct weapons. Blocks. Thank you. I remember in the older Jeff Vogel games, if you had less than 5 AP, you just couldn't attack. It was like in the middle of Avernum where he decided, you know, let's change that. And I think he changed it just in time for Geneforge. What is this? There's a lot of exploration even in Avadon and Geneforge, kind of like Avernum. But there's less of a focus on it. There's less of a focus on it. In Avernum, you never really get to make any choices, really, outside of, like, the ending, because your main thing you're doing is exploring and uncovering things. It's usually things that I don't care about. Shoes? Well, shoes are good and all, but you know what they say? Bitches love boots. There's rats over there. There's a lot of rats over there. What have we stumbled into? There they go. Try to cut them off. Sup, bitches? Well, that's a lot of them. Rot rat, vapor rat. Oh, this might be a mistake, huh? Oh, they're so strong. Why are they so strong? It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Look. Fine. Oh, God. It might not be fine. Oh, God. It's okay. No, the damage they're dealing isn't too bad. And especially in this game, yeah, no, it's not that bad. We got this. We got this. We don't... It's fine. We probably don't even need to use any special abilities. I bet I could do this with no special abilities. They're just so tanky. For no reason, out of nowhere. I don't feel overpowered anymore. See? Yeah, no, they just have a lot of health. They're no big deal. And health just restores for some reason. Woo! Ooh. Better armor and +1 to dexterity. I'm wearing that shit. We'll keep a fine cloak lying around because someone back home might need it. An animal skin. Yeah. I'm gonna just try my best to conserve vitality because it's not infinite. And I have to go somewhere hyper-specific to restore it, or use potions. And in these sorts of games, you're working with limited resources. So, Ah! There's a dead man. Leather jerkin and some pants. Some money and a dagger. I'll take what I need, thank you. I have to really... There could be hidden walls, hidden doors, buttons, hidden paths, anywhere. Anywhere. Gotta keep an eye out. Don't want to miss anything like that. Rats! Maybe I shouldn't have gotten so close. There you go. Yeah. Aha! Yeah. Yeah. Don't mind me. Winning through auto attacks. An enemy still visible. Oh, behind me. Oh, where are you coming from? Back! Back, I say. Oh, God. Back! Savages. Come at me, and I will hit thee with a rain of throwables. You're getting too close. Pull out the swords. Woo! Cleave! That's my first ever cleave. Damn. Hot. Alright. Jesus Christ. So many rats. Rats don't have a lot of loot. Any hidden passages? No. But their nests do. Money, steel, bracers! Oh. It's better than the iron gauntlets, but he... Oh no, he can use them. He can use them. Nice. Let's pass the iron gauntlets down to Moi. And I can use them. I'll leave these leather gloves behind. Hell yeah. Nice. Vanilla ice. Any hidden passageways? No. Let's keep going along this side then. Rats! Die. 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 Very close now. We could back up. Die. Bitch. There you go. Ah! This rat knows magic! What the fuck? It's a magic rat! Rats are magic! Oh, you gotta go for the spellcaster. Hey! Level up. A mushroom. Here, pick up a mushroom. There you go. You leveled up. Good job. What do we do with you? I put everything into intelligence so far, and I feel like that's a pretty safe thing. And now I can pick my first specialization. And I really don't know what to do with these. I don't know if I want to use it to, like, help meet requirements, or what. Like... Really tough to say. Early on, I feel like it would be most helpful in the center tree. Later on, maybe not so much. But there apparently is an ability to respec. So let's just go with the power unlimited. can I not pick it? Oh, I have to pick this first. I guess just more intelligence. Magical attacks hit more often and do more damage. I don't know if that also applies to her weapon. Spirit Claw, basic attack, magic missile. Spirit Claw. Yeah, that's what this is. Oh, I guess that's on her staff then. Well, you know a good way to test that? Let's find out. 20 to 35. Oh, well, I can't just see that right now. Regardless, I quick save. 20, just gotta remember. I'm gonna type it. 20 to 35. I'm curious if that will increase with the intelligence. I put the points in the middle. So all these get a little bonus. At some point, I might be able to change that later. If anything, I think there's a console command to allow you to respec, if it really comes down to it. And 2 points to spend. How do we spend them? I think I was just going to go to unlock the salamander, if I remember correctly. I don't know if that's really that valuable, though. At the very least, getting the passives unlocked is probably a pretty good idea. The salamander, maybe not, because, you know, you still have to actually level that up. But I think I'll just go for this passive. More magical damage per level. So this should be affected by 2 things. Now the +1s can definitely apply. 21 to 37. It has, in fact, changed. Okay, cool. All right. Fair enough. You know, while I'm down here, I could be illuminating this place with the many, many candles and lamps that I have. There you go. I don't have to be fighting in the dark, and I don't need to be scanning for hidden walls and shit in the dark. I could have illuminated this a long time ago. I just forget to, and I'm so used to just not doing it because I think I remember being able to sell candles and stuff like that in the older games. Or at the very least, there just being a limited amount of them. It's very hard to tell when certain things can be picked up. A leather belt. We all have leather belts, but the boys back home will need some leather belts. A steel dagger. Not as good as an iron broadsword, so I don't care about it. We're just gonna sell it. Nothing special back here, seems like. No. And then I think I've already gone around the whole place. I'm sure there might be some tiny little thing I missed. I went through the whole thing without using that light. I should have used it forever ago. Oh well, here we are. These are the choices I made. We'll have to live with them. I'm just looking around. I saw that person. This is technically a path. I gotta fill in the map. Let's go find out who this person is. It's just a farmer. Yeah. Some of the farmers work in the fields trying to bring a meager amount of food out of the harsh soil. If it wasn't for the nearby oasis, there would be no hope. They're hardy people of the southern Kava. The heat hardly seems to affect them. However, your presence makes them very nervous. They don't want to talk to you. Sounds about right. Cows! Jenna looks more comfortable out in the fields. I'm not fond of towns, even small ones like Goldcrag. These dry lands remind me of home, except for the cacti, I suppose. Cows! And they're not Avernum cows, which look sickly as all hell. There's a lot of cattle here. All of them will be awaiting a grim fate. Some will go to feed humans. The rest will pay one visit to the dragon. Oh. In Avernum, cows are a delicacy, and they are all sick because they live underground, and that's bad for cows. Cactus hackers. Bandages? I am the RPG player that wants to pick up everything in sight. And I will minesweep this map until I'm certain I've found everything. Alright, guard. Yeah, alright. Why are there there's guards outside? Why is it dangerous in here? It doesn't have to be this way. Bro. Woo! Good job. Nice. Man, I'm literally walking on eggshells. Yes, sirree. Bags of meal, which again would be very useful in Avernum, but this is not Avernum. A lockpick! A potion of battle. Hasted regenerating spine shield. I think this should go to you. Put that in your little potion stock. Seems good for you. And that's everything in here. This sort of exploration, this like literally defines Avernum. You're getting stuck, sir. Can you stop that? It defines Avernum, but it's in like all of these games a little bit. Just that Avernum doesn't do much beyond that. Marmara. There's a merchant sitting by this small cook fire, fanning herself with a torn piece of parchment and eating lunch. Her face has been tanned by the scorching sun of the Kavad desert, but she is not from around here. She nods as you approach and motions for you to sit. Welcome, hand. I am Marmara from Dharam. I have only just arrived with a new shipment of goods. I'd be happy to give you the first choice from them. Brings your caravan here. She laughs. Money, power, and influence follows the dragon, and they bring money with them. So I bring fine luxury goods out here in the middle of this wasteland. What sort of things do you sell? Fine wines and ales, fashionable clothes, and weapons to protect from the wretches and ogres for the journey home. What do they ask the dragon for? What could a wise, immortal, and vulnerable fire-breathing beast do for someone? I think you can puzzle that one out for yourself. Still sitting by the fire, fanning herself. I should get in from the sun, I suppose. But I find that I like it. It's cool and windy in Dharam so much of the time. You don't mind the heat? Not yet, though it'll wear upon us soon enough. These cactus fields are worse. I'm amazed that it still hasn't overgrown this miserable town. There's a lot of them. Yes, it's vicious stuff. When a cow gets stuck in it, you need to put armor on to retrieve it. Goldcrag could be overgrown if they don't keep cutting it back. But they won't get rid of it because it protects the town. That is the way of the southern Kava. They have a name for the cactus. They call it the cruel shelter. That is the truth. Okay, I couldn't tell if that was a spot on my monitor or like part of the game. Alright, that's part of the game. Jesus, what the hell? Can I trade with you? Of course, I've dealt with hands many times in the past. A new blade or a fashionable robe for a state dinner, I can help for a fair price. I'm a hand of Avadon. I should not need to pay for equipment. No, I appreciate the help. No, let me know when you want to trade. I just said I did. Let me start by selling. Got a lot of stuff to sell now. Let me see your wares. She has lockpicks. Oh my god, look at her prices! Everyone charges an arm and a leg. Oh, that's a good ring. I'm sure I'll find better eventually, but for right now, that's a good ring. I'm not gonna buy it. I'm just gonna buy the lockpicks. Lockpicks are limited. I'll buy every lockpick that I find. A ring, we'll find rings, you know. We'll find lockpicks too, but with lockpicks, that's how we can find things like the rings. So, I'll take that. Meat. Thank you. Thank you for the meat. Alright. Where? What? Who? How? Huh. Okay, that's us. I was like, wait, why is someone going around there? And where am I? Does he have to go around over here? I'm mapping this bitch out. There's so much work to be done everywhere that you go. If you want to find everything. So the beauty of these games is you could totally ignore most of what I'm doing. If you really wanted to, you could. Nothing forcing you to do anything that I'm doing. I haven't been in here before. Is it well lit, or am I still lighting the place? No, I'm still lighting it. There's just a townswoman. And a lot of stuff to potentially steal. Please leave! How about you install some doors so I can steal from you without you noticing? How about that? You ever think of that? I would really appreciate that. Alright, that's our time. I mean, like a belt. That's it, just a belt. A belt for the others back home. All the good stuff is out here. She has bolts of cloth all over the place, yeah. Maybe she'll go into a room. All the cloth is right here on the table. Go into your room. Go. Go into your room. What are you doing here? I'm trying to steal from you. Go into a room. Come on, you know you want it, you know you want it, you know you... Yes! I stole your shit. CRPGs, baby. Gotta love them. Gotta love them. Explore the edge of the map here. Yeah, bags of meal. Random tools. Leads all the way out here. Where's my third? There you go. Jesus, I got worried I was about to walk into a fight. Didn't have my shaman with me. Don't ever lose your shaman. You hear a rustling sound in the cacti to the north, followed by a hissing. One of the nearby farmers instantly recognizes the sound. Lizards! Run! As she turns to flee, several huge lizards start to emerge from the thicket. If nothing is done, they might cause some serious injuries or worse. Where? I'll kill them. Yeah, I mean, what are these cows and farmers gonna do, bro? I could totally just walk away and let them die, too. I'm sure some guards will eventually encounter these and kill them, but I'll handle it. I'm a hero. I'm the hero. I kill some giant lizards. Just you watch. For my name isn't shit. I don't have an angle on him. Well, that's fine. We're just gonna stay behind everybody else for right now. You know, you guys are doing a terrible job at running. Just want to mention that. Oh my god, there's more. Get him. They always try to go around for her, man. This is why I hate having casters. I hate having casters, literally for that reason. Alright. Any more? The whole lizard's nest back here. Potion of recovery. A lot of money. A gold bar and a lockpick. Lockpick me up, baby. Hell yeah. You guys okay? Is anybody gonna thank me for saving them from a bunch of lizards? No? No thank you? No reward? Watch the thickets. Yeah, you should. I just saved you from them. Gosh. There are several elders of the village sitting sitting around the fire, talking quietly. When they see you nearby, they suggest you talk to Elder Oaken. They point at the man sitting to the west of the fire. Woo! Okay. There's an old man sitting on a log, staring into the fire. His dark skin bears countless thin scars from encounters with cactus thickets, and the sweltering heat barely affects him. He shelters his eyes with his hands and inspects you. He looks cautious, but not afraid. He's dealt with your kind before. Excuse my not rising. I'm an old man. I am called Elder Oaken. It's rare for your kind to come out here in the thickets. Rare and at times welcome. You're an elder? It's not a rank, nothing carved in the stones that bears our laws. It is what the others call me. They respect me. That is all. Had to cough. Narrating for 9 hours. And what do you do for them? I give advice, and sometimes I deal with hands on their behalf when they come out here. Do hands come out here often? Takes a slow sip of tea and smiles wryly. Why should they? We are poor. We are the natives here before they came, here after they go. Hands do not think we have the money it takes to buy safety and justice. You have a problem with Avadon? No, none at all. Or at least, no problem with the pact that protects us. What else would you speak of? Tell me about your farms. The people of Southern Kava are nomads, not farmers. Mostly. There's a small oasis here and we grow crops, some for us, not enough to feed all here. And some are grown for the other. You don't raise enough food to support yourselves? It is brought in on caravans. We can afford it. Being near the dragon brings wealth to all. But if the dragon was gone, most would leave as well. Grown for the other? What do you mean? Cows are raised here. They are to feed Zethron. The dragon is always hungry. We are paid well for them. The pact makes sure of that. Elder Oaken pokes at his cooking fire with a stick. He constantly brews cups of dark, acrid cactus tea for himself. I always have time to talk with a hand. What else do you need? You have dealt with hands before. Sometimes we have need of them, when the soldiers of the pact will not help us. We save up a small amount to pay for aid, and I find a hand who can aid us. We need help now, and the soldiers are off hunting the wretches. We can pay little. Can you aid us? I might be able to help you. I thought you might. You seemed eager. There's a cave to the southeast, in the thickets, cool and shadowy. We used it for storage in the past. However, it's full of rats, big ones. We try to get rid of them. 2 farmers, one, my nephew, are still hurt. Slay them, and we will pay you what we can. I literally already cleared this. Yeah. Yeah. And you know, Avernum is like this, but without the quests. It's just more of that and no quests. Your cave is free of rats. You tell Elder Oaken the tale. He nods and sends the boy into his home to fetch a pouch. Oaken gives the pouch to you. It is, unsurprisingly, fairly light. We thank you. If they were not killed, they would spread to our silos, and then our homes. Give our thanks on what little money we have. Need me to do anything else? It is sad, we do, but we have not saved up enough money. Come back later. We will scrape together what we can for you. Record. Anyone that says come back later for a quest, I'm gonna record that. I've never used that as a feature, and I'm gonna start using that. Dude, my light is still active. Is there anybody in here? God damn it. I want to steal your shit. I want to steal your shit, man. What is the point of lockpicking something here? I'm gonna quick save. I'm even gonna full save. Like, it's all stuff that's like, you have to steal it. Even this, which is already open. Oh, that was a free lockpick. Well, I could take that. I can't take anything from it, but I could take that. Now, one day, I'm pretty sure I could decide to kill these. I mean, you could do that in Geneforge. I think Avernum. You could just show up into a town and kill everybody there. Oh, there goes the lights. A bandage? Yeah, I won't steal your shit. I am a good law-abiding enforcer of whatever the fuck. It looks to me as if we've explored everything here. Yeah, that's what it looks like. I like to take the roads out. I think that we've caught everything there. Are you ready to leave the region? Damn right. Hang on, actually. I want to see if I can go back to Avadon real quick. And then just, like, hand off some of this other crap I've gotten from my other characters. Return to Avadon. Touch the pylon in an instant, you're surrounded by a cloud of energy that wrenches you back to Avadon. Yay. Alright. Oh, wrong guy. God damn it, I keep giving it to the wrong person. The ones with the pluses, Rez, god damn it. Oi. Some of this stuff can be discarded, probably. Pants. Belt. Sword. Pants. Belt. Fine cloak. There you go. Just making sure everybody's equipped. Alright. Back we go. Let me go in here real quick. You got like a storage container in here? I'm sure you do. Like this. This is an oven. But I'm gonna put this crap in here. We don't need any of this. I could just leave it scattered about as well. The game remembers it's there. This is more just to be tidy. I'm just trying to be tidy. What the fuck? Oh god, that's right. 5 lockpicks. Like, I totally forgot this was there. 5 lockpicks? That's insane, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. We'll get that on the way back. I wish I could make a note that that was there. This game needs a fucking notepad. Okay. Alright. To the Kavar lands, finally. What is this? Okay. I must BRB and go grab food that awaits me. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back, and I had an idea. That idea involves going back to Goldcrad. To a very specific part of it. I wish I could jump around a little bit easier. Where was that? What was that thing? It's up here. The Elder's home. Go to the Elder's home. I realized something about... I remembered in these newer games of his. The not yours marker for like stealing and stuff. It doesn't let you take it if anyone can see you. He doesn't have penalties anymore for stealing. He just doesn't let you steal anymore. And these guys had ZZZ above their heads, meaning like they were asleep. So maybe... Nope. You can't take the item, it isn't yours, the owner would see you. It was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. I don't even know if I quick saved. Let's just go out the other side again. Fair enough. Also, I have a turkey in bread. Oh. This is not going to work well with narrating. Version control? What? What are you talking about? Oh my god. How am I gonna eat? One of the most important tasks of the Pact is to maintain the free roads, a network of stone roadways that spans Linnaeus. All the people of the Pact are able to travel on the free roads without tolls or hindrance. Thus, using one of the free roads, you are able to reach the valley below Zethron's Eyrie quickly, without difficulty. However, your easy journey seems to be about to end. The road here is crumbling and poorly maintained. There are wolf tracks plainly visible in the dirt all around you. There's an eerie quiet in the air, and a sense of danger and unease that hands quickly learn to pay attention to if they want to survive. To the northwest, you can see massive pillars, the massive pillars, of Zethron's Eyrie, rising above the cactus thickets. Even if you get there, you'll still have to face the dragon. What the fuck? Anna looks down at the free road. Surprisingly, she's frowning. The free roads, so they are called, but they make my people less free, not more. What do you mean? The tribes of the Wildren have traditionally charged a toll to those who cross our lands. It's a right of ownership, almost sacred. The Pact took that from us, made our lands not our own. There's little free about it. Sevelin's not impressed. We had to compromise our ways, too, change the stone code to match the laws of the Pact. What we gain is more than what we lose. Jenna responds, I'm sorry we are not as happy about losing the old ways as you are. I came to Avadon in the hope that... She shakes her head. Never mind. It is hot. Let us travel towards shade. The software I installed, the company created 4 variations of the same version and did not adjust the version number or make mention of a hotfix. I've seen video games do that. A warrior! Tolia, there's a young woman standing by the side of the road pulling on a cow. She has a rope around its neck and is trying to drag it towards the farm north. It seems content to remain where it is. Then she sees you. She turns to greet you, holding the rope with one hand and curtsies. Welcome, warrior. You are a warrior, right? You look like it. I'm Tolia. Hello. Yes, hello. I am a warrior, not a hand of Avadon. Really? I knew it. I'm sure you traveled everywhere, fighting Farlanders and bandits and wretches. And you have lots of stories. Exciting stories. My father would love to hear... Oh, I almost forgot. My father told me that I was supposed to tell any warriors I saw he might hire them. Tell me about your father. His name is Halric. She points to a large nearby farm. He's in there. He needs help, but none of the soldiers give it. He told me if I saw any warriors, I should let them know. And then get away from them. Oh, I don't think I was supposed to say the last part. General says, that is all right. Your father sounds wise to have said it. This is unreasonably funny to me. I love Jeff's writing. And then get away from them. Oh, I don't think I was supposed to say that last part. I love it. I don't know why I love it. Three of them are broken in different unique ways, and one of the version breaks emailing through Microsoft products. That doesn't sound good. Especially not to... It sounds like you have... It's not even a flip of a coin chance to pick the right one. I'd be glad to help your father. She grins. Her teeth are blindingly white in her deeply tanned face. He's inside. He would be happy to see you. Now, I have to go. I'm sorry if I'm rude. Goodbye. She turns and leaves, dragging a cow after her. I'm guessing this is supposed to be more of a child. I don't know, because the character models don't really change. Okay, I guess this... Is this the house? Yes. Yes, it is. Totally continues to look after her cows, trying to keep them from wandering off to where the wolves can get them. She's a small person, and the cows don't treat her with the respect and obedience she deserves. I love Jeff writing, man. Oh my god. Tell me about your farm. Oh, I'm sorry. Father told me not to talk. Having trouble with your cows? She frowns at the recalcitrant. Pronounce recalcitrant.
Recalcitrant.
Recalcitrant. Fuck does that mean?
Recalcitrant.
Recalcitrant. Recalcitrant. What is this word? I find one word and find another word that in the definition that I don't know. What is this?
Obstinate.
Obstinate. What is obstinate? Stubbornly adhering to an opinion, purpose, or course in spite of reason, argument, or persuasion. Obstinate resistance to change. Okay. And go back to the first word, recalcitrant. Obstinately defiant of authority or restraint. So stubbornly defiant in spite of reason, arguments, or persuasion. Alright, where does that bring us back to in the game? She frowns at the recalcitrant creatures. I don't think cows can be recalcitrant. That defies the definition that I read, but it is humorous. It is humorous. How am I supposed to narrate when I eat? I'm just gonna have to wait. How you doing? Look, God should have given me 2 mouths. One for speaking and one for eating. It would make this whole staying alive thing a lot easier. Another breaks everything, including credit card transactions, products, everything breaks. You should call them recalcitrant and see what they say. Call them recalcitrant coders. Alright, always I hate them and they hate me. My father makes me keep them by the farm and safe, but they make it so difficult. I'm glad for what will happen to them. Are they in danger? Yes, from the wolves and the wretches who always want to steal them away. They won't bother me as long as I stay close to home, but they love to take our cows. What will happen to them? They'll be sold to the soldiers and Zetherin's Aerie. They'll be fed to the dragon, and good riddance. That's all I needed to know. She curtsies. Then good day to you. I have to get back to... She looks at the cow and sighs. Come on, you. She starts to drag it off. Alright. So far, this is my favorite character in the whole game. Tolia. I'm gonna record this dialogue where the word recalcitrant came up. How's my records coming along? How's my journal? Yeah. Yeah, we got a nice list of things. What the fuck did you just type at me? If Vogel did is anthro... I'll give up. Son of a bitch! Alright, we need to repeat some dialogue. I accidentally... Yeah, we need to just need to repeat some dialogue real quick. I just accidentally clicked on one of my quick item slots. I'm just gonna literally do exactly what I just did, but in a much shorter time period. And eat. Recalcitrant. Done! Look how quick that was. A literary device can be defined as a technique in which a writer ascribes human traits, ambitions, emotions, or entire behaviors onto animals or other things. Isn't that personification? I feel like that's personification. No? Well then what's personification compared to that? Halrich's freehold. Freehold? What's a freehold? I'm looking this up. Define freehold. What's a freehold? A tenure of real property by which an estate in fee simple or fee tail or an estate for life. Was this English? A tenure of real property by which an estate in fee simple or fee tail or an estate for life is held. What the fuck does this... That's not English. What the fuck? I went to college for English and I can't make sense of this. I need like a Urban Dictionary, like Google definition. Alright, for once, where's this from? Oxford? Permanent and absolute tenure of land or property with freedom to dispose of it all at will, often contrasted with leasehold. Okay, that's more helpful. Alright. Halric! Hold on, wait, Halric. I have to see if I can steal from you first before we speak. Halric, I was outside. I met your daughter. She was telling me how the cows are recalcitrant. Recalcitrant? Puns. Do you like puns, Halric? Can I make puns here? Am I free to do that in your freehold, Halric? I'm stealing all your food, by the way. It doesn't have a not yours marker on it, so it's not really going to be too problematic. Man, Halric, you should really have some guards. Like, what if someone just comes in here and steals all your shit? 18 lockpicks! What the fuck? It's probably a key to get that. Kalia? Who the fuck is a lone woman sitting back here doing some repair work on a thick leather jerkin? Even with the fire unlit, it's still very hot in this room, but it doesn't seem to bother her. The presence of armed warriors in her home does seem to bother her. She politely suggests that you return to the common room and speak with Halric. Well, fuck you, lady. You're being recalcitrant. Maybe if you weren't here, I could successfully steal these bolts of cloth. Hey, I picked a lock. Close the door. What they can't see, they can't know. That's it. The rest of this is crap. Whatever, I got to steal a couple coins. Totally worth it. I picked another lock. Halric, I hope you don't mind. I'm a kind of recalcitrant fellow, as it would happen. There you go. I like that word now. Recalcitrant. I've already forgotten what it means. Something about being stubbornly defiant. I don't know. Leather jerkin. Ooh! A steel shield? And it weighs the same as an iron shield. Obstinate. Obstinate. Sorry, yes, sure. Can you wear this? I mean, it's barely heavier than what you have on right now. It should work just fine. There you go. Here, I'll leave this wooden shield as an apology for stealing your shit. And I guess it's just going on the floor. Lockpick! Damn, Halric, you have a nice freehold here. I really like it. You could invest in better lighting, though. I don't feel like using my lighting, even though I can spawn infinite candles. Obstinate. Alright, Halric. There's an old farmer sitting at the table, eating stew. His skin is dark, unlike mine, and leathery, unlike mine. The result of decades of exposure to the harsh sun of the Kava. I never see the sun. When he raises the spoon to his mouth, you see he's missing 2 fingers on his left hand. But this is inverted, so this might not look like my left hand to you. He watches you calmly as you enter his home. Ah! What's with Jeff? You have everyone say ah in this game. I've read ah more than I read the word I so far, I'm pretty sure. That might not be correct, but it's really noticeable. A hand. I recognize the look. He stands and shakes your hand. I am Halric. I welcome you to my home. These are hard times, and these lands have grown wild. I am forced to pay for that which should have been given. If you have the time, I have an offer for you. Tell me about yourself. I farm this land. The river has left a few patches of land that can grow crops, and I can feed and look after cows until I can sell them to the Airy. The Airy buys cows from you? Yes, the humans buy them to feed the dragon. My job is to keep them fed. Ugh, and safe until then. How long have you been here? For 30 years. Built this home with my own hands, and then made it bigger and bigger again. Raised 5 children. This is my land, and I won't be driven off it. That's right. This is an American right here. He looks up at his weapons on the wall to either side, as an American right here, either side of the fireplace, and nods. Have you been a farmer your entire life? No, he looks down at his mutilated left hand. I was a soldier, did well until I was forced out of the Legion. Good thing for me, I had enough money saved to buy the land here. You lose one of those fingers in battle? Yes, one of them, bitten off by a wretch, but not the other. What happened to it? Lost it to the Stone Code, disobeyed an order. Penalty was discharge and a finger. But they let me choose which finger to lose. Smallest one on my left hand. Code's harsh, but fair. Howard sits at the long table, eating a stew. Nice farmhouse this is. You see why Howard refused to be scared away by mere wretches. These lands have grown wild. Look around for yourself. Wolves and wretches everywhere. It's getting worse. He looks down at his stew and frowns. My family can't feel safe anymore. Nobody can. And we know who to blame. Obama! I had a friend that had a thing that you couldn't call a foolish act stupid. It had to be obstinate. He was resolute in this. Is this real, or are you just playing with words? The fuck did you just send me? I hate it. What is contumacious? Pertinacious? Biddable? That's not how you spell complacent. What the fuck? Okay. Let's see. How long has it been like this? The wretches started coming in greater numbers about 6 months ago. It started getting worse from there. We farmers ask why they are coming, but nobody knows. And who do you blame? He looks you right in the eye. Which eye? Only one of mine works. The Pact and Avadon. We pay so much in taxes. We provide warriors. In return, we're supposed to be kept safe. Well, where are you? Where are the warriors? Where's our safety? Savalin turns and looks at you, interested in how you will react to this blatant insubordination. I don't know. Obstinately disobedient or rebellious, insubordinate. And I think we have too many words for the same things. I think the dictionary needs a culling. It's this. Also, I wouldn't call this insubordination. He's just running his mouth. The Pact is doing what it can. Alec shakes his head. Not true. I know what the Pact can do. I fought for the Pact. I saw it myself. The Pact could fight back the wretches. It just isn't doing it. Why? I don't know, he mutters. Anything else you want? You need my help? I do, and I will pay for it. Due west of here, over the river, there's a gang of wretches. They keep a few wolves with them. They come at night and steal my cows, and they're getting bolder. I fear they will do more soon. The soldiers outside are useless. They refuse to help, so I will pay you if you get rid of them. The soldiers? No, the wretches. What will you pay me? Money and 2 handy trinkets from my soldiering days. I bet that's in the chest that requires 18 fucking lockpicks. It'll be worth your time, I promise you. Sure, yeah, I'll do it. I'm glad. As I said, go west and a little south. There will be a bridge over the river. Cross it, and the scum will be to the west. Yeah, fucking scum. Met a farmer named Halric in his farm west of Goldrag. His farm has been raided by a band of wretches living to the west. He'll pay you a bounty if you can keep the creatures from attacking him again. I mean, I'd probably find them and kill them even without the quest, so I mean, why not, right? And you know what I would love to do? Eat my fucking dinner. But we're going over here first. Didn't even try to speak what I was trying to say. I just continue from where I left off in my brain. Incredible. One distinctive thing. What? Wolf! About this map and the way this game plays out is it plays out a lot like the maps play out a lot like Geneforge, where you're in an area, you go to a world map, you go to the next area. Because in Avernum, there's an overworld that you travel through. This game really went the Geneforge path. Are these the wolves? No, these are just wolves. They're just different wolves. Huh. Yeah, we couldn't reach him. Yeah. Ah, look at that. Look at that. You think you're tough? You ain't nothing. Like Weird Al said in that one music video called Fat. You ain't nothing. Holy shit. Where did they all come from? Okay. Factory I provided in guilds since its definition would cost me 25 bucks to post. What do you mean 25 bucks to post? How does a definition cost you money to post? What? Smack. Super message. Is it just a really long definition? It's just a really long definition, I see. Okay. How obstinate comes up in all of these. Dead wolves. The only good wolf is a dead wolf. Hmm. So, found a runestone. Like this one. But it specializes physical damage. Good though. Got some other loot. Free dictionary SARS to spiderweb into different words. Oh. This reminds me of a story. I was in one of my English classes for college when I was an English major. It was like the third English class I was taking. And the teacher was head of the whole English department. He gets up in front of the class. He's like, all right. Did you guys, I bet you guys don't really know how many words we use. And, starts asking like random students like, how many words do you think we use in a day? And everyone's making guesses. He's like, no. And then he's like, yeah, we actually don't only use like this small amount of words in the day. And he's like, because there's so many words, you couldn't possibly use them all. There's so many, you probably don't even know all like them all. So he starts going around the class. He's like, he points at one person. How many words do you think you know? And someone's like, 1,000? 1,000? Points at some girl. How many words do you think you know? Few hundred? How many words do you think you know? He asked some guy. I don't know, like 20,000? 20,000. And he looks at me. He says, how many words do you think you know? All of them? He just started dying laughing. He just bent over, starts dying fucking laughing. He goes, oh, you know all the words. So you hear that? He starts looking at the class. He looks at this girl sitting right next to me. You say, you hear that? You want to get a guy like this. You hear that? He knows all the words. I don't know all the words. I don't want to know all the words. All the words hurt my brain. But this was a very funny moment, and I will always remember it. Always. Until the amnesia... No, not amnesia. Fuck! Wrong disease. What's it called? The disease where you lose your memory. That one. Not the amnesia. Amnesia's in my brain because I just played a game where the main character has amnesia, which is very common. A small camp of soldiers. Are you the useless soldiers I've heard so much about? The worthless pieces of shit that can't take care of some wolves? You fat ass motherfuckers with your ale and your beer? Look at this, you have better bows than I have, and you can't take care of shit. I bet I could take all of you right now. Bet I could. I bet I could. No, you don't. You telling me to hold it, bitch. There's a Kavass soldier sitting by the fire, sipping his tea. His helmet is off, and the harsh sun doesn't seem to bother him. His jerkin bears the symbol of a watcher, which means he commands a blade of 10 soldiers. When you approach, he spits into the fire and rises to greet you. A warrior, yes, but not of the Legion. I am Watcher Zarin. Since your face is not familiar, mind telling me what brings you onto the free road? I am a Hand of Avadon. Watcher Zarin slowly swallows a mouthful of tea and inspects you. I suppose I can believe that. You have this look. Welcome to the free road of this valley. My blade is trying to keep it secure and having little luck. Watch yourself. Like the quest to build a sword was called Trusty Brand. Brand is another word for sword. Is it really? I hate that. I hate having so many words. I hate it. Oh. Man, look how much of this sandwich is left. I have a whole nother one. Who made eating so time consuming, man? What are you doing out here? You were sent to monitor Sibel of Goldcrag. This blade is tasked to keep this road as safe as possible. Tell me about this road. It's in bad shape. Bandits and wolves everywhere. Nasty wolves. A sort that doesn't fear anything on 2 legs, and with only 10 soldiers, all we can watch is this short section. Sounds like some pussy shit to me. No. No more words. Too many words. Why don't you have more support? I have a speck of my glasses right there. Because Gokai only has 100 soldiers to watch the town and mile the road. And there are wreckers everywhere. If we try to watch a longer stretch than this, we'll be too spread out, and then we'll be killed. I'm sure you're doing all you can. We sure are, and I don't know what happened to those hands Avadon sent out here. We saw them pass on the road. We thought they would help, but we never saw them come back. I hope you can do what they didn't. Need anything else? I'd like to know more about the dragon. He snorts. I'm only a watcher. I've never been anywhere near the dragon, and I hope never to be. All I hear are rumors. What have you heard? The dragon's lair is infested with wretches. The creature's own cave. Now I ask you, what use is it to be a dragon if you can't rid your own lair of pests? He thinks, maybe the creature is so arrogant that it lets humans do the work. Wouldn't surprise me. Huh. Hang on. This speck is driving me crazy. Where is it? I see it. I stealthily, ever so stealthily, get rid of it without leaving a smudge. I need an angle on it. I need a light angle on it. But there it is. No, there's a smudge. No. That was probably unavoidable. Oh, whatever. Oh, just eat. Clean it. Don't mind me. I just can't have a fucking speck in the middle It's literally the middle of where I'm looking. If I'm gonna be reading text. It was in like the worst possible spot. It was like literally directly in the middle. There we go. And you. There you go. There you go. Hate specs. They're annoying. Alright. Are we done with the words? There's a lot of words. I know what reverb is, though. I've made enough audio to know what reverb is. Anything I can do to help you? He shakes his head. I don't have any way to pay you. If you would help us anyway, it would be a nice change. See a wolf or a wretch? Get rid of it. That's the help we need. He points to the east. There's a farmer that way that's been begging us for help for weeks. Name is Howrick. Want to help me? Shut him up. I'll be going then. Well, watch yourself. The road is free, but once you're out of sight of this camp, it's not safe. Yeah. I do like that they actually patrol. In some of the games, like Geneforge and stuff, you can see these patrols, like, and camps get attacked. Wolves! Oh god, that's a lot. Die. Die. They're weak enough. Ah, shit. Yeah, they're weak enough. It's far from the largest threat I've faced. Oh yeah, look at this. Look at this. If I didn't do all this looting, I wouldn't be this strong, though. What'd you do to get this strong? I stole shit from every town I went to. A bronze girdle! And a moose mining game for some reason I want it. What is a moose mining game? Are you mining moose? Good belt. I'm gonna wear it. I don't need another belt. Oh. Can't even wear his belt. The moose are the ones mining. That's really weird. A dead man with a leather jerkin. One neat thing about Avernum is that, like, when there's rivers like this, you can explore them on the overworld by, like, buying a boat. I always found that neat. And there's, like, a limited amount of boats you could even get. I saw an enemy up this way. More freaking wolves! Die. Die. Oh, shit. Die. Ow. I feel the urge to just be as, like, inefficient as possible. Literally just, like, doing that as much as possible when playing this game compared to the other games, just because your health automatically restores after combat in this game, which is so unusual for Jeff Vogel games. I wonder if it'll stay that way through the entire Avadon series. I wonder if it'll be like that in the remastered Gene Forge, because that's really interesting. Level up! For specifically you. Because she's already level 5, and you have slightly more XP than me. You now own the Moose mining game. I don't even know what it was, and you bought it for me. Moose Miners. Take control of a mining operation run by Moose. They mine and sell the gems. You need to decide where to spend the profits. Hire more miners, upgrade their gear, buy new rails and minecrafts to get deeper into the mine. The deeper you get, the more valuable gems you will find. Okay. Alright. Great. Thanks. What the hell is this? What does this play like? What am I looking at? What the hell? Can't even tell what I'm looking at. Are they pushing buzzsaws that are like farming shit? They're mining with buzzsaws. What the hell? They got like a giant wagon behind them. This is not what I'd consider mining, but yes. This is, in fact, moose mining. This is a special thing right here. This is a special game. This is quite interesting. You know those fake game ads? This is that game, but it's not fake. That's one of the reviews. Step 1, watch the fake mobile game ads. Step 2, make game from that ads. Step 3, profit. Great. Very satisfying, very shiny. Not sure why there's a moose involved, but it makes it even better. Okay. Wonderful. I have to level this man up. Oh, he has his spec. Well, I know just he needs more strength. Just constantly more strength. And he'll need help with certain resists as well. Like, I think primarily poison and acid. Cold, poison, and acid. This includes cold, huh? Gilda, I sent you a copy of Neverwinter. I feel like I already have that somewhere. Am I wrong? Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition? I have that on Steam. Right now, already. Yeah, I already own this. So you might want to give that to someone else. Cause I have it. I don't know when I got it, but I have it. Guess I'll give it away to someone. Yeah, I have it on Steam too. It's not even like on GOG where I have my copies of Baldur's Gate hidden. Strength. Just go in the middle. Okay. And you know what? We sell 5% per level. Yeah, let's get the third passive while I'm at it. Why not? You've leveled up. And you can barely wear anymore. You can wear this belt finally. But you still need a lot more strength before you can wear the rest of this shit. Yes, I have a lot of the remastered editions already of these old CRPGs because I love them. Love CRPGs. I don't remember where or how I got them, but I have them. What the fuck is this shit? Hello? You enter a clearing in the middle of a particularly tall and wild thicket of cacti. There's a tower in the center. Several floors made of huge blocks, rough stones, are securely mortared together. You get closer, your hair stands on end. There's power within this tower. Raw magic barely controlled. There's no guards in sight. You suspect the owner of this tower has powerful defenses. That tends to be how it is in these games. Nice bloody cage and severed limbs in the back. It's my favorite. What does this say? Angevine, sage, all who come in peace are welcome. Oh yeah, I was looking for you for some reason. Stone Defender. When you get a close look at the stone figure, it turns to slowly look at you. Its eyes glow a dim red. It turns back still. They don't seem to be able to talk. What the? That was a lot, man. Up we go. Oh, man. Nope. When you put your foot on the first step, you suddenly feel very dizzy. The feeling of vertigo starts to overwhelm you, so you back away. There's a woman sitting in this throne, watching you enter. She's very small, thin, and pale. Her robes are long and elegant. They flow to the base of the throne and curl along the floor to almost where you are standing. She touches her fingertips to her forehead in greeting. Welcome, Hand of Avadon. I am Angevine of the Kellum. I sensed your presence and I allowed you to enter. Our kind should always be hunting for allies and trading partners. How'd you know my name? Little bits of the parlor trickery. I have watchers, you know. Pay it no mind. Tell me about your tower. It's a humble thing, is it not? And in such a dry and unpleasant place. But with the aid of my helpers, I will expand it. It will never be fashionable, but it should at least have the comforts, yes? Jeff loves his mage towers, man. Across every series. They always have towers. You built this all yourself? In a sense, my helpers made it, but I made them, so yes, I suppose I did. And yet I take no pride. It is a stony and lumpy place. How long have you been here? Who knows? Time does such funny things. I think I've been inside this tower for a year, but I can't say how much time has passed outside. Who are your helpers? She waves at the stone men standing in the alcoves. The servants of rock, I make them. It's my specialty. They are very helpful for construction and light cleaning. She gives you a little wink. And for crushing into jelly those with no manners. Can I buy one? They are quite impressive. I thank you, but I am sure my housekeeping is not what you came to discuss, yes? What do you need? You are from Calendario? I am. A beautiful land, she sighs wistfully. The food, the music, the dancing, also no cacti. 'Twas my home no longer. What did you do there? I made my talents available to nobles for a price. One with my natural talents is always found to be of value. Why'd you leave? Angevine looks mildly shocked by the question. Such direct questions about matters of politics and alliances are felt to be rude. I didn't realize it had anything to do with politics or alliances, but whatever. She curls up in her throne, her slender legs folded up underneath her. You might be fooled by her girlish exterior if you couldn't sense the power that flows from her, and if her stone guardians weren't staring at you. You wish to trade with me? Indeed, I spend my long hours here making crafts of some value. I purchase from travelers materials for my work. In addition, there's a certain item I would like to obtain. I would reward well whoever could bring it to me. What are you trying to obtain? A library. A magical journal full of notes and minor works of spellcrafts by a Kavad mage named Ahmed. It currently rots, unused and unread in a library near here. I could make use of it. In fact, I believe it is in the library of a Zethron, the dragon. How might I get the book? Your travels include the lair of the dragon, correct? You might trade for it. You might sneak it out. I trust your judgment. Want me to steal a book from a dragon? Oh, crude theft might not be necessary. Well, it probably will. But the dragon would never notice if you stole a single coin from his hoard. It would be furious, but books? I doubt the worm cares. I doubt that's correct. I really doubt that's correct. And I also don't trust this next dialogue option, so I'm going to save. A powerful mage named Angevin who lives in a tower west of Goldcrag asks you to steal a book from the dragon's death bond. A potentially dangerous task. The book is a journal of magical research called Ahmed's Librum. I don't remember this quest. And I've played this part of the game before. Labyrinth sent me to find you. She tenses up in her seat. There's a sound of grinding stone from the sentinels in the alcove. They lean forward slightly. Ah, Fabrin, a toady and a worm. One who hires others to fight his battles for him. I worked for some nobles that happened to be foes of his family. It's true. And they were then imprisoned, and some were executed. Also true. But why does he now send you to hunt me? He didn't go into the details. Well, I am already brought low, a miserable exile, all for performing mere errands, of course. She flutters her eyelashes. You could simply tell him that I am dead. He would never come out here to check. Indolent worm that he is. I could be more useful to you alive, I think. Please let us help each other. Just errands, really? Well, some of those errands may have resulted in bloodletting. Politics in Konglomerat is that way, after all. But to still hunt me after his side was victorious, it's so ungracious. I don't actually even remember what the quest dialogue for this quest was. Okay, so I can like repeat that. What was it? Envoy from Konglomerat, currently in Avadon, asked for your help. There's a mage named, believed to be living in Goldcrag. Made someone in Konglomerat look extremely angry. Generous reward if you find you kill her. I don't know about this one. What do you sell? You have some lockpicks? Not the worst price I've ever seen. And a lot of other crap. Some rings of which could be great. You have rune stones, which are especially noteworthy. I don't know. I want to like test the dialogue. You pay me well. You play both against each other. You would take 2 payments for the same task? How rude. She sighs and smiles wearily, but understandable, even admirable in its way. She makes a notion with her hand. A moment later, she holds a pair of gemstones, hands them to you. In return for your kindness. Now let us speak of this ugly business no more. So she hands me a runestone of purity. Increases your dexterity when on an item. And an emerald that can be sold. Let's see. Let's make a backup save. We're testing dialogue options. Load the quick save. Spare you say that I killed you. She's trying to seem calm, but she's clearly relieved. You're so kind. I will stay here in my pathetic exile, but alive. Spare you if you flee and never return. You're very kind to allow me to continue to live my pathetic exile alive. I will not be driven from my home until I am ready. Tell the cur who sent you, I have fled if you wish. I will not leave here until I am ready. Okay, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this one. I might put this one off. for now. I mean, I wouldn't want to fight all this crap. This shit is special. But I think this was the guy that said that he fears that she won't be here for much longer. Meaning she might literally not be here next time I come here. And then maybe that would make the rest of this accessible. I don't know. I don't know enough about her, really. And there's not enough ways to investigate stuff about her. Angevine. Well, this is, yeah, someone's like, well, it adversely affect me later in the game if I don't kill her. Don't think it has any major implications on the game. If you kill her, you get a very nice robe and some other stuff from looting her tower, but it's not really worth the trouble. It is a lot of trouble. You will stay in her tower until you kill her. If you tell her about the job to kill her and don't do it because she bribes you nice enough, then you will no longer be able to kill her. Personally, I wait until I finish her quest and then either kill her and loot the place or take the bribe and report back she's dead to collect an extra reward. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I've been playing this so far, like, Hand of Avadon stuff, doing Avadon stuff. However, this has nothing to do with Avadon. This has nothing to do with Avadon. I don't know. I probably, like, go... I don't know. Because this is just a request from some random guy. From some random dude that was trying to get someone to work for him. Although, if he knows she's here, he'd probably know if she's dead or not as well, so... I don't know. I don't know. I'll just leave for now. You can either kill her or inform the quest giver about her whereabouts. I don't know. This is a weird quest because it's a side quest. And there's no, like, I can't get more information on it. I guess it's intentionally supposed to be pretty vague. Why is this like this? There you go. Angevine. Angevine. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't made up my mind about this yet. I don't know if the other guy will be too happy if I lie to him. But I don't think these politics really affect very much. I'll make up my mind sometime before going back. But as of right now, it doesn't really matter. What? There's an abandoned farmhouse on the side of a road. It's quiet and empty, and the walls are crumbling. There's an odd chill in the air here, making you shiver despite the desert heat. There are no tracks on the ground, not even of wolves. Odd. There's a trap door in the back. Hello? Anybody home? Money. Root peel, a goblet, and some bolts of cloth. I mean, cool. There's clearly more to it, probably because of this trap door. The cellar of the abandoned farmhouse is littered with bones, some animal, some wretch. It's icy cold down here. You feel like you're being watched. Bones, cold, paranoia. During your extensive training, these were clearly listed as 3 main symptoms of a monstrous infestation. Oh, really? Wow. Monstrous infestation. Hello? No hidden area? No? No button? Nope. Okay. Let's go. Oh, this isn't, So, guess they're gonna spawn behind me. You hear a sound behind you, bones scraping across stone. Skeletons behind you rapidly begin to reassemble themselves. You kick a few of them apart before they can complete themselves, but you can't stop them all in time. This is convenient. The infestation here is gonna come at you, making it much more convenient for you to purge it. I mean, as far as I'm aware, purging infestations is not my job. So I don't know why that's convenient. Woo! Nice. Hi, Pilgrim. It's not just bread. There's turkey patty in there. How it going? Here they come. Nah. 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 Turkey solo? Yeah, maybe. What is that? An accursed skeleton. I don't like it. Woo! This thing looks like a little midget. Oh, it's a wretch. It's the bones of a wretch. That's why it looks like a midget. It is a midget. Okay, well, this will be an interesting... I've never fought one of these. It's very tanky. I feel like I should probably be using some of my abilities right about now. Well, let's try this first. Ah! Those heals don't use anything special. Gameplay is similar with Avernum. Yeah, it's made by the same guy. He was releasing the remakes to Avernum, which I streamed, which you're referencing, and this series, Avadon, at the same time. So it should be exceptionally similar, with the difference of Avernum had a focus on exploration, whereas this game has a focus on somewhat choices, But the choices are like how you interact with politics and law, mostly. They're very interesting. And then Geneforge, which is another one I've definitely talked about, is more like moral choices. It's very interesting. Heal. I'm trying to avoid using my actual normal abilities if possible right now. Because I want to not have to restore my vitality, my mana. And it worked out nice and fine. He's dead, and he dropped the first ring I found. Let me mentioning he made this game alongside the other one. Yeah. I figured I might like this one more. I never really liked Avernum, even as a kid, as much as the other ones anyway. Just because Avernum I don't care as much about the exploration focus. Like, little dungeons like this, Avernum takes this and makes them 10 times larger, and it's all about dungeon delving, going through, exploring, and finding loot. Whereas, like, the main thing in Avadon and Geneforge is completing quests and stories where you can make choices. I mean, hell, just right now, I got a quest, and the choice is interesting enough to me that I was just so dumbfounded on what choice to make, I just left and said, I'll go back there later. I have no idea what to do with that quest. So, let's see. Fire resistance and some armor. I'll put that on myself. My first ever ring. I could have bought one by now, but I didn't need to. Look at all these lanterns. I could be illuminating this place. A lockpick. But I'm choosing not to. Because it doesn't really need to be illuminated. Yeah, it's similar to that. You don't make your whole party beforehand in this game like in Avernum. In this one, you play as one person. This is my character. And you get access to 4 other characters primarily. One for each class in the game. And you could choose an amount of those to bring based on what part of the story you're going into, what area you're going into, and based on the current story going on. So some characters may become unavailable for a little while, and then you just have to go with whatever are available, because you are serving like an organization, like a military thing, that you don't really get to decide who's available to you at all times. It's different than, Geneforge, where you kind of craft your own companions, and there might be some permanent human ones as well. Usually based on your choices, usually. And you can lose them based on your choices. And then compared to Avernum, where you make your whole party of 4 from the beginning, and you will never really be able to expand that beyond, like, temporarily summoning things. Which this girl right here can do. She's a shaman. She can summon stuff. Yeah. Well, does this open anything up? I doubt it. Yeah, no. Just thought I'd check anyway. This isn't like Geneforge, where going to the edge of a map unlocks a new destination to go to. Wrong button. Let's go this way. Let's go this way, yeah. Iron Parents Dragon Quest game. Yeah, let me show you real quick. So, this right here is how it works in Geneforge. This is a remake. He's been remaking Geneforge. The original did not look quite like this. But there's all these different... You're a shaper, and you can bring life into being, basically. And these are all the things you can summon. You can upgrade certain ones to be better. And you have a limited amount, like a resource for summoning things. So if you have 39 essence, you might as well use all of it just summoning shit, because essence isn't mana. So even if you're a spellcaster, it doesn't matter. You might as well just summon as many of the best things that you can. And you end up with like a train, like you can kind of see it right here. Like a whole bunch of different things following you. Or just a couple really powerful things. He's got like a fucking beholder in there too. These are like your stereotypical starter ones. They could be upgraded to be decent. These are like... These guys breathe fire, I remember. These guys are like brute force punching stuff. These are like way advanced versions of that. Some of these are new though. He added new ones in the remake. I don't even know what the fuck these are. These things are terrifying for magic. I remember these. These things are... These are magic creations? I associated them as just spitting acid, honestly. Yeah, that's what Geneforge crafting's like. And then if they die, you could just... After a battle's done, you just summon a new one. And that's part of the lore, is that Shapers can just do this, and it's what makes them so powerful. And it's what leads to all the amazing, like, really interesting choices you get to make in that game. I like this game more than Avernum because it has a lot of choices. And you're in something close to being a similar position of power, maybe just not as absolute. Got a lot of nice little choices and stuff. It's fun. Not that hectic in Dragon Quest DQ, just said humans. Wolves! Oh god. They're everywhere. Ah! You die. You die. Hell yeah. No, we're not reaching that. Holy shit, they're everywhere. You die. Oh, these are just all normal wolves. Well, this will be easy then. Well, this will be easy then. Yeah, these are just normal wolves. These aren't special wolves. I leveled up. You use them like the pawns in Dragon's Dogma. Okay. He takes a different approach every single game. He's got a new game series as well called Queen's Wish, where you play as like a princess or something, and your queen, like your mom, the queen, is like, you're gonna inherit my whole kingdom someday that I ruthlessly put together and rule. I don't think you're ready. So here's like a border territory to belong to yourself near some of our harshest neighbors. Make this place thrive and deal with the situations that come up with no assistance from me. And if you live and that place stays alive, then you get to inherit everything. And that's basically the premise of that game. So there's a lot more. I think it's less about moral dilemmas and it's less about politics and law like in this game, and it's more about management from what I can see looking it up and looking into it. All right, let's see here. I have a lot of things that are boosting dexterity, don't I? Yeah. I have +2 from dexterity from just gear. Okay. I don't need more strength, but I could use some strength. I still haven't technically put any points into endurance. I haven't felt the need to have endurance yet because we're not fighting any special enemies yet. And so the resist that gives is not important. Not to mention I can get resists just from my passives. Guess will really be ruler after me. First I must be an asshole to you because I don't believe in you. Yeah. Also politics. I think it's less about politics in that game though, and it's more about just trying to make like a castle or like a city survive. I don't think you can do much negotiating or anything. I'm not sure though, I haven't played it. Maybe there is some choices like that. There's probably at least some, but the focus is on the management of that place that she gives you. I know that much. I've put 1 point into dexterity in total. The other 2 are from stats. I've put 2 points into strength. I could use strength. I know eventually I'll want endurance. Eventually. One day. I just don't know when that day is. I don't want to be not ready for it. But I'm just going to put up another point into strength. So I have 3 points into strength. Just make it like even right now with the way this is. Although it's about to get uneven the next time I level up. Because I'm going to get another strength point for free. But then one more level will fix that in dexterity. I might put the next point into endurance. I know I have to eventually. Eventually. Game sounds kind of fun. It's probably less approachable than even Avadon is, though. Because Avadon is isometric, Geneforge is isometric, Avernum is isometric. And, I mean, you know, looking at the new Geneforge remakes, this is some pretty good looking isometric stuff. I mean, it's not the best, but for one guy, it's a huge step up to what we're looking at in Avadon right now. It's the same style, but it looks way better. Way better. Now, Queen's Wish looks a little different. Queen's Wish doesn't use this graphical style. It uses one that's more synonymous with the style oh, this map is beautiful. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is Geneforge, all right. This is how the Geneforge map work. I've been explaining the map all day. Like, oh, you get here, right? And then if you go out the right side, it leads here. If you go out the north side, it leads here. South side leads here. West side leads here. I was trying to explain that earlier because here, if you go out any side, you can just get to the same place in Avadon. So it's a lot different. Isometric, it's the camera angle where, you know, like the camera angle, it's not looking down from the top. It's not third person. It's not first person. It's not cinematic either. It's at a set location that looks down at like a slant. It's an isometric. Queen's Wish is more top down. Yeah, this is how the Geneforge map works. Avadon took some inspiration from this, but not entirely. Because Avernum doesn't even have a world map like this. It has a big overworld that you travel through. But Queen's Wish... Well, I'm going to show the newest one. Oh, damn it. Queen's Wish is top down. It's not isometric. And it kind of messes with the, I mean, it's sort of isometric, but not really. It's basically top down, just some things are changed to give a perspective of isometric. But you can see it's completely flat. And everything is made to look a little bit more like a board game. It's still the same shit. It still plays exactly the same. It's just a completely different graphical style. Instead, is what he went with. Much more familiar to his oldest games. This might be a flashbang. Brace your eyes. Okay, no, it's not. Where's the other one? Okay, this will be a flashbang. Brace your eyes. There you go. This is the original Avernum. This was actually called Exile, Escape from the Pit. You see, it looks a lot more like this. If you compare these two things here. Looks a lot more like this. And then the original Avernum, which was the remake of Exile, looks like this, which is a much worse version of what this looks like. Basically, he kind of went back with Queen's Wish. He kind of went even older school than usual, which is an interesting choice, I guess. Yeah, Mystery Dungeon is isometric, though it's very zoomed in. It's very claustrophobic, Mystery Dungeon. At least I find it to be very claustrophobic. Alright, so we'll put that point in strength. We have 3 points in strength, 1 in dex now. Gonna even things out, I suppose. Points will go into this for free. Maybe I'll get endurance next. We have to apply a spec point, so I'm gonna put that in the middle like I've been doing. I'm going to unlock the Earth Discipline just to get it unlocked. I'll go for the Lightning Discipline next. Just get these unlocked so the bonuses apply. I feel like so many hallways. Well, the hallways aren't the problem. It's I just find it claustrophobic because of how zoomed in it is. You're in a room and you can't even see the whole fucking room, man. Like, I can't zoom in or out here, but I think this is fine. In fact, it might be even a little bit too zoomed out because this game was not made... This game is from 2011. It's not made for 1920 by 1080p. This is what the game is supposed to look like. It's designed for 4:3. It's not designed for 1080p to begin with. But thankfully... This is small. It's designed to work on CRT monitors from back in the day. But you can make it look like this. Barely. It barely kind of works. But it works. Oh shit, my whole UI got fucked up. Oops. There you go. Alright, that's fixed now. But yeah. Wolves! Arfa bark! Die! Thankfully, these are like very weak wolves. I've already fought things way stronger than these. There's more! Gather up, men. There you go. Woo! I like it. Oh my god, there's more! Ah. Oh, son of a bitch. There you go. Don't let him get close. I used to be way worse at Jeff Vogel games when I was a kid. Once you play enough of them, you just kind of know what to do. Used to games being really zoomed out like in this game. Mystery Dungeon feels claustrophobic in the sense of having tight places. Mystery Dungeon, the areas are also very small because that's a run on a DS. You know? And it's using like actual graphics too. These are not actual graphics. Everything you're seeing here is drawn. Even these characters right here that have a very small amount of idle animation. These are drawn. These are not really being rendered like a normal video game character. That's the whole thing about this art style. It was designed to make games look way better than the hardware could allow them to be. So things are simply drawn and pre-rendered into scenes, including animations, so that you don't really have to do a lot of work. Just about anything can run a game that looks like this. But it can look way better than the hardware that is required. This guy's awesome, Jeff Vogel, you said? Yeah. Yeah, he's made a ton of CRPGs. I've been playing his games since I was a kid. Since I got my first computer, like first year I had it, I found Jeff Vogel's games. Because he was making CRPGs like this before the classics, like Baldur's Gate, BioWare. What else did they make? Other than Baldur's Gate. Did they make Neverwinter? I don't remember if they made Neverwinter. I think they made Neverwinter. I don't remember. But the classic CRPGs that most PC players would know about. He made these before even those released. Vile smell assaults your nose, rotting. And the other odor's even more vile. It's not the reek of a dungeon. Worse, it's the smell of a tannery. You can guess why it's out here. Tanneries are... I love shit like this. He starts by making it sound like you're walking into some undead hellhole. And then... It's worse. It's worse than the rotting of a dungeon. It's a tannery. You can guess why it's out here. Tanneries are commonly forced to locate far from human settlements. As you walk up the path, you see the door to the central building is cracked open. Then it closes. Someone was watching you. If a kid you can play it, I shouldn't have trouble. Kid me could play these games. Yeah, I beat the entire Gene Forge series, the original Gene Forge series, not these upcoming remakes. beat the entire Gene Forge series as a kid. Had that shit on CD. I don't have that anymore, though. Oh, good. Not a tavern? No, not a tavern. A tannery. What? No, not right there. A tannery. I know what you said. I've been narrating things like this while I've been eating. A little bit. There was something about an hour ago with some lady. Oh, there's Tartum. There was something an hour ago with some lady over here, some girl. The writing was hysterical. You walk in, she's like, my dad wants me to find warriors and ask them for help. And then he said to get away from them immediately. And she's like, oh wait, I don't think I was supposed to say that part. And then you go start talking to her about cows, and she starts bringing up so many weird English words. I just start looking them up in the dictionary with DK. Alright. I had to find you. Why? You met a man named Abby in Avadon. In Avadon, yes. I remember Abby's room. Suspicious man named Tartum living west of Goldcrag. Abby believes Tartum is selling quality weapons to the wretch tribes. Ah, yes. Alright, I see. Well versed in gibberish. Oh, that's good. You are now inside the tannery where the skins are trimmed and processed. At least it looks like a tannery. The vats are empty, and the furs and skins on display are dusty. The reek that assaulted you outside is still present, but faint. The building is strangely cool and pleasant. There's a lone man here in a leather jerkin. He wears a long, thin blade at his side. Welcome, traveler. I am Tartum. I welcome you. Have you come here to purchase fine leather goods? Because if so, I can aid you. He has a faint smile on his face, as if something is amusing him. You aren't sure what. You're a tanner here. He nods. Oh, yes. I just keep moving away from Goldcrag. I just kept moving away from Goldcrag until they stopped telling me to keep moving. Then I built my tannery here. Who buys your wares? Why, you, hopefully. And merchants supplying the Dragon's Cave. Sometimes it's quiet here, except for the wolves, of course. Doesn't like you're doing much in here. Well, there aren't many traders out here, are there? He smiles. Is there any other way I can help you? He sells a faint, cocksure smile. What the fuck is cocksure? Jeff. Define cock. I'm learning so many words today, Jeff. What is cocksure? Feeling perfect assurance, sometimes on inadequate grounds, marked by overconfidence or presumptuousness. Incredible. Thank you for teaching me so many words, Jeff. What was the other one we learned earlier? I don't know if DK repeated it, because I already forgot what word it was. One of them was obstinate, but that was just in reference to a different word. Fuck, what was the word? I don't even remember anymore. Never knew the word cocksure? No. No, I'm not. I already forgot what word it was. Oh, wait, I don't need to... Oh, you know. I saved it. That's right. Recalcitrant. That's what it was. It was recalcitrant. Which, when I read it, I said recalcitrant. That's what I said at first. It's recalcitrant. This is what started all this. Recalcitrant. What are these words, man? Alright, you notice his hands lack the stains and burns you would expect to see on a tanner. Odd. Odd? Wow. That's really odd, Jeff. Wow. I'd like to know something about the area. Why, I'd be happy to help. I don't walk outside much. Too warm. If there's something you're looking for, you can ask. Tell me about the Dragon's Lair. I can't. I've never been inside. There are a lot of wolves on the road. There are, indeed. Makes me wish something would be done about it. Yes, indeed. His tranquil smile is starting to bother you. Can I see your wares? He legitimately does sell stuff. Drake skin armor. Leather armor. Whoa! Damn, it's gonna be a shame to kill this guy. He's got such good armor. I'm sure I'll find better. But damn, I'm not paying him money for this shit though. Alright, we're gonna do some saving before I do anything crazy. I'm a hand of Avadon and I need to question you. I am a hand. He seems very amused by this. Oh, really? He holds his hands wide. I would hate to have Avadon suspect me. I'm eager to help. Please tell me, what's the problem? Someone's been selling weapons to the wretches. His smile fades. Tardem looks genuinely irritated. Have they? Really? I suspect you're correct. Very perceptive, Hand of Avadon. And tell me, please, what insightful soul told you that I was responsible? I'm asking the questions. Really? Then let me guess. It was Abby. I knew this would happen the moment I heard that fool went to Avadon, spilling out words, letting anyone who cares to listen know what we know. And now he wastes your time as well, sending you to question me, a fellow servant of Avadon. Your hand? And I, actually, sent out here by Hart Miranda to find out who is supplying the wretches with weapons. My identity was to be a secret. No longer, apparently. I will have to leave soon before I wake up with my throat cut. Since you know who I am, I will help you if I can. I will unlock my safe house for you. And now that you know who I am, I suppose you have some questions for me. Well, there you go. I wasn't expecting that. I was pretty sure we were about to kill this motherfucker. But no random person selling shit to wretches is gonna know all this stuff. A bunch of fancy words like that from reading. Cocksure is a popular word in a lot of books that I read. I don't read books. The books I read, warrior cats. There's no cocks in warrior cats. And nobody's sure about anything. Alright, let's see. What are you doing out here? Someone's selling steel weapons to the wretches. That is the sort of thing that could cause real problems. I think I have learned who's dealing with them. However, she's usually out in the wildlands to the south. Perhaps I can help. I thought you might. You are a hand, after all. I believe that the smuggler's name is Neray. She pretends to be a trapper, but I think she's much more... You might meet her if you travel south. If you do, and can find proof she's helping the wretches, she should be brought to justice. Otherwise, the problems we're having with the wretches will only get worse. What makes you think she's responsible? Just guesswork. I watch the roads to see who goes where and when. When Neray has been to an area, wretch attacks soon follow. And the wretches are wielding new quality blades. Selling anything to the far lands that would enable them to threaten the pact is a crime. Steel, knowledge, magic, a serious crime. One of the worst. Why do I need proof? He gives you an evil smile. Well, you are a hand of Avadon, so you need no proof at all. But I like to avoid killing the innocent. A matter of craftsmanship, I suppose. How should I bring her justice? Are we the baddies? Gives you an evil smile. Are we the baddies? We sort of are, but also not really. We're like the lesser of two evils, is what we are. She should spend a long time in Avadon's dungeons. I, Mamora, could learn much from her, but that does not seem practical. So she's truly guilty. Death is probably the best option. The prices are now very reasonable. Now that he knows, shows his wares, brought them out here to help disguise as a simple tanner. The prices are low and the quality is good. Since I went through this side quest path, I now have access to these goods at a much better price. That's hilarious. That's awesome. Do exactly what you do. As soon as I see a word I don't know, Google or ask a streamer if I'm watching a stream. I don't do that with most words because usually I don't care. It's more just for entertainment while I'm streaming this game, really. Like, if I saw a word I didn't know, and if I'm just sitting here, there's no stream on, and I'm just, like, watching videos, and there's a random word I don't know, I would just say, like, eh. Anyway. Like, if you didn't use a word I knew, I guess you don't want me to know what you're saying. Is this game and kill everyone? You could kill a lot. I don't know if you could kill everyone in this game. If you play Geneforge, you get to do that. Because Geneforge is all about moral choices and picking sides. A lot of the time, there's like 3 different sides as well. One that's like the obvious, oh, of course we kill them, right? It's going to be very hard to reason with them. And then there's one that's like, they love your guts and they want to, oh God, every time I say that, I just think of this fucking outro from a YouTuber that I watch. I love your guts and me. What was I saying? They love your guts, like one side loves your guts and they'll help you with literally anything. You could still kill them all. And then there's one side that's like in the middle where they will work with you, but they're suspicious of you. And they want to treat you as equals, even though you're a shaper and they're supposed to like obey your every whim. And they're like, no, we want equal rights. So you could work with them and you'd be like, ha! You're dying now. And then you could just kill the ones that love you too, because you're a shaper and no one can stop a shaper from doing everything. They own the world. I like I'll actually kill everyone, like being the good guy trying to get the best outcome. I think you'd like Geneforge. You get to make a ton of moral choices here. In Avadon, there's a lot of choices, and you can decide a lot of who lives and who dies and what happens to them. Not quite as much as in Geneforge, but the choices here are less based on, oh, well, is it right to kill them? All they want are equal rights. Should I kill them? Should I kill these ones that love me? I mean, I'd get XP and whatever they own. The bare necessities they can't give up, I could get that from them. Like that kind of stuff. So it lets you make those choices. In this game, it's like a politician from some random nation showed up and offered to pay you money to go kill a bitch without telling you very much. You find the bitch and you can kill her. She doesn't want to die, so she's willing to pay you, or you could just be good and not take anything in order to not be killed. And then you have to go lie to the guy that she's dead, for example. Like that's literally a quest that I had like just before you showed up. And I have no idea what to pick in that quest. Also because killing that bitch, she's not just a bitch. She's like a really powerful bitch. She's probably the most powerful NPC I've seen yet. Until I get to the Dragon's Lair anyway. And then that will change. These games also all have dragons, by the way. And they're terrifying. Even more terrifying than Dragon Age on Nightmare mode. I'm so tempted to buy this drakeskin leather armor. I'm tempted to. Because I got very reasonable prices. It's only 2% more armor rating, but 15% fire resistance. That could be pretty handy. That could be really handy. Dragon Age isn't scary. On Nightmare it is. I should know. I've done Nightmare. The dragon fights are something you really have to prepare for there. Same thing here, although I'd say the dragon fights in this game on normal are more difficult than Dragon Age dragon fights on max on Nightmare. And I don't mean the Inquisition dragons. Those are easy. Just out-level them. I mean like the high dragon in Dragon Age Origins on Nightmare. Like that. I want to buy this. I so do. I so want to buy this, man. Because I don't know if this guy's going to stay here or not. I don't know if I'll need that 15% fire resistance, though. Maybe if I decide to fight a fucking dragon, right? Feel like I could survive without it. Tardum is an agent of Avadon pretending to be a tanner in the lands outside Zethron's Eyrie. He's trying to find a smuggler named Ray, selling fine weapons to the wretches nearby. This is a serious crime. Find Ray, see if she's guilty. If so, bring her to justice. Yeah. I say buy it. The thing is, in CRPGs, money is not the easiest thing to come by. It's not. You don't buy anything. It's not the easiest thing. Right now, I'm already wearing studded leather armor, which is only 2% less armor rating. And it just doesn't have the fire resist. This dude's wearing chainmail, which is 2% better armor. Just doesn't have that. For the weight, that armor is pretty good. because it's only 8 pounds versus like for the same amount of normal armor, chainmail's 15 pounds, dude. So for the weight, it is pretty good armor. Could you not resell it if you need it? Not for that price. And even though this guy's prices are very reasonable, every merchant is still selling at a markup. And so the value of this is 200. It still costs 240, even with very reasonable prices. Now, what happens if I go and try to sell that to a merchant? I ain't getting 200. 240? Nothing like that. And these blessed sandals are pretty good too. Only 2 pounds? Only 2 pounds for 5% armor. That's actually really good lightweight. I am tempted. Early game, this stuff could be pretty useful. It's just I know I need to save up for other things. Like there's a scarab that I want. And a scarab, since you weren't here for that, is imagine like a literal like fake scarab, but there's magic in it. And to get the magic, you have to stab it into yourself. And then it stays there. And you have to be in a specific place to take it out. And that's what a scarab is. Bread. Rolls. Games where money can be a problem, that's fair. Money can definitely be a problem in this game, which is why I'm considering it. Usually I'm okay with just finding stuff, and nothing's been so difficult that I've needed the armor. But it would also just be pretty great. 2 lockpicks to succeed. I won't come back here. You don't have the key. Yeah, I mean, if this is locked, he's going to give me a key to get back here, 100%. 100% he's going to give me a key to get back here. 100%. That or there's like a hidden door, but I don't see anything hidden. Chainmail boots! Boots of chainmail! You know the thing with those blessed shoes, though? It's the same armor as leather boots. It's just 2 pounds instead of 4. Can you wear chainmail boots? You can. And it barely weighs more. See, with chainmail boots, I feel like I already don't need those blessed sandals. That's like... That's you really need to min-max your weight kind of thing. And I'd rather just pour more into strength than anything else. I'll leave this here. Is magic OP in this game too? Like in the sense that magic is always easy mode? Well, I mean, magic can be powerful, but let me show you how the stats work. This is how the stats work. And it's different for every character, but this is physical resist. So for example, we have pretty decent physical resist with the armor and stuff we're wearing. Roughly, on average with our party, if you attack one of us with a physical attack, I'm going to negate half of that damage. But physical damage can get pretty high. But if you start comparing all these magical effects, you see some characters are way better at resisting it than others. And still, like certain things are much harder to come across. You see, there's not much variance in poison and acid like there is in magic, fire, and cold. And so it can be powerful, especially because a lot of it's AoE, especially if you use it on like the right kind of enemy. But it's kind of like if you have magic, that's not going to make you immediately OP. No. Physical damage, and that's why I have my party line up the way I have it. I'm a rogue. Shadow Walker's a rogue. Blade Master is just like a warrior. This is a shaman. She's like a healer and a summoner and a mage at the same time. And then there's a sorceress, which is just a pure mage for max damage. I picked Shadow Walker. I wanted to be a shaman, but I didn't want to be a girl. So I picked Shadow Walker. There's an NPC Shadow Walker. I don't want to bring him if I don't have to. I'll probably be forced to at some point. And then I wanted Sevelin to kind of be the tank up front, tanking all the damage. I wanted her because her heals are free. They're just on cooldowns. And getting to summon stuff is cool as well. Magic's properly nerfed. It's just well balanced. It's not really nerfed, right? If certain enemies don't have like very good magic resist, then bring magic and they'll get slaughtered. They have high magic resist, then you might want something else. And then they can have resist to specific kinds of magic as well. And other elemental effects that can also be combined with physical damage. Like poison. When I have a certain ability, when I get one more point in blade training, My physical attacks will have a chance to deal poison. So, as you see here, it's completely separate. It's pretty balanced. 2 over the top magic. I would say every single one of Jeff's games are balanced. Everyone that I've played has been well balanced. Okay, so this can be picked. Oh, hello. Oh, there's more chainmail boots. I don't mind if I do. I have to steal these, but he can't see it. He can't see these either, even though he's in that room. So long as he can't see me, more chainmail boots. I'm gonna save these for my other guys back home. I feel like eventually he will leave this place. Oh, did he just leave this room? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Thank you for the stuff, baby. Oh, yes, I love when NPCs leave the room, man. Thank you. Hell yeah. Perfect. Okay. I think I might buy the Drake skin. I don't think the Blessed Sandals have a point. Again, it's just, you're just saving weight, which is handy, I guess. It's less armor for weight saving. I might buy them just to have them as an option. I don't know. And then the Drake skin leather armor, I think I'll buy it because for the weight that this thing costs, it's too good. It's hard to say no to. So I will buy this. The sandals I'm less sure about, but they also cost less. They cost half the amount. They're not really better for armor. They're just better for weight. That's it. But I do have weight problems at this point in the game, so it could come in handy in min-maxing. If you're interested in these games, I don't want to get around a game on PC again. Too much mainly console gaming. Well, I don't know. It's up to you. These games will always be here. One downside is that, you know, some of these games, as they get old and you get new stuff to play games with, they may not be as easy to run by the time you get to them. It's part of why he keeps remaking the same games over and over while also making new series. Like he made Exile. Then he remade that as Avernum. Then he started a second chapter to that, like a second trilogy, while also making Geneforge, which was new. He finished, like, both of these things were kind of new. And then when both of those were done and they ended around the same time, he went ahead and started making Avadon and then remaking Avernum again because the first remake from Exile to Avernum was so old at that point already, and we had gone from CRT monitors to these monitors. So he already started just remaking them. And that's what I played. That's what you saw me stream, while also making this. Then he remade the first trilogy of Avernum. He made the full trilogy of Avadon. And then he went to start making a new series called Queen's Wish, which I showed you. Then he went to remaking Geneforge because the old Geneforges don't really run too well on new PCs at this point. And then he adds new stuff to them. He ups the graphics and all that stuff. He adds additional content, things like that. I still don't know if I should get these Blessed Sandals or not, man. I don't know. They would help me with some management of weight, especially on like this guy right here. Like if I could get these fucking chain greaves equipped, that would be pretty awesome. 2 monitors are the blocky looking ones, right? Yeah. Could be handy at min-maxing armor, but I think I'll just leave that one alone. It's not as good of it's not nearly as good of a deal as an 8-pound, 20% armor, 15% fire resistance piece of armor. Like this stands out as being pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. I'm just gonna sell that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to take this. I mean, I already bought it. I could technically go back, but I'm gonna have to take this. This is a pretty decent deal because like now I have the same exact amount of armor as this guy, my tank, but he has to wear double the weight to get it, and he doesn't have the fire resist. This man's dedicated to his fans. Yeah, he's just one guy. He's just been making CRPGs for decades. It's pretty cool. This guy will still be here, I think. I don't know. Later. I feel like he's gotta be, right? I feel like he's gotta be. Maybe. Because again, there's a fucking thing right here. You know, I got an idea. Let me quick save real quick and do another save just in case. What happens if I pick this lock? Yeah, no, there's stuff in there that's good, but it's not a key. There's no key. So there's got to be a way to get the key to get in here. I don't know when or where, but there's got to be a way to get a key. I don't know if it's like a hidden button or what. But this place is something we'll return to later anyway. I would totally expect it to be like a button on the wall here, but I don't see anything. No. I don't see anything. Unless I'm just missing something. I feel like we'll be able to return to this guy, and he'll give us a key for helping him. How should I bring proof? I think we'll be able to come back to him. I think we'll be able to come back to him. Yeah. And if not, I could just pick the other lock later anyway, and then question over how I open that with severe confusion. Alright. An iron spear, we're going to sell that. This pathway is lined with totems. Marking this crevice is claimed by the wretches. All the skulls on the totems you note are either from other wretches or made of clay. Wretches are not mighty creatures in battle. Of course, it doesn't stop them from trying. The moment you set foot on their path, you hear a shrill scream. A wretch guard in the distance has spotted you and released several mangy wolves to attack you. He chases after them, clearly having no idea who you are. This shouldn't be difficult. Yeah, no. A wretched wolf. Well, I haven't seen that before. It survived that first attack. They're a little bit tankier than normal wolves. A little bit. Wolf Rider Praz is just going to be watching this. Judging this guy. Like, what are you doing, guy? Hang on, I'm going to go attack this one. There you go. Because there's always a chance, a very low chance right now, that I could cleave. I did not, in fact, cleave. Oh, well. Get over here! You're a little tanky, honestly. But it won't save you. Especially with how many points you've been putting into strength. There's a wretched warrior standing at this crude palisade, bravely placing himself between you and their pathetic little village. He wears a necklace heavy with wolf fangs around his neck. He points his blade at you. Stop there, human. I am Wolf Rider Praz. This is our land. You no take. We no want fight. You go. You claim this land? We come, it dry, it empty, nobody here. We take. Ours now. We no go. I want to know something. No talk. We wretch. You human. I stay. You go. Farmer Haldrick sent me. You've been pestering him. Praz thinks for a bit. Oh, farmer. Yes, big farm. So many cows. They don't need so many cows. We need cows too. We leave them alone. Take cows. Is what humans say fair. Fair. But farmers send you? For what? I love this fucking writing. I love it. You need to cease your stealing. But we want cows. We know take cows. We know have cows. And we can take cows. So it is right to take cows. See? I think like a human. So you go away. I can't argue with that logic. I'll go. Oh my god. Let's just skip to the point. I am a hand of Avadon. You see this? A hand. And I say you will stop or you will die. One of the few things capable of deflating a wretch arrogance is the word Avadon. Wolfrider Proz takes a step back. Avadon? Avadon sends a hand to deal with Proz? Proz is mighty. This is honor for us. But, oh, you kill us? No. We stop with taking. We leave humans alone. I will tell others Avadon talked to Proz. He turns away from you, bursting with pride. Go away. I could still just go in there and kill them all. This is a good example, Pilgrim. I could go in there and kill all of them. If I wanted to. Let's see, showing an unusual amount of courage for his kind. Yeah, you can't have the same conversation again, but like, I could just choose to kill them all. Just speaking was enough. Speaking was enough to accomplish the quest. I was hired to stop these guys from raiding the farm. And I scared them because I'm from Avadon, and now they won't do it. But I could also just kill them, take everything they have, go and sell that, because they are wretches and nobody cares about them. These games let you make these kinds of decisions. Like, you technically accomplished your goal. But, is that all you really care about? Save right here. out of curiosity, I'm gonna go talk to the guy and see what he has to say about this as a resolution. Take it all, but yeah, I'm tempted to, because they're just wretches. I was way more diplomatic in Geneforge, but I'm a little more gamey now. It's XP and loot. It's XP and loot, and nobody will care if I kill them all. I'm a Hand of Avadon. I protect the pack, just to give you a little context, because you weren't here for the beginning. This is Linnaeus. This is the continent of Linnaeus. This colored area is the Pact. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nations that came together and said, and even though they hate each other, they decided to work together to stop these other ones on the outskirts from killing them all the time. We right now are right here. Well, no, we're here. In between Goldcrag and Zethron's area, which is, Zethron is a dragon. We're right next to Wretchland, so they spill over here pretty easily. We are here right now. This is Avadon. We work here. Avadon is like this enforcer of the defense of the Pact, even from itself. And we're one of the hands, and we're the ones that go out and get shit done. And that's what we are. And everybody fears Avadon because it's led by the mighty Redbeard. And he's terrifying. And he's like, I feel like he's more the protagonist of this game than I am, honestly. Will wretches affect anything at all? No, they're wretches. I mean, maybe. Like, maybe there's something later that is just like, hey, you killed the wretches. How dare you? But I doubt it. They're wretches. Maybe later, some other things. Found those wretches and drove them off. You say what happened to Halric. He seems satisfied. Some deed. Word will get around about this. The wretches will learn a hand helped us. They will have to leave. They will leave before you can get them now. This valley will be much safer now. And that's all it takes to keep us safe. An hour's work and the word of Avadon. If only more of your kind would help us. I will unlock a box in my storeroom. Your reward is there. I thank you. You need anything else? No, I have no problem. I can't take care of myself. I can't afford any more of your sort of help. True. Save on the backup. Now, I'm curious, so I want to go look. I want to see if they're still there. No downside, do it. Yeah. I'm tempted to. Let's give it a moment. They're running. You see them on the mini-map? They're coming here. Are you guys still here? Yeah, you're still here. So the quest is resolved no matter what. I'm gonna kill you. Nod solemnly. The idea that you might completely outclass them has not at all occurred to him. Then we fight. Come, drive out the tall one. He charges at you. Alright, buddy. I mean, he's pretty tanky, honestly. Not that I'm trying, I'm just using basic attacks. Let's see what they have. I can be diplomatic with them, but they're wretches, right? Maybe if they weren't wretches, I would care more. The thing is, they're wretches. Did he just drop a rune stone? Oh, they're dying. Oh, you're all dead. You're all dead. You're all dying. You're all dead. No way. No way you're living. Your leader has a fucking rune stone, bro. What does it do? More likely to hit and more protections. A blessed runestone? Bro. Yeah, you guys are all dead. A wand of fire too? Bro. This is not even a question. Excuse me. It could be diplomatic, but runestone. Again, like if they were Geneforge really, like, maybe Avadon will have some moments like that, right? I'm sure it will. I mean, it kind of already does with that other quest I mentioned, where it's like the politician wants me to kill this lady who's very powerful spellcaster, and she wants me to tell him to go fuck off, basically. But she's a very good merchant, and she has a quest for me, and I can buy a runestone from her, among other cool stuff. I could, and she has a quest for me. I could kill her for the guy. I could not kill her for the guy and then like help her and then lie to the guy. I could help her and then kill her, loot her whole tower, and then go lie to and then go tell the guy the truth. That's the most min-maxy way to get rewards. But I don't know, right? Because that one's a little different, right? It's not as simple as this, where it's just a bunch of wretches. These are basically goblins. They're idiots and they breed like, what's that Mass Effect race? You know what I'm talking about. They breed like that anyway. And they're not even supposed to be here. I just showed you the map. I just showed you. Remember this map? They're supposed to be here, not here. That's illegal. They're literally invading. So it's very obvious that I should kill them, right? It's seemingly extremely obvious of a choice, especially for all these rewards, man. Oh yeah. But some of these other things are not as obvious. Some of the choices are a little more like, I don't know. But wretches are wretches. Who cares about some wretches? I'm just letting them come to me. I'm not even I find every way to do fights in the laziest way until I have to try. I almost died. I almost had him die, Sevelin, to like 2 fights earlier. But I haven't run into anything so crazy since I've been able to do a lot of gearing up. There's pest that needs to be controlled. Yeah, dude. Not that there's any dynamic system to be like, oh, you killed this many? Wow, good job. Now they're controlled. The quest only wanted me to stop them from being a problem. It didn't really have anything to say with or about this. Found a potion from them. Potion of recovery. Didn't have anything to say about, like, nobody cares if I kill them all. Nobody. And as far as, like, the scope of the game goes, they're not going to bother anybody else if I just tell them to stop. Because they're pushovers. They're wretches, and they're terrified of Avadon, because when they piss off Avadon, their population gets culled by a giant army. Ooh, a steel razor disc. Oh, the loot here is too good. There's no way you guys could ever imagine living. There's a lockpick here, and iron greaves. You guys, there's no way I could leave you guys alive. Literally no way. You're subhuman. This is great, and you have all this amazing loot. This is incredible. This is so good. I love it. Out of curiosity, I guess Nure wouldn't be here. Yeah, it's too easy. Avernum has more of these moral choices. Like, you find a group of Nephilim living somewhere, and Nephilim's like a Khajiit, but not shifty. Instead, they're more like warrior-like. And you could find an entire base of them, and you walk up and they say, "Go away," and you go, "Whoa, I just want to walk in and see what you guys have." And they're like, "No, you're a human. Get out. Go away. We don't want you here." They won't attack you. And they won't let you in either. You could just leave them be. Or you could say, "Fuck it," and just kill them all anyway and get the loot. Geneforge adds a lot more consequences to decisions that you make like that make it less obvious of a choice sometimes to kill things. Even asking in Geneforge, there's this, because there's no permanent AI that can join your party, and because you don't make your whole party from scratch, there's a lot of moments in Geneforge where you can convince someone to help you do something. They'll come with you into battle, even if they don't stand a chance. You could convince some dudes to follow you the entire game. The thing is, you do this knowing that that person or that group might be completely outclassed. Maybe sometimes they're not outclassed. Maybe they're perfect to help you. But some of them might die. And in the case of them being outclassed, you might know that all of them might die. But you just have to decide, well, do I want that help? Do I care if they die? Especially if you have a whole quest line with like a person or a group beforehand. And now it's like, well, do I send them to their deaths to make my life easier? Do I let them live? How much am I going between morality and being gamey? You know? What even is morality? It's all subjective anyway. Dried meat. Short sword, short sword. Oh my god, gold ring. They have so much stuff. Feel like you'd be punishing yourself for not looting this place. Honestly. This is heavy. This is really heavy. I could probably wear these chain greaves on me. Yeah, I could. These chain greaves, way more armor than pants. Who needs pants? Pants are for losers. I was wanting to put them on this guy, but he's carrying way too much weight already, you know, wearing a chainmail and everything. And I want to put him in an iron breastplate, which weighs even more. Iron greaves are good for him, though. Strength 12. Yeah. I'll just wear the chain greaves, because someone might as well be wearing them. You're not killing them, you're fixing potential overpopulation of unwanted creatures, dropping all these good things. It might be a big consequence for killing them. Wait, time to do this much good shit without a reason? No, I can almost guarantee you there is no big consequence for killing them. This loot is good for the early game, right? Because I'm in the early game. Late game, this loot isn't too amazing. What does weight affect in this game? If you get over encumbered, you have less action points. Less action points, you can't move as much. In this game and onwards, it's based on what you're wearing, not on what's in your inventory. You have an infinite junk bag as well. In the older games, it counted everything that you were carrying. So it's a lot different. Oh, hey, there's more. What are you guys guarding? Let me back up here. Money. Fun? Yeah. There's a lot of good quality of life that gets introduced in this game as time goes on. In Jeff's games. You know, it's one singular game. Ow! Like, for example, shooting bows, throwing javelins in his older games, that used to require... You need to find arrows, and, like, you needed to have those javelins. Every one you threw was one less that you had. And you would have to buy them and shit. You don't have to do that anymore. Additionally, this is new to this game. In the older games, when you came out of combat, even in the Avernum remakes that I played, when you came out of combat, you didn't just automatically start healing up to full. In this game, you do. Probably the reason why he didn't put that in the Avernum remakes, though, is because in Exile and Avernum 1, he already had a system for that. You level up a skill, and that skill would determine how much you would heal after combat, but it was one and done, and it was your choice to invest points into it or not. And so he kind of he kept that, basically. He kept that system. Yeah. Whereas here, he didn't even put that system in here. He just said, you know what? Combat done, just start regenning HP up to full. Alright, another lockpick chest. Got 50 coins in it, and a potion of recovery. Okay. Not the best. Not the worst. I got some XP for picking the lock, so... And then there's still another door back here. XP, that had to be picked, but it was low enough level. A gold bar! Jesus. Broken swords. A steel javelin! There's so much good shit here that it's insane. A steel broadsword? Oh god. I'm not just getting stuff to sell, I'm getting like the next tier of gear in many cases here. There you go. I don't think anybody else needed any broadsword. I think I had an extra broadsword and I gave it to the guy that would need it already. But I'll just leave it here just in case. Looks like you're good for a while. Well, you can always get better stuff, right? And it scales with your level as well. It's just that I'm getting a lot of good shit without buying it. Which is why I was tempted to not buy this drakeskin armor, but I think it's gonna last a lot longer than some of this other crap. Wow. This is a side quest. Sort of. Getting these guys to leave the guy alone is the side quest. Killing these isn't even a side quest. Because there's no stat check. There's nothing to say, hey, are you capable of convincing them to do this? No, you just have to say, yo, I'm a hand of Avadon. They start fucking peeing their pants. And that's it. That's all you need to do. And then you get a reward, which I haven't even really seen what the full reward is yet. Because I haven't opened the chest that he opens for you. And then clearing the camp was just completely optional. And look how much good shit was there. It's crazy. Halric drove them off. Yep. Valley will be much safer. It's the same thing here anyway. Alright. What did you unlock and where is it? I don't remember. I could have read it to get an idea, but is it this? No. Oh, it was down here. It was down here. Your Drakeskin, I think, waits Drakeskin armors. Yeah, me too. Drakeskin is not the best. No, it just means it's made out of the skin of a drake, which makes it very fire resistant. Which is more realistic than what Dragon Age does. Alright, why am I... What's back here? Best tier of armor made from? It's usually some sort of magic armor. It's different in every game, but it's usually some sort of magic armor. After steel, you usually get to like magical items that are unique and you can't find multiples of. All right, so we got another blessed runestone. So I have 3 blessed runestones and an emerald runestone. I think this is supposed to be a surgeon's tunic, but it's written chirurgeon's tunic. It must be some different variant of the word. And basically 100 coins. So this would be really good for you, because I use you for healing, plus 10% to healing, 8% armor. So you'd have less armor, but you'd be carrying less weight, my shaman, and you would do better healing. Yeah, that's what I want you for. So that's good, so then I could just sell that armor. Very D&D sounding? Well, yeah, CRPGs are inspired by D&D. Pretty much. Everything from stats to names, etc., etc. It's gonna sound like it comes from D&D. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, these fucking, this Iron Greaves need 12 strength. That's crazy. Damn. Charge your name for the thing spell. They have that in Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah, so it must be just some sort of variant, some old-timey variation. So, this side quest was absolutely incredible for getting stuff. Absolutely incredible. Damn, I wish he left this room so I could steal this stuff. I thank you. You're welcome. Killing was optional, but it was fun. Do you want to be eaten? Stay with me, accursed cows. This is Tolia, my favorite NPC in the game so far. Having trouble with your cows? She frowns at the recalcitrant creatures. I literally recorded this. I saved this so that I could always refer back to it. The recalcitrant creatures. Always. I hate them and they hate me. It's funny, man. I love this shit. Pawns heal you with items without you telling them to. Interesting. Whatever this area is, it's not reachable from here. Not without some sort of a boat, anyway. By the looks of it. It annoys me that this one corner is not discovered. There's clearly something over here, but I don't know how to get there. Avernum had an item that allowed you to teleport to places. I'm gonna go discover this corner because it bugs me that it's not discovered. I mean, for all I know, there could be a button right there to open a secret path that leads up there. The likelihood of that is extremely low. It's close to 0. More than likely, something else in a different zone leads there. That's the more than likely thing. Yeah, there's nothing here. I don't know. It's an archaic word for surgeon. What a surprise, right? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I've been hearing these bird sounds since I was a child playing Jeff's games. And that sound as well. Getting so much good shit. This tower up here, this is where that girl is that I wasn't sure about. I need to report back to her anyway based on if I succeeded her quest or not. A lamp. I'm really tempted to just get a ransom out of her and then go lie to the politician that hired me to kill her. I don't know. I want to do her quest and see through that part first. Which remind me of Zelda and N64. They sound very similar. I don't know. The road rises steeply to the northwest. It's lined to either side by massive pointed spires of stone, granite fangs crudely shaped with magic and brute force. The path to Zethran's area is meant to inspire awe, and yet it has not kept the wretches away. You can hear their cackling laughter ahead. There are many of those aggravating creatures loitering before the dragon's lair. You wonder why the guards are tolerating that. As you advance, a figure steps out from behind one of the stone fangs, a shadow walker from his garb. His face is completely obscured. He's armed, but his long curved blade stays sheathed at his side. He walks towards you. Okay, so I'll wait here till he finds me, I guess. The Wayfarer. hooded man stands in the middle of the road, blocking your path. He doesn't draw his weapon, though he inspects you carefully. Yes, you are Resoula. It is my purpose to know such things. I've been waiting for you. I need to speak with you. It'll only take a moment of your time. Are you from Avadon? No, though I deal with hands and eyes frequently. To some of them I am a visitor, as I hope I will be for you. Okay, let's talk. Of course, I will be brief. I have a unique opportunity for you. Go on. He nods. I would introduce myself, but I would prefer to keep my name private for now. For now, just think of me as the Wayfarer. I often contact hands and eyes of Avadon and offer them work, easy tasks, great pay, the sort of thing only servants of Avadon can do, that only servants of Avadon are allowed to do. And this is permitted. Of course, all is permitted to the hands of Avadon, as long as Redbeard approves or never hears of it. Why do you think there is such demand to work in a place that requires so much work and so much risk? It is the authority, the freedom, the power, and from that, the wealth. What can only servants of Avadon do? Whatever they want. It is the little secret of Avadon, the secret everyone knows. You are rewarded with the ability to use your influence for great reward. Now, it is time for you to claim your reward. And what do you want? It's simple. Recently, a Hulklandian named Ryozo came to Zethran's Eyrie. He wants something from the dragon. I need to find out what that is. Enter the caves, obtain this information, and deliver it to me. Why can't you find it out? Because the dragon keeps all his dealings between him and his supplicants secret. Thus, I require someone with influence, one who can wander the dragon's caves and investigate with discretion. Why do you want to know? You can't see the Wayfarer's expression, but he sounds amused. I'm sure you realize such things are closely guarded secrets. It's a small piece of information, and you will be paid well. That is all you need to know. And the word is pronounced K-I-R-G-O-N. Oh, I see. Ah, whatever. It's a surgeon, whatever. I won't do this or I will do what you ask. I don't know about this. See, this is the thing about Avadon, is it's all like, so much of it is intrigue and politics and law. Ugh. I mean, technically speaking, so far, he hasn't asked for anything that would go against being a hand of Avadon. Maybe. I have to find out what the information is first, and then decide from there, but... Sure. I am pleased. It takes some hands much longer to see wisdom. He points to the north. There's a barrel behind the spire. When you have learned what Ryozo wanted, write it down and leave it in the sand under the barrel. Once I have retrieved it, I will leave your reward. Now I must depart. I have much to do and far to travel. Excuse me. If we can ask any more questions, the Wayfarer leaves. He walks down the road to the east. I may or may not do that. May or may not. Mysterious man, dressed like a shadow walker, approached you just outside Zethran's Eyrie. He called himself the Wayfarer. He offered a reward if you enter the dragon's lair and find out what someone named Ryozo was trying to hire the dragon to do. If you are willing to do this and learn the information, leave it under a barrel behind the stone spire where you met the Wayfarer. We'll see about that. I don't know who he is. Saying no doesn't accomplish anything. I can at least investigate, right? The very least I can investigate. Civilian looks up the hill towards the dragon's lair. He shakes his head. Dragons. They live in our land, eat our food, and yet they are not required to follow the stone code. It is bothersome. General sighs. The stone code again. Here we go. Sevelin looks at her. I know it is bothersome for you to be in a land with laws, not constant chaos like the Wildrealm. Happily, she ignores his response. Do we have to discuss this now? Sevelin is annoyed, but he walks on in silence. Like, do we Alistair Morgan, can you shut the fuck up? Thank you. Thank you, please shut the fuck up. Tired of your bullshit. What did you give upon a good amount of heal? So walk up to you say, here, have some heal. Really good combo healing mage, which I usually have for a pawn in any DD game. Well, that sounds useful. I guess this is the barrel where you put the information. No, they want me to pick a side. That's what the game wants me to do. The game wants me to pick a side because it can make certain characters, you know, loyal or disloyal. And so far, I haven't done anything except like compliment Seville in here and his ways once. But I don't want to pick sides between them arguing. I just happen to pick like two characters that don't get along at all. Because of course I did. Right? Of course I did. Pick a side. I don't care about their sides, man. One is like a little nature-y barbarian lady that comes from barbarian land where a bunch of barbarians enact tolls on travelers like a bunch of fucking bandits, and they think this is the good thing to do. Another thinks that their laws are so righteous that they can impose them on basically anyone, and they think their way of life is better. I don't have an opinion in this matter. I am a hand of Avadon. I only care about what Avadon says and what makes me money. That's all I care about. I don't care about the rest of this shit. I don't want to pick a side. I don't care about their sides. They shouldn't even have sides. I almost clicked the wrong thing. We serve Avadon. We shouldn't even be arguing about such silliness. This has absolutely nothing to do with Avadon. Hey, look, she leveled up. Yeah, I also do the Dark Ritual with Morgan, by the way. His reaction is hilarious. Yeah. I've picked everything in that game. Guess just more intelligence for her. I could give her some dexterity, because I keep using her for dexterity. With this, I will have put 5 points into intelligence. There's a max level of 30 in this game, so I don't really know exactly what to spend everything on, honestly. It is quite limited. You get 1 free point and it goes down the row every level, but you need to also assign a point. Let's see. What do I do with these points? I was going to rush Salamander, but there's no point to that. I mean, it's a lizard, and then Salamander, it could be good. You get a Drake later. But I think I'd rather invest in the lower... I mean, I have to invest in the lower stuff to get the high stuff up anyway. But what first? Okay. So the +1 counts towards unlocking things. So this +1 from my spec turns this 2 into a 3, which unlocks some pretty good resistances for her if I put that point there. With that same logic, you know, because we're going to need to work our way up eventually anyway. I could also add a +1. No, I can't add a +1 there because the things underneath it are not trained. You have to link up and train, like, in an order. Al's turning position suppression feels like years have caught up to him harshly. I want to hug him. Well, it's been 10 years, and he's been, like, king or whatever 10 years, right? So, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna... He's old now. He's been doing a lot. Even in Awakenings, he already seems kind of done with it. I think this right here boosts up my basic attack, which is something that really should probably be leveled up sooner rather than later. Maybe it's more important than resists. And then this adds a chance to attack, to basically cleave with that ability. So I think I'm just going to double into Spirit Claw and hold the hardiness. That's what I'll do for you. Yeah. This should make your... Yes, see right here. So she does more damage, and now she's a 15% chance to cleave into another target. Not a king, just a warden. Well, still. He's old. He's getting old. What do you expect? It's an old man. Old man Alistair. Any hidden anything? No? No hidden paths? Referencing these games is how I taught Matt 9 about always looking for hidden paths, hidden walls that open up. The Aerie of the mighty Zethron. Pleas for aid will be heard. Tribute must be presented. Yeah. Up to Nora as Queen, Warden was Prince Consort. Oh yeah, I always import myself as an elf. I like elf races. Funny, because I'm not going to play one in Final Fantasy XIV. I'm going to play a Humi, because the elves there look like long neck freaks. Ooh, leather greaves. Ooh. This might work better with the guy that's, you know, in the not leather stuff. Because it doesn't weigh as much. It's still too much for him right now. He would be exactly encumbered. Unless I take off this belt, which is actually more efficient armor-wise anyway. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll upgrade him from pants to leather. I don't need this many pairs of pants lying around, though. Just drop one. Over its time, Doom and Quake taught me to look for secrets. Looking for secrets is one thing. Looking for hidden walls everywhere, little buttons and stuff, I learned that from CRPGs. I also learned the whole, you know, mind sweep an area until you find everything that's there to find. Also, look, an iron shield. We don't need that for any of these characters, but we will need that for some of the others back at base. And we already have iron razor discs. Elves, giraffe necks are insane, yeah. A lot of lore works well with humans. Yeah, because they expect you to play humans, because they're the default choice. Of course. I like any variant of normal elf. Like snobby high elf, savage wood elf, you name it, I like it. It is sometimes fun to play games like Battle for Westnoth, where the elves think they're better than everybody, and then you can play the humans and genocide them. That's always fun. But sometimes it's fun to be the elves. You know. Pressing E and ram each wall and assume shenanigans. Alright. I am going to end it here. It is beyond where I usually stop. I didn't finish my dinner, so I gotta scarf that down. And I have to go to bed so I can wake up and start streaming this again in the morning. Assuming my voice allows me after streaming this for almost 12 hours straight. We'll see. So, I'm gonna do that. Scarf down food. Try to go to bed, wake up in time to get this. I'll get tomorrow's stream scheduled, and that should be fun. And I'm pretty sure me and DK will be streaming Saturday as well. So that's 2 more days of streams in a row. Yay. Alright, that's it for today then. Have a good night. Bye-bye.